audio test, mic 4. Test, mic.
All right, good morning, everyone. We'll get settled in and get started. A few seats up here at the front. Hi, everyone. So good morning. How are we all feeling? Day 3, and as we open the symposium, I want to pay my deepest respects to the traditional owners, past, present, and emerging, who care for the land and sea country in which we're gathering today, and also really pay my respects on behalf of all of us to the traditional owners across the Great Barrier Reef who've joined us in this discussion over these past few days. We're in the home stretch now, and we have a really great program ahead. For our final day, we're talking about things like managing risk and social license, and also some of the emerging new technologies and science related to restoration and adaptation of coral reefs. But before we get into it, we've had quite an amazing program so far. So can I have a round of applause to warm us up for all the amazing speakers? So if you're anything like me, there are about 20 talks that you didn't get to see because we've been so spoiled for choice with the sessions. So just wanting to remind everyone that we've recorded these sessions and we'll be posting them online, available shortly following the symposium. So you'll get an email to let you know. It'll take us a few days to organize it all and upload all of it, but we'll let you know when that comes out so you can catch those talks that you weren't able to catch in person. So when we were thinking about this morning's session, we wanted to share some different perspectives in thinking about how we go about guidance and decision-making when it comes to reef protection and restoration. So we kind of are framing this as a session about the law and the lore. So firstly, we'll have a plenary from Justine Bell-James talking about the legal barriers and enablers for restoration at scale. And then we'll pass over into a listening session with talks and discussion from some of our traditional owner leaders, Gavin Singleton, Cass Hunter, Phil Rist, and Chrissy Warren. Now for Gavin's part of the talk, and his presentation can't be recorded in any way due to sorry business. So please, those of you in the room, no pictures, no videos during that time. And for those of you joining in live stream, we'll stop the visual part of that presentation. You should be able to still hear Gavin's words. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Justine to the stage.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you for getting out of bed so early to hear about law. I hope I won't put you all to sleep. So just a couple of caveats before I get started, because I'm a lawyer and that's what we like to do. I'm not a coral reef person specifically. I'm a bit of an imposter here, and I've really enjoyed being here yesterday, hearing about everything that's happening in the marine park. I tend to work a little bit closer to shore, so I like to work in wetlands in particular. They're really fascinating from a legal perspective, and I work all across Australia, so a lot of the things I'll be talking about today really aren't specific to this patch of the world that you're working in, but I hope they'll be interesting nonetheless. And I think as we look to restoring at scale, we really need to be thinking about restoration across the entire landscape and looking at the interconnected nature of ecosystems. So I think even if corals really are your jam, thinking about what's happening in the catchments and in nearshore ecosystems, I think are really important as well. And the other caveat as well when I talk about barriers and enablers of upscaling restoration is that I'll obviously only be talking about law, and I think there's so many other important factors that we need to be thinking about for upscaling. So a lot of the technical aspects, which I heard a bit about yesterday, funding, which I also heard a little bit about yesterday as well, and also really critically ensuring that restoration is led by traditional owners and centred around traditional knowledge. So with that in mind, I'd like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet today in the Sea Country, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I am joining you from Yugara and Turrbal country in Meanjin, Brisbane, and I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which I live and work. And, you know, having been working in this space for a while now, I think it's been really heartening to see over the past few years how much momentum there has been towards really centering Indigenous knowledge in what we're doing in restoration and having traditional owners lead the charge in what we're doing. And I'm really looking forward to the next presentation, again, if I don't bore you all too much with law. All right, so the key messages that I'm going to make today are that marine and coastal restoration has already come a really long way, and I think that's really important to acknowledge. Further upscaling is needed, to which there are some pretty big legal barriers. These may not be insurmountable though, and I think that's especially with some targeted law and/or policy reform. All right, so marine and coastal restoration has come a long way. So historically, marine and coastal restoration has lagged behind the terrestrial space, which I'm sure a lot of you are very familiar with. And that's because of a few factors, including the unique biophysical challenges of working in a fluid and dynamic space where you've got impacts from geographically distant locations. There are some big legal barriers to working in marine and coastal areas, which I'll talk about today. So tenure can be really complex, particularly if you're working at areas where land and water meet, like wetlands. Permitting is a problem, which I'll talk about shortly, as well as the lack of overarching targets. And also there have been some really big financial barriers. So coastal and marine restoration has historically been more expensive than terrestrial restoration, and until reasonably recently, we didn't have too many financial mechanisms to be able to assist in being able to get these projects off the ground. But a lot is changing. So we've got a lot of projects that are happening, and this is some work that was published just recently, led by Gemma Perandere, on the coastal restoration database that her and a number of other people across Australia have been developing over the past few years. So trying to get a snapshot of all the different work that's happening across different habitats in Australia. And you can see on the bottom right of the screen there that there is an increase and that more projects are coming online all the time. And certainly this isn't even comprehensive, so there's more beyond that as well. And also some work that was published a couple of years ago now, led by my colleague Megan Saunders from CSIRO, where Megan highlighted some of the really excellent and exciting examples that have happened in marine and coastal restoration in recent years. And they made the point that, you know, it can be easy to get bogged down in the fact that it is often harder and more expensive to restore wetlands than terrestrial forests, but we really need to focus on these bright spots and these big successes that we've had and use them as the template to move forward from, because there is hope and there is a way forward. Some other work that came out recently, again led by Megan as well as Nathan Waldham, who was here yesterday from JCU, was their roadmap for coordinated landscape scale coastal and marine ecosystem restoration, which was the culmination of a NESP grant that was published in 2022. And amongst other things, they highlighted some of the really big developments that there have been in this space in recent years, including things you're very familiar with, like RRAP, as well as the Reef Builder program, which is focused on restoring shellfish reefs, the Blue Carbon program, and lots of other stuff happening in the Great Barrier Reef as well. There have been some big legal developments in the past few years that have started to bring online some financial incentives for being able to do marine and coastal restoration, and the Blue Carbon method is a really good example of this. So I worked a lot on the Blue Carbon method in the lead up to it. It was quite a lengthy process to get this method on board. So for those of you that aren't too familiar with the method, it operates under Australia's Emissions Reduction Fund. So we have essentially a carbon crediting program in Australia where if you do particular types of abatement projects that are covered by a method, once your abatement is delivered in accordance with the method, you can get Australian carbon credit units, which traditionally have found their place for sale either through auctions by the government or in the voluntary market. But as we're starting to get a bit more of an emerging carbon market in Australia with the safeguard mechanism reforms, there'll be more of a market for carbon credits as well. So there was a lot of work that went into what particular type of project we'd focus on for the blue carbon method. So people like my colleague, Professor Kath Lovelock from UQ, and a lot of other scientists talked about the different options. And ultimately they settled on reintroduction of tidal flow as the topic for the first blue carbon method. So as again, I'm sure you all know, we have a history of drained landscapes in Australia for agriculture in particular, through things like bund walls as well as cane drains as well. And if you remove the open the drains or remove the bund walls, then the salty water comes back and wetlands re-establish. So that was chosen as the topic for the blue carbon method because they had some good science around it and the ability to do some good modelling through BlueCam. It's an absolute minefield from a legal perspective though, which we learned in developing it, and we came up with some solutions to get it across the line. But to date, more than 2 years down the track, there haven't yet been any projects registered under the method, and that's because of the legal complexities involved with it. But still, it's there, it's exciting, and I know of at least 2 other projects at the moment that are working on potential new methods for blue carbon ecosystems under the ERF. We've got the nature repair market. We've got the legislation that was passed for that just before Christmas, so that's hopefully going to create another thriving market for the ability to get funding to do projects in this space. And then we've got other things like the reef credits, which I'm sure a lot of you are far more familiar than I am. And we've also got things happening at the international law level. So we're in the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, which started in 2021 by the passage of a UN General Assembly resolution. And of course, I'm sure you're all familiar with the Global Biodiversity Framework that was entered into in December 2022 and includes Target 2, the restoration target, which I'm going to come back to shortly because I have some opinions on that. All right, so a lot has been done, and I think it's really important to focus on that. There are more and more projects coming online every year all across Australia in all sorts of habitats, and we've got some good mechanisms to provide funding for them, as well as this momentum at the international level. But I think we'll all agree that further upscaling is necessary. We've got a huge legacy of loss and degradation across all sorts of coastal and marine habitats in Australia, and we need to upscale our efforts, and we need to be doing that on a bigger scale across the landscape. So coming back to Target 2, because I think there's been a lot of talk about Target 2 is something that really should be galvanising us to be restoring at a greater scale. So if we think about what Target 2 says, it says ensure that by 2030, at least 30% of areas of degraded terrestrial, inland water and coastal marine ecosystems are under effective restoration for a variety of reasons there. I see this often represented as an obligation to restore 30% of ecosystems by 2030, which is not actually what the target says. It says to have under effective restoration, which I think is very different to having restored by 2030. But I think there are 2 words in the target in particular that are a little bit concerning, and one of them is degraded and the other one is effective, because these are 2 terms that are not defined in the Global Biodiversity Framework at all. So they're 2 terms that are therefore left for interpretation at the local level. So if you have a country that defines degraded very narrowly, so they say our stock of degraded ecosystems are only ecosystems where all values have been lost. They have a pretty small pie, and therefore having 30% of that pie under effective restoration isn't a particularly big landmass. But if they define degraded as areas where any environmental values have lessened, perhaps, then suddenly the pie gets a lot bigger, and the area that they have to have under effective restoration gets a lot bigger. And the same with effective. Effective is something that can be determined at the local scale. Are we looking at just some sort of improvement in environmental values, or are we looking at attempting to restore an ecosystem to the state it was before the loss or degradation occurred? I think these are 2 terms that are capable of wildly different interpretations that could lead to either a really, really ambitious approach to restoration, which arguably is the spirit with which the framework was intended, or barely much progress from the status quo. So I think that's something really important to bear in mind. And I think Australia has a real opportunity to be ambitious in this space. So I think somebody mentioned yesterday that we're in the process of updating Australia's strategy for nature, specifically to look towards progressing the goals under the Global Biodiversity Framework, including that restoration goal. And I think Australia really has a key opportunity here to be a leader in this space and interpret the convention and the framework in the really ambitious spirit with which it was intended. But if we do that, we need to upscale restoration quite a bit, and there are some legal barriers to being able to do this. So these include a lack of clarity around tenure, the fact that a lot of permitting frameworks are not fit for purpose for restoration across Australia. We have issues with ongoing liability and also no overarching targets for restoration. So tenure is particularly complex in the coastal context because wetlands like to live in the space where water meets land, which is often also where tenures intersect. So the traditional rule at common law is that the boundary between the wet and the dry side of land is often determined by some sort of tidal reference. What that tidal reference is differs from state to state, and that's in our little diagram there, which causes some complexities because we know that ecosystems don't necessarily like to respect jurisdictional boundaries. And traditionally, the private land holding or whoever happens to have tenure on the dry side, they own the dry side, and then the state has ownership of the wet side. Now, we have an old English doctrine that applies in Australian law, which is the doctrine of erosion and accretion. So what this means is that if you have some sort of natural fluctuation in where the shoreline is as a result of either erosion or accretion, then the boundary will move with it. So if you have some sort of erosion event and that essentially results in the wet side going further landward, then the Crown land holding moves landward with that. And on the flip side, if there's some sort of accretion event, then the private land holding can get bigger as well. There's a real live question about how this doctrine will apply under things like sea level rise, because it really wasn't designed for that purpose. We know that sea level rise is going to happen, and we know that it's going to result in water going inland, which is really not that give or take notion that the doctrine was designed for. There's real complexities there. The other real complexity comes when we're dealing with things like reintroduction of tidal flow. It's still a live question as to whether the boundary will shift inland once the bund walls are removed or once the drains are opened. And, I think it is a question that will at some point need to be resolved by courts. How we've gotten around that in the context of the blue carbon method is by saying to proponents, you can just resolve contractually with the government department where you agree legal rights will lie, and that can kind of band-aid over the problem, but I think it is a bigger looming problem that we need to consider in more detail. So tenure can be really, really complex. Another tenure aspect that can be particularly complex as well is leasehold. And so in Australia, as I'm sure a lot of you know, we have this unique concept called leasehold that developed in the 1800s when there was a government policy that they wanted to encourage more agricultural land use, but they didn't want to make outright grants of land because they wanted to retain control over what land was used for. So this system of leasehold was developed, and we've got legislation in all Australian states that has very different rules about how it applies. And as you can see from mainly the orange there, as well as some of the purple, we have a lot of Australia's land mass held in leasehold under leases that more often than not specify the land must be used for agriculture or for pastoral purposes. Now, this raises a challenge if you've got a lessee who wants to start doing some sort of restoration project on their land. If they want to do a reintroduction of tidal flow project on this land, that's completely at odds with being able to graze cattle on the land. So that raises some real challenges. Now, I've been working on a project with CSIRO funded by BHP over the past few years where they've been mapping the abatement potential all across Australia for blue carbon. And as part of that, they've also produced some data that isn't publicly available yet, but they've overlaid that abatement potential over leasehold and over tenure maps. And it does show that a lot of the abatement potential for blue carbon is on leasehold. So that's something that we'll be needing to grapple with a bit over the next few years. Permitting frameworks. This is what has kept me really busy for the last few years. So permitting frameworks are a real challenge to being able to get restoration done in a lot of marine and coastal habitats all across Australia. This really came onto my radar in 2020. We did some surveys with a whole host of people working in marine and coastal environments, and it was published last year. It took a while to be published for various reasons, including my 2-year-old daughter. But it was 2020 that we spoke to people, and they highlighted the permitting framework as really the main barrier to being able to do restoration. There are gaps in a lot of legislative frameworks in that they don't deal with restoration. They're required to undergo really complex permitting frameworks, encompassing sometimes as many as 8 different government departments and 12 different permits. And there are no specific codes in a lot of situations dealing with restoration. So it's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. You need to look at this legal framework and think about what you're doing. And is it a tidal work that I'm doing? Am I interfering with marine plants? I'm not too sure. So it's just sort of trial and error, both on the side of the proponents and often on the part of the government agencies assessing these as to what frameworks apply. Restoration is not prioritised, so it joins the same queue as other types of development, and it's assessed often by the same people looking at other sorts of development, and therefore it's engaged in a regime that's focused on harm, not benefit. This is something that was also highlighted in the roadmap to restoration that I mentioned before, that Megan Saunders and Nathan Waltham led. So they interviewed, I think, about 100 restoration practitioners across Australia, and the 2 main barriers to restoration that were identified by the respondents were a lack of funding and permitting and governance frameworks. And I suspect these 2 things are actually interlinked, because often funding regimes that these sort of proponents are getting their funding from are government. They have short timeframes for delivery, and they're just not able to navigate the permitting frameworks in that time, let alone get the project started and finished in that time. So again, they spoke about these permitting frameworks being financially prohibitive. They said that there was a lack of an overarching national framework, and perhaps that's something that could help. But importantly, and I think this is important to keep in mind, they did acknowledge that there is a need for oversight. You know, we do need government to be looking at these things. We can't just have open slather, particularly if we're looking at particular interventions that might be new or different to what we've done before. So we do need some oversight, but we need to be doing it in a way that's more fit for purpose. So along with my colleagues Rose Foster and Nikki Shumway, we decided to dig into this in a bit more detail last year by conducting some really in-depth interviews with a small cohort of restoration practitioners across Australia. And in doing this, we wanted to get them to talk us through from start to finish their experience with the permitting process, to really figure out exactly where the pain points were so that we could figure out, you know, what the levers were to address them. So in doing this, we tried to cover a range of different habitats across a range of different Australian jurisdictions. So I think we ended up covering 4 or 5 different Australian states. We spoke to 2 proponents of reintroduction of tidal flow projects in 2 different states. We spoke to somebody doing an in-stream fish habitat restoration project in a river, 2 proponents doing revegetation projects along the banks in 2 different jurisdictions, 2 different proponents doing oyster and shellfish reef restoration, again in 2 different jurisdictions, and somebody doing seagrass restoration as well. And the findings were really interesting. So we thought it might just confirm some of what we already knew, and it did. It confirmed that permitting processes are very complex, they're time-consuming, they're costly, and they're difficult to navigate. It revealed that government will is really the critical factor in what has enabled successful projects to date. And actually, I should just note that with those 8 projects that I highlighted, they're not completed projects, and some of them are actually abandoned projects because the permitting process was too difficult to navigate. Those that succeeded, it was because they had a government department that wanted restoration to happen, that saw the value in doing restoration and were therefore willing to interpret these not fit for purpose legislative frameworks in a way that allowed them to get the permits they needed and go ahead and do the work. Some of the proponents talked about disconnects between legislation and policy as drafted versus as applied as being a real barrier to getting work done. So it might have on paper looked like it was something they could get a permit for, but when they went to the government department, they said, actually, no, we've got a policy that we don't want this sort of work to happen. So they weren't able to go ahead. The permitting process can stifle innovation and creativity and favours the status quo. And certainly that was something that was highlighted by a few of our respondents, that trying to do newer techniques was very difficult. And the other thing that a lot of them highlighted is that there was a real difficulty once you got on ground and might discover, there's a slightly better way to do things, because as you know, it can be really difficult to know exactly how a project is going to pan out until you get on ground. But if they got to that point and decided they did want to do something differently, they'd need to go all the way back to the start and either ask for new permits or amendments to permits. At that time, they were almost at the end of their funding period, so they just had to go ahead and do what they'd been approved to do, even if they'd found a better way to do things. Ongoing liability and maintenance obligations are having a chilling effect on restoration, which is a really big point that I'll pick up separately in a moment. But point 6, I think, was the most interesting and the most concerning, which is that the complexity of the permitting system can lead to compromise and suboptimal outcomes. So almost every person we spoke to had a story that went like, we really wanted to do this, but when we started down the path of the permitting framework, we realised that was too hard. And in fact, if we made our projects smaller, then we'd be able to get our permits faster and go ahead. Or we really wanted to restore on this parcel that had existing marine plants, because then we'd have those benefits of connectivity, but then we'd need a permit to harm marine vegetation, which would take a really long time. So we went with this bare earth site instead, which ecologically wasn't the best site, but it was all we could do within the time that we had and the resources we had. And that was a theme that we saw repeated through all of these interviews. So the permitting framework isn't something that's just long and costly and complicated. It's something that can actually be causing proponents to scale back their ambition at a time that we really need to be scaling up their ambition. And this is just another diagram from that same paper where we tried to spell out the different things that need to happen before you even get to the point of starting your restoration works, and all of the different legal complexities that can arise there. Ongoing liability can have a chilling effect. So this is something that we've talked about in the context of restoration of tidal flow. So when you're bringing water back, you need to do extensive modelling to find out where the water's going to go, because there are concerns it might go beyond the boundaries of your property and onto neighbours' property. Okay, and that's something that has been a real complexity that proponents are grappling with, trying to get reintroduction of tidal flow projects off the ground. And it's something that's also come out really clearly in our conversations with people around oyster reef restoration. There have been a few instances in other states where proponents have eventually gotten their permits to do oyster reef restoration, but subject to a condition that they take on enduring liability in perpetuity for the structure. And that's not easy to do, because once you do your oyster reef and walk away, you have no tenure, you have no legal rights over that space, you have no ability to control that space, but you're lumped with the liability. And one of the proponents said to us, if we keep doing this for years and keep restoring more and more and more reefs, suddenly we've got this huge list of things that we're liable for, and eventually something's going to go wrong and we'll end up wearing that. And no overarching targets for restoration, I think, is something that was highlighted in Megan and Nathan's work as well. And I just wanted to highlight the work done by Maria Vozzo from CSIRO and others around multi-habitat restoration. There's a lot of momentum towards restoring across habitats, but I think that's something that's going to be even more complex unless we have some really broad overarching targets for restoration across the landscape. Now, I'm running out of time, so I need to start getting to the good news, which is that we have these barriers, and it sounds really bad, but these aren't insurmountable, and there is a lot of momentum across a lot of Australian states to trying to overcome these barriers to allow for the upscaling of restoration. So we're just in the process of wrapping up a NEST report where we've looked at 2 types of restoration, so reintroduction of tidal flow and oyster reef restoration across 4 jurisdictions, and we've compiled these guides to the permitting process that are intended, and these are things that we've done in conjunction with government departments, and they're intended to make the process more straightforward for proponents, to give them an idea right from the outset about what they need. So hopefully that will fix some of the issues. And yeah, through our findings in this NEST report, we've found that experience and institutional memory can be really important to getting these things off the ground. And as we're seeing more and more restoration projects come on board, we're getting this experience and this institutional memory. We're also seeing some jurisdictions streamlining restoration through minor legislative changes or policy levers, so things like establishing accepted development codes for low-risk sorts of restoration so that they can go ahead without a permit provided they comply with the code. And we're moving forward with some work under a new NEST project now, looking at de-risking nature repair. So looking at those ideas around liability and trying to think about how we can confront them, because I think that is emerging as another really, really big barrier to the level of progress that we need. So targeted legislative and policy reform, we have a lot to learn from the marine park and the work that's gone on there around the policy for intervention. So looking at those sorts of policy levers in other jurisdictions and other habitats could be really useful. There's also a lot of work going on around restoration codes. So this is some work that was funded by the Malone Institute that was undertaken by a team of environmental lawyers, where they've tried to come up with a model code that could be implemented in other jurisdictions for undertaking landscape rehydration. We've also done some work around proportional risk framework. So if you're dealing with a type of intervention that is well known and you're dealing with proponents that know what they're doing, those are the sort of situations where perhaps they should be able to undertake something provided it's in compliance with the code. But of course, leaving open the ability to do full assessments of things that are more risky, because I think that is a really important part of the framework. Okay, it's not about throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but it's having more proportionality built into the system so that we're not requiring everyone to go through these onerous processes when they're doing something that's really quite low risk. And other creative legal solutions. So going back to what I said before about leasehold, there are actually some hard blocks in Queensland's Land Act that I think would make it really difficult to undertake carbon projects on leasehold land. But the government responded to this last year through this policy guideline where they have said we will allow carbon projects on leasehold, provided that part of the land is still maintained for a pastoral purpose. So we're starting to see some creative solutions coming on board. And so we need to. That's really it. And I think an important theme that came through a lot of the talks yesterday was this idea of hope. And so I thought I'd just finish with one of my favourite quotes, which is that hope is a verb with its sleeves rolled up. Hopeful people are actively engaged in defying or changing the odds. And I encourage you to read that article by David Orr. It's a real cracker, and he talks about the distinction between hope and optimism. So optimism is just, relaxing and thinking everything will be fine. And he says, we have got no reason to be optimistic about the biodiversity crisis, but we've got every reason to be hopeful and to use that hope as a galvanising force. And I think the other thing a lot of people spoke about yesterday is their why and why they're doing this. And my why is those two little girls who haven't yet gotten to see the reef. They love other coastal and marine ecosystems. So my eldest daughter there, that's when we had the algal bloom in Boondall wetlands last year that turned the water bright pink. Not great from an ecological perspective, but pretty exciting for a 7-year-old girl. And that's my toddler, who I found going through a bin at some markets that we went to once. And then I realised the bin was actually an Ozfish bin where they were collecting oyster shells that were then going to be beneficially reused for oyster reefs in Moreton Bay. So I really want to be able to take them to see the reef in a couple of years. So that's my why. So yeah, thank you so much for having me, and I really look forward to the next talk.
Is this on? Can you hear me? Yeah. Does anyone have a quick question for Justine?
I suppose when it comes to permits and the business of Indigenous people and our rights, at the moment through native title, I was just wondering how the permit system and native title rights line up. Because at the present moment, we believe we have rights, but unfortunately, the permitting system sometimes interferes with our business.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you have an idea.
Yeah, no, it's a really good question, thank you. And it's one that I think a lot of groups are grappling with at the moment. So I do a lot of work in Moreton Bay, and we're working through this at the moment in terms of oyster reef restoration in the bay with the traditional owners. And there's no easy answer yet. I think it's something that governments are still trying to come to terms with. And I think, I absolutely agree. It's caring for country work that you should be able to do, and I think native title could be a real opportunity to get some of that work done by traditional owners. But yeah, I'm really hoping to see some good progress in that in the next couple of years.
I appreciate it.
So thank you.
I knew you wouldn't be able to give me the answer, but I just really wanted to actually highlight
It's a sticky issue, yeah, so no, thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. So now I'd like to invite to the stage Carl Grant, who will be chairing this session, and bring up our panelists, Gavin Singleton, Cass Hunter, and others. Thanks.
Hey, look at all these people here. You look happy too. Speaking of hopeful, I just want to introduce our next speakers. Now, we're going to do things a little bit different to what's in the program. I think we'll get Gav up first. Gavin's Singleton. I'm sure most of you, definitely the Cairns people, would know this fella's face, but probably internationally, he was over in Barcelona last week, drifting up there. But we're really proud, our mob are proud whenever we see Gav around the place, because we know he's always going to advocate for us. So Gav's from the Yirrganydji Land and Sea Ranger program. Then we're going to have Cass Hunter talking from CSIRO. Cass is another inspirational leader, especially for all the young women out there. When you hear her journey, you'll be like, whoa, she's inspiring. And then we're going to get Auntie Chrissy and Uncle Phil up, and I'm going to ask them some questions. I've really been thinking all night about these questions too, eh? No, only Gavin. They'll be real easy questions, but it's just around what inspired you guys to become leaders, because in a lot of our communities, we need leaders if we're going to work and we're going to achieve stuff for the marine environment. So that's just a little bit about our session. As Mary said, for Gav's session, it's sorry business stuff, so I could ask, even if you're listening at home, don't record the session. By all means listen, but don't record anything. So after you, Bruce, you can come up whenever you're ready. No pressure.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Firstly, all I just requested was just to delete my PowerPoint slide. That's all. So now I'm happy for that live streaming and all of that, but just I just asked for that to be deleted. But anyway, off we go. Firstly, I just want to pay that acknowledgement first. So I just want to say Yirrganydji, Yirrmagara Nganjal Bomba, KULBUL-BARRA Nganjal Baman, Bama Yirrganydji, Yirrganydji, Gunganji, Nganjal Gurugura Jipenji, Nganjal Bama Bulbu, Munugur Janan, Yirrmangulungaran. So firstly, I'd like to pay respects to traditional owners of country around Cairns, but also to all the traditional owners of the Great Barrier Reef, and also to the wet tropics. This is a very, very important cultural land and seascape, important to all our people, all our families that have, that generations of connection to country, and I just want to pay respects to them. I just also want to acknowledge the Symposium organising committee for that invitation to speak to you this morning. It's always an honour to speak events like this to pass on the message of our people, and how we should best manage or protect and respect our sea and our reef. All the work that traditional owners are doing across the Great Barrier Reef, a lot of our positive stories sometimes get unnoticed, or they get celebrated for a short time, but all the time, all of the negative stories come out all the time. But there's a lot of positive work going on, up and down the reef, and it's good that we've got champions here and there. And all the different partnerships that are also forming, collaborations, and doing some, I'd like to say, groundbreaking, cutting-edge work, as we would say. Also integrating our traditional knowledge with Western science and best practice to look after our home, Great Barrier Reef. I just want to touch on, the Great Barrier Reef, what it means to us, and, you would have, many people in this room would have, already heard this before, but I guess I just want to say that, just reiterating that, there are 70 or more traditional land groups with connections to the reef. We know how big the reef is, the vast landscape it covers. People have been here for generations, and this particular landscape has shaped who we are. It's shaped our culture, our language, our identity. It's part of our story. It's also part of our well-being, and a lot of our policies today does not take into account the health and our well-being of people and that connection with the reef. And when we start looking at the well-being and the integrity of the reef, we also got to look at the integrity and the well-being of us. And once you start fixing people as well as the reef, it's going to be much bigger and much easier and much more benefit in the long term. When we're looking at those holistic values of the reef, those universal, outstanding universal values, we're part of that system. And, you would have heard the Healing Country, some or many of you may have heard or watched the Healing Country video from traditional owners of the Great Barrier Reef. And, how traditional owners talk about the definition or the meaning of country. And what does that really mean? And the way we say it, it means land, sea, water, sky, plants, animals. And it's everything. It's all those ecosystems that make up the Great Barrier Reef. We do like to single out coral, seagrass, mangroves, but they're all part of that system. And when we start managing coral, we'll also have to look at the ecosystem that makes it function. And one of our language terms we say is KULBUL-BARRA or KULBUL-BARRA, and that just basically means belonging to country or belonging to home, the environment or the sea. And so I've chosen this word here, KULBUL-BARRA, we are the ocean, belonging to the ocean, the sea. And that's a really, really important philosophy in our culture, because I know a lot of our traditional owner groups have different languages, but we all have probably a similar thing about that connection to country. And but also just noting that there is a diverse range of perspectives, values of the reef, and which makes it quite unique when you got 70 traditional owner groups. We all don't think the same, but we do think the same. At the same time, you can't paint us with one brush. And so in terms of management, we have to look at place-based. We have to work with each traditional owner group on the country, each community. Each area of the reef is different, so we must all be involved. We all need to be part of the decision and the development of decisions on our country. Yeah? So a little bit about who I am, where I'm from. I just want to quickly say, I'm from the Yirrganydji group, part of the Jabuga language group. Our country is from Cancer Port Douglas. Just to give you a bit of a context before I go into some of the work that we're doing. And the Yirrganydji jellyfish was named after our tribe back in the 60s. Spelt differently, but it's named, that's our old spelling of our tribe with the I, Yirrganydji. And through the time of linguistics, through the 1970s, there's all different spellings of our tribe. As with every other tribal group up and down the coast, Written language wasn't part of our culture, and so you'll find we've got different variations of our spelling of our tribe. I've just included a map just to give a bit of context for those that are from out of town. So Cairns to Port Douglas, we do have a traditional owner use marine resources agreement, the TAMRA, that we've managed to accredit with our Australian and Queensland governments of our sea country. And this is one of the tools that we're using to manage our sea country. And it's been a great partnership tool. So I just want to acknowledge the challenges that we face, at current times in the past, but also still ongoing. Some of these issues, not only from the human-related impacts, but also there's natural events. We're left with those legacy impacts on our country, and all accumulated over time to now. And it's really hard to separate, climate change from human-related impacts. They're all happening at the same time. And not to mention, all the, legislation, policy issues that we've got to navigate through, and we can't also forget the politics that play on all levels and even within community. So I guess one of the solutions, we can't save the world as one group, but we can only pick out things that that we can, that we're capable, that we have resources, as a traditional owner group, what better to do than we can go back, draw on our traditional knowledge, draw on our cultural values of the reef, because that's what makes it tick. That's what makes life tick, and it makes us feel good. Giving back to our country, giving back to our community, and drawing on those traditional values, core values that mean a lot. And I've just picked out a few things here that really underpin some of our work that we're doing. We've got this term here, I say again, KULBUL-BARRA, which means belonging to sea country, and that connection to country, which is really, really important. There's relationships that we need to really unpack and understand. The relationships between people and place, but also the relationship between land, sea, between plants, animals, and all that kind of thing. We've got this other word here, I'll say, is Bulmba Mundugujara, and this one is about people, our spirit, our well-being, and so how that's connected. So Bulmba is country, Mundu is our well-being, so they are interconnected with one another. And traditional owners talk about that inseparation, or that interconnectedness between people, well-being, country. And this last one here is Gulpunda Wan, which means giving back. So, very often we're about taking from country. Extractive industry is about taking. Fishing is about taking. But are we actually giving back? And our culture is about giving back. That circular economy, regenerative economy, that's what it's all about. And through our work, I've sort of singled out some key sort of things here, philosophies that underpin our work, and I'll go through them now. The first one is Bulmba Mamangal, which means respecting or care for country. And through this sort of thing, where we're doing a lot of different activities, mainly being implemented through our ranger program. So doing all the beach cleanups, also tree planting events. We've done a couple of different really key big things here. There's an image here of a big cleanup we did a year ago up at Ellie Point, collecting 2 or 3 barges of rubbish just from the mangroves in one little place. That's a lot of rubbish in 100 metres, 200 metres of beach. And luckily our team were able to get out there and work with different partners to remove that rubbish from Alley Point before the wet season took it out of the reef. Cultural burning, a lot of the work rangers are doing, our people are doing on the land. We know some of our elders would say the Great Barrier Reef starts on the mountain. And so when we start to look at the holistic perspective, we need to also focus our efforts in the catchment, on our coastal wetlands, on the beaches, and so that all that rubbish doesn't flow out into the sea. And so cultural burning, has its place. You wouldn't think fire is an opposite coin to water, but they go hand in hand. So fire on the beach, removing some of those weeds, getting rid of that rubbish and cleansing, it has its flow of benefit to the sea. A lot of our work also doing, we've also been a lot involved in other work. We call it in our language ngundai, which means monitoring or research, observation, surveillance type work. And so our team have also contributed to compliance and other activities around visitor management, and also research activities including blue carbon sampling. That was a really good project with Cairns Airport and Deakin University. Another philosophy here is in our language we say Yirrganydji wu mamingal, which means respecting or caring for our reef country. And this work here is about how do we make our reef sing. Because in our language, Yirrpan means the reef noise, the song of the reef. And so our job is how do we make the reef sing. And so we've got a few different projects trying to get involved here. Over time, through capacity building, getting involved in some of the work around coral larvae seeding with James Cook University, Trop Water, training some of our rangers up in the coral spawning school, but also through the Reef Cooperative, we've been involved with transferring some coral larvae from more reef, Yirrganydji country over to our country. It was a really good collaborative activity there. Looking at ways to restore the reef from that level, but then also working with Mars and GBR biology around the Mars restoration method as well. So looking at that coral fragmentation, giving coral a second life, and trying to restore reef from that level on rock rubble. And it's good as traditional owners, exploring these different tools that are out there to help enhance the resilience of our country. And just recently, our rangers have now, through continuing capacity building, we're hoping to continue on that work. And one really interesting project we did was with GBR Biology and Reef Restoration Foundation with our KULBUL project funded through the Reef Trust Partnership. And this was quite interesting project, developing this decision tree tool, where we try to integrate our traditional knowledge into this decision tree. All right. And we designed a calendar to help start informing that work. Hopefully we can continue that work down the track and further develop that and use that to really start enhancing the resilience through our cultural perspective. Lastly, I guess one of our last thing is about, in our language we say Girringun, which is our education program. So we're doing a lot of work in our education. We now have our education program presented earlier from one of our colleagues here, family, Tarquin. And so we spoke a bit about our education program that we're doing. We developed a curriculum and some lesson plans, and now we're starting to engage with some of our local schools. Quite extraordinary work, and I guess that's our whole presentation in itself. So just some future, I guess, for us as traditional owners here, we just want to continue building our capacity, exploring what tools are out there to look after our country between here and Cairns to Port Douglas, but also start to really develop and start to apply our traditional knowledge into these management tools, and to try and start looking at sustainable reef building activities through cultural management actions, and we'll see where we go from there. And thank you.
You can stay seated, bros. Grab one of them seats. Cash. I reckon they got me to be the chair because I've got to try and tell these fellas how to be quick. Us fella, you could do keynotes on all four of these fellas, I tell you. Been great hearing your stories.
I'll just wait for the slides to come up. This is based on a collective effort between the Traditional Owner Technical Working Group around healthy water and also the Great Barrier Reef Foundation, and also working alongside traditional owners in the reef to come together to talk about healthy water, about traditional owners setting the path around guardianship of our healthy waters, reefs and also catchments. Just like to begin by acknowledging country and pay my respects to Gimwa, Walabara, Yirrganydji and also Yirrganydji traditional owner groups, and I do extend that respect to the custodians we have in the room today and also online. Also, I think my elders are in the back too, so it is great to have a collective here today to come together to learn, to share, and just builds on that enhancing of coming together to discuss. So what am I going to talk about today? There's going to be several different themes coming through this talk. So a big part here is around, as it says here, around ripple effects. So I'll be talking a bit about the Healthy Water Grants, Healthy Water Statement, Healthy Water Forums, the toolkits, and also around how we link strategically to other partners and policies and groups that are working in this space. So what do I mean by ripple effects? Ripple effects can have many different angles, but it's about how the work that we come together to participate in carries forward, how it gets picked up either through groups, communities, agencies working together. But you'll hear it when I speak a little bit more. So I don't know if the audience is aware about the Healthy Water Grants, but a $5.8 million investment was put into traditional owner-led Healthy Water Grants. So in the past, you could count on one hand how many projects were led across the reef by traditional owners. You can see there with such a great investment, there's 27 projects now within the reef and catchment areas across our reef. For me, that's a big uplift in having traditional owner-led management, stewardship over our reefs, catchment areas. And from that, we can see further conversations around monitoring, also around what Gav mentioned, around the replenish, around the restore, about monitoring country, but also having that strong stewardship over the practices for healthy water. But for me, it's also not about the amount of money that you invest in the area. It's important, but it's also around how we see the change from investing in people, capacity, the learnings that unfold through that. I want to shift a little bit more. The grants is one important component, but as we can see today, the power is in groups coming together to discuss, to share learnings, to set directions. What are the priorities in this space? So we have held 2 traditional owner healthy water forums. So one last year, actually 2 years ago, and so 2023 and 2024. You can see the amount of attendees that have come together, but it's in this. This is in some of the visuals that are coming from the forums. It's about traditional owners being up here on the stage, sharing their journeys, talking about their monitoring, talking about cultural indicators, also around the opportunity to set priorities. What's the directions in this space? So for me, the power is in these forums. Traditional owners from the reef coming together. we have through these forums, created reports, but it's also through what Gav mentioned around the videos. There is a Healthy Water video that talks around traditional owners, around these forums, around setting the directions, our Indigenous-led management across country. So, yeah, keep your eye on what comes out in this space. As you can see, the theme running through here. So what are the ripple effects from the forums? We hear it through the feedback from traditional owners, but a big part is uniting groups. Also around hearing around learnings, priorities, but also around setting directions. And this links to the next topic that I'm going to talk about. That a big part of changing the work in Healthy Water is around getting messages out. And at one of the initial forums that we held, it was set from the conversation was developing this here, a Healthy Water statement. And you're going to say, so what's the purpose of this Healthy Water statement? We heard Justine just mention around the why to change our direction in protecting our waters. So this Healthy Water statement adds to, a lot in the research space, we rely on publications, we rely on reports. This is around sending a message to agencies, to government, about why the need to change, why make a call to healing country, why we steer the path forward around how we track forward in the water space. So this is actually a shift from business as usual to a call for improved systematic change in this space. It not only looks at the why, but the how. How do we do this? We draw on our Indigenous knowledge, our learnings, our stewardship. We draw on the reasons to come together in this coexistence space, to partner up. So this Healthy Water statement was first read at a synthesis workshop to make a call to agencies, to governments, to look at the path we're tracking forward and come together, as it says, healthy water, healthy country, healthy people, to make the statement for action. You can see right in the middle of that ripple effect is an action-based approach. You can see another important part is this component here around accountability to change. A big message underpinning that statement was walking the talk. If we are going along a path that is steering us into a red flag zone, that's highlighting the need to address the threats, we need accountability to that. We need to steer our path around restoring country. Also, we can't do that through one sector working solo. It is around an agenda for partnerships and coexistence as we work along the reef and the catchment areas. So if you get a chance again, look up this Healthy Water statement, read some of the messages. I'm going to talk a little bit about a toolkit. We've heard a little bit about fit for purpose. Justine mentioned that. But when we work in this space, there's so many terms. There's so many components out there around legislation, around proponents, around regulations, around standards. So a big part, if you want to see change in direction, is also around our learnings in this space. So the Healthy Water Toolkit is around setting the direction for traditional owners to set their own fit-for-purpose compass for healthy water. So this toolkit, I feel, is a great framework to build learnings. You can see one of the key points up there is a glossary, and you can imagine how big that glossary could be in this space around unpacking all the different terms that each of us use within our roles. But also another part is to link in with Indigenous rights in this space around governance, around the regulation, around the standards that need to be brought to the forefront. We can draw a lot of learnings from the good work that's unfolding. but it's also around, with his case studies, drilling into what has been learnt and also what are the positive messages. Also, what are the positive partnerships that have been building in the reef and the catchment around healthy water projects. So the group has been working bit by bit and working alongside fellow traditional owners when we have the forums to map out what is essential for this toolkit. But again, it's another mechanism that helps to do that fit for purpose and link into our partners and set the scope. The toolkit can have many angles to it, but it's also around the compass, but also setting the goalposts for how traditional owners set that fit for purpose. A key component is that foundational learning, but also around when you build the learning, when you build the stronger partnership models, the key part is creating that uplift in that space. So this is a couple more slides and I'll finish off with the overall one. But another part of what the group's been working along is linking in with agencies, linking in with government. You see there, the group has been working in with the improvement plan led by the Queensland government and also other sectors. Also around exploring this angle around partnership. What's been coming up more and more within our technical working group is how do we set up best practice model for working alongside different groups in the reef space, farmers, researchers, different agencies. Has anyone ever explored what a best practice model would look like and how you actually bring different sectors together in that space? So we have been having discussions of what that looks like, but also an important part is that we link in this space around traditional owner implementation plan that's unfolding in the reef space as well. Overall, this slide here is just summarising or the key messages, is that there's many different ways to create ripple effects. We've got Gavin on stage. We've had a delegation that have gone over to Barcelona to spread the message that the world is watching the reef. The world is watching the work that traditional owners are doing in this space, not only from healthy water, restoration, monitoring and reporting. There's so much unfolding. And the ripple effects is through this, is that the cultural stewardship is not only environmental responsibility, we've got environmental accountability through our stewardship practices. That's what we're bringing to the table. That's why the world is watching. We're combining the two, the power is in the two. And there's so many other practices that we're building within our groups around change management practices. We're not here just to talk, we're actually, a lot of the conversations is how do we change the thinking? How do we change the approaches in this space? At angle 2, around replenish country, around restore. The whole theme for this symposium is about resilience. So how do we get to resilience? Is it a combination of responsibility, accountability, restoring, replenishing, healing country? We don't do that through conversations. We do it through that last point around leadership and advocacy. Advocacy for change, for setting new directions. So I just want to finish by acknowledging that this is a collective effort, as I said from the beginning. And this is my fellow traditional owner technical working group members. On stage, and also like to acknowledge the foundation and other traditional owners that are involved in the work. And thanks.
Two great presentations. Now I know we've got morning tea shortly, but I've just got one question I've got to ask these two lovely people here. So I'll get Auntie Chrissy and Uncle Phil to come up and on stage. How do I get this mic working? Hello? Oh, it's working. Just me. Okay, so my question, and look, I've been at AIMS a couple of years now, and every time I read documents, I see Phil Rist and Christabel Warren. So I've met Uncle before, but it's great to see Arnie here. And when you see those names in them reports, that tells you that they're doing a lot of work for MOB. And for their name to consistently appear, that tells you they're leaders. So my question to both of you is what inspired you as traditional owners to become a leader within this space and within your community?
You can trust this fellow to come up with these hard questions, eh?
He'll get me back later.
And it gets worse when he's in public. I think that's a very good question, and I'm still struggling with that a little bit myself, even though I've been involved for a long, long time. And I'll just talk just from my own perspective, and there's different types of leaderships and all the rest of it, and there are leading players around those different types of leadership, but I'm just going to talk a bit about from my own perspective. I suppose my journey, then I'll just reflect on my journey a little bit here, and then we talk a bit more about different types of leadership, I suppose. And but my journey to be where I am now is a really unconventional one. I think I often look back myself and think, how the hell did he end up here? Chrissy and I were just talking just this morning about, is a leader made or is they born? I don't know. I think it's a bit of both. And there's a lot of things that make the type of leader you become if you become a leader in the first place. That longevity is part of that journey, and the relevancy and the consistency. I didn't finish high school. I'm not going to talk about, this is not a AA meeting, so I'm not going to start by saying my name is Phil Rist and I've been off the grog for, So, but it's a little bit like that in some ways, We were at a men's meeting the other month there, myself, Gavin, a few others, and we talked about that cultural load that Indigenous men and women carry, of course, but it was a bit of a look in the mirror as leaders and what makes us who we are and what makes us tick, But my own journey, I never finished high school. I ended up on the wrong side of the law, and it was really checkered. I think I never set out to go to university to be something that you want to be, whether it's a biologist or whatever it is down the track. In my experience, life has been my greatest teacher, as in a lot of cases, I suppose. And life creates the person that you will eventually become. And so that's how it's been with me. There's been good things that have happened, a lot of bad things that have happened that's crafted or kept me on this path, I suppose. My own personal life has been really, like a lot of Indigenous people's lives, been very checkered and very challenged and all the rest of it. But those bad things make you who you are as well, They create and they help determine what sort of person you're going to become down the track. And not so much now, but I've been involved with this for a long time. But, you run into people through a second story and they say, oh, that Phil Rist, yeah. And they think that there's two different people, the Phil Rist before this stuff and the Phil Rist now. And they think, no, that's not the right bloke. Oh, I knew him when he was an absolute ratbag. No, it can't be the same fella, And but you find yourself in these positions, and whether you believe in destiny or not, sometimes I look back and I think that's the only way I've got here. There's been spiritual people or the good Lord keeping you on this path because they see something in you and they work with you to help you become the person you need to be leader that you need to be. And I've been at the helm of Girringun for over 30 years. I'm one of the co-founders, and things happened as you go along that just happen. And then you find out where you are. And I think that journey is still going for me. This is a part of that journey. And seeing younger people like Gavin coming through is really heartening for blokes like myself and Bob, I suppose, and Chrissy that have been around for a long time, because that's a really important process in where we want to get to as a people, you know. And in the space that I operate in, it's really important to have a strong understanding and really understand your own black governance, law, custom, and that, but as well as the white fella stuff, you know, the laws around that. And hearing Justine speaking this morning was really interesting to hear those challenges, and we could throw a lot more in there as well. But for people like myself, you know, you have to learn to navigate through all that, and at the same time try to maintain your sanity in this whole thing, because you've got to go home to your family at the end of the day. And you know, for me, that's my safe haven. Go home there and learn what's happened during the day, and they don't really know what's going on at work. That's something and that's something we need to look after, our social and emotional well-being in this space as well, because it's a different type of leadership. It's a different type of leader, completely different type of leader. And you know, we need to look at how do we foster that? How do we transition, and how do we build our own leadership program within our own Aboriginal organisations that pick up both the black fella side and the white fella side, you know, and find that balance. So yeah, I think there's a lot to that, and we could spend all day talking about that stuff, but I'll leave it at that, and I'll give Chrissy a go, I think.
Hello, everybody. My name is Chrissy Warren. Before I just quickly introduce myself, I want to also acknowledge all the traditional owners, Torres Strait and Australia, everyone that's around the sea country as well. I'm a Wutherdi woman, and I'm from the stolen generation. It's been 20-odd years since the elders of my tribe have introduced and got the acceptance of my tribe to be able to help, I suppose, in some sense. I was with the department with disability services because I lost a son at 21 through cerebral palsy. I spent 8 years with the department, got to know the system. Then when I was invited to represent my people, Wutherdi people, through the state land dealing for the determination, I then learned quite a lot on the struggles that our people have been through, past as well as today as well. So I got involved, and I negotiate for Wutherdi and Bromley. I'm working with Bromley. So Bromley is made up of 3 different tribes. Wutherdi obviously is part of Bromley, Kukiao, Northern Kanju. For the last 3 years I've been working on a treaty amongst the 3 tribes so that we can work together and just move forward in how we can teach our young people to be able to work together. From there, as part of Wutherdi, I'm also on the Rain Island Reference Group, which is a scientific island working with turtle recovery. I felt that there was more to it than what was sort of what I could see at that time. I do look up, and who inspires me is Dr. Evelyn Scott. She's a woman that advocates for our people, our women. So I look at some of her work, and through the scientific workings on Rain Island, I also understood that there was a lot more to it than just land, because we do have ocean, sea, islands. So I started getting involved in how can I help my people. So I went into, I'm deputy chair of the Cape York Regional Protected Area Management Committee, and I am also on the ARAC, which is now the Reef Authority. I've done the tourism, I've looked in the permitting system, it's all about learning, and the experience that you have on the way through will then benefit not just our people, but everybody. So as the challenges came on a lot of the stuff that our people were doing just within my tribe, I started looking outside of that to see what other tribes are doing to be able to overcome some of the stuff that we face every day. So I got myself into, I was a member on a committee member of the Coral Sea. Then I worked with Reef Authority, now the Reef Authority. So I've been on that board for some time as a committee member. And the whole journey is about learning and understanding both parties, understanding what the system is and the opportunities that our people could link into to make these changes. So when we talk about climate change, it was always coming, and our people always understood that it was coming. But in the last few years, I can see there's some massive changes, to be honest, in the engagement of traditional owners in this field, in this space. And I really look forward to working with a lot of other groups that are recognising that. And I know that we've got a long way to go. There's lots and lots of stuff we need to do. And I see the framework at the last presentation, and they're the bigger picture. There's some changes that need to be done in the legislation. I mean, native title is another one that maybe should be reviewed, because it's something that's really a real big burden on our traditional owners. So I've been on many boards so that I can understand how the whole system works for our people. And just seeing some of the changes in the last few years, I really feel that there is a lot of opportunity. It's how we build that relationship with those that we don't have a relationship with. And so it's a hard task, but in saying that journey that I've had with different groups, I am a steering committee member of the ARAP, and so sitting on the ARAP has also given me that view on traditional owners' scientific way of working, their understanding. How do we marry that with non-Indigenous organisations that are working in that field, especially when we're working with traditional owners? Rain Island is something very unique because it has the Torres Strait and Aboriginal people sitting around a table, and I happen to be the only woman around 9 men, but it's a really challenging space for our own people to be able to work together with our own people, let alone trying to get into the mainstream system. And that's a real barrier, is getting into the mainstream system. But there is a lot of changes, and ARAP, I have to say, is an opportunity for us to be able to engage that, the Indigenous cultural knowledge and experience into the ARAP program. If we can do that, then I really feel that we will have a chance of being able to work together and have positive outcomes, because with the climate change, it's, like I said, it's leading us into each and every one of all of us. We all need to work together because this is something that's not just one group can fix. It needs everybody's hand in hand working together, even those across the other side of the world. So in saying that, keep up the good work, because that inspires me, the program that I can see that's making a difference to our people. And also, like Phil mentioned, and there's a few things that has already been mentioned, is the leaders of today. Everybody that's, you know, put their hand up, Bob, everybody that is out and about. And there's not, I mean, there's quite a lot of us, but they're not all here. And those that are not here, I really inspire the work that you are all doing. So keep up the good work, I suppose, and it's a bit of a battle ahead of us, but we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnie. Thank you, Uncle. And just to all the elders here, for us younger generation, if you guys didn't fight those hard battles, you wouldn't create those opportunities for us. So we thank you. And we have probably gone over, but this is what happens when you let our mob have a yarn. We will always talk longer than necessary because we want to get the message out. So I apologise for that, but it was well worth hearing. I'm pretty sure we've got morning tea now. What time are we setting back off, Mary? We're shifting the whole schedule by 15 minutes. So 10:15, we back? Make that cup of tea real quick. Hey, shut up. It's always over there, Mom. We never get enough time.
So welcome everyone to this session on managing risks, obtaining social licence and driving policy change. And my name's Helene Marsh and I'm chairing this session, and I'd like to begin the session by acknowledging the traditional owners and their elders past, present and emerging. And I'd then like, because we're running late already, to invite the keynote speaker, Sue Barrell, who's going to talk about intervention risk review, a commitment to independence and quality assurance. Thank you, Sue. Right. Thanks very much, and thank you very much for inviting me here to give this address today. This has been a brilliant conference so far. I have learnt so much. It's been really good. So the Intervention Risk Review, of which I'm the independent chair, was established in 2022 by the RAP board as an independent interdisciplinary expert group with a purpose to consider and advise on the assessment and management of the potential risks associated with the coral reef intervention options being investigated under RAP. So I'm going to talk today about why, what and who is IRRG, it's a horrible acronym, the group, and how we work in collaboration with RAP while abiding to the principles of independence and quality assurance. A couple of words about me. I'm not a reef expert. I'm a meteorologist. But I've spent a large part of my career trying to work across and understand and monitor the whole of the Earth system, to really look at the various elements of it and work out how it works together. So from the reef to the deep ocean, land and atmosphere, to polar regions and space. They're all connected. And they all need to work together as a whole to actually give us the Earth system that we need as people to actually survive. So understanding how that all comes together is really critical, and the reef, as I'm learning more and more while I've been here, is such a crucial component of that. Why is this work important to me? Because, and to you, I dare say, because making decisions requires information. And uncertainty and risk are inherent in the information that we're dealing with in managing and adapting to the impacts of climate change on the Great Barrier Reef. And the biggest risk facing the reef is not making decisions to act in time to protect the reef. Just before I go on, I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and sea country throughout the Great Barrier Reef World Heritage Area and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. And I think what really comes strongly to me through this process and through everything we've heard, not least in that first session this morning, is that through collaboration and knowledge sharing, we can learn and grow together and protect the reef for the future. So as we've heard a lot about RAP, so I don't need to say too much about that here, but what RAP is aiming to do is to create an integrated set of reef interventions to help protect the future of the reef. The goal is to provide reef managers and decision makers, and that word decision is really important, with an innovative suite of interventions that are safe, acceptable, and at a scale to be effective to help the reef resist, adapt, and recover from the impacts of climate change. Importantly, in conjunction with best practice reef management. And even more importantly, achieving the best outcomes for the reef and the planet as a whole depends on urgent, nationally and globally coordinated actions to reduce emissions and avert further global heating. We all have to do our part. I've heard that before. I think Bob said it just recently, many times. So the RAP interventions are broadly focused on cooling and shading the reef, assisting reef species to adapt to the changing environment, and supporting natural restoration of damaged and degraded reefs. While the focus of RAP is on the Great Barrier Reef, these same solutions could also be applied to other reefs in Australia and around the world. And the work that we're doing in IRRG complements that and will help, we very strongly believe, will help in assisting these interventions to be, these type of interventions to be implemented more broadly. The group itself is a new and a unique concept whose key role is to assess and provide independent, quality-assured guidance and advice on the management of risk associated with the interventions being developed. The group was established by the board to assist not just in fulfilling its own oversight responsibilities in relation to the management of intervention risk, but importantly, we perform an important externally facing role, informing and advising regulators, reef managers, and other interested stakeholders. I stress that it is not the IRRG's role to determine or decide the acceptability of intervention risk, but it is very much our role to make such decisions possible, to provide regulators and other decision makers with assessments and with confidence that risks have been considered throughout the design and development of the interventions and in the planning of their deployment so that they can make informed and actionable decisions. With any interventions to natural systems comes risk, including the risk that the cure will be worse than the ailment. Dare I mention cane toads, being in Queensland. Hence, our focus is very much on intervention risk. We define intervention risk as the risk associated with the interventions deployed at their targeted scale, as well as the risk associated with the uncertainty of outcomes, both intended and unintended, and the undesirable impacts of interventions. Our driver and our critical reference point is sustaining the values of the marine park. And all of the dimensions of risk, are in scope. Environmental risk, biodiversity, Indigenous heritage, cultural, social, and economic risk, as well as the broader risks associated with intervention readiness and achievement of the program goals. As we've heard very much through this meeting and again this morning, traditional owner communities are engaged at all stages of the proposed interventions through the design, the development and deployment planning. And importantly, they are also very heavily engaged in our risk review process. Phil, who we heard from this morning, is a member of our group and we're very proud to have him in our group. Risk is sometimes regarded as a scary, negative thing, a focus on all the things that can go wrong. It's often expressed as a failure to do something or to achieve something, and on how to minimise the worst possible outcomes. However, done well, risk is a powerful management and decision-making tool, enhancing the quality and achievability of desired outcomes and improving the efficiency with which they're delivered. The best practice in risk management is to be ahead of the game, to lean into risk and integrate risk assessment as a routine part of management and decision-making. Independence and transparency are key to the integrity and effectiveness of risk assessment, but at the same time, the process must be interactive and systematic. It needs to be a two-way process. Effective risk management, risk assessment and risk management is not something that just gets introduced by rolling in a risk team once the fun work has been done. Integrating risk assessment throughout the R&D process, right through to deployment planning, normalises risk as just part of doing business. rather than as an added impost at the end. If I can use an analogy, the IRRG is not the risk police nor the risk judge and jury. It's more like the risk Royal Flying Doctor Service. We're flying along beside you and with you to help achieve the best outcomes. When I described the IRRG recently to a colleague, she said, that sounds a lot like co-design. And as with anyone who's experienced good co-design, you know it might take a bit longer, but it does deliver better outcomes in the end. So what exactly do we do? Who are we and what do we deliver? Firstly, who are we? The group comprises independent experts from Australia and overseas, spanning all the relevant expertise from coral reef and related sciences, climate change impacts and adaptation, traditional owners, cultural values and heritage, social licence and community, decision-making systems, large-scale project management, risk modelling and natural and complex systems, risk and uncertainty assessment, policy formulation and environmental management, and more. And in fact, listening this morning to the legal situation, the work being done at the University of Queensland, I think we need someone from the legal side on our group as well. So we span the full intervention and risk value chain. We each bring our expertise to the table or to the plane, and we're sharing generously. Importantly, we also have a Reef Authority representative attending our group meetings and workshops as an observer, building their confidence in what we can deliver and providing value context for us about the regulatory process. The RAP Risk Management Coordinator is also a member of our group, and we're supported by her team, and through them we interface with RAP and the relevant R&D sub-programs. But at every step of the way, while we work closely with them, the independence of the group and its members and the transparency of our process and advice is paramount. So formally, the group reports through the RAP Risk Subcommittee to the board and liaises closely with the RAP Steering Committee, which is chaired by the RAP Executive Director. We work together. It is a joint process, but with well-defined respective roles. The result is a comprehensive evaluation of any proposed reef intervention with respect to the likelihood of intended positive outcomes and benefits, as well as the risk and magnitude of potential unintended consequences. The reference-based case is one in which innovative interventions are not taken and accounts for likely future climate change futures for the Great Barrier Reef. The group's key roles in this process are reviewing the interventions and identifying risks across all relevant risk categories, as I've mentioned, assessing whether current R&D sub-programs are likely to generate the required knowledge to assess and quantify each of these risks, and making recommendations to address any significant knowledge gaps. And thirdly, using the knowledge of our experts and that provided by the R&D sub-programs, importantly including outputs from modelling activities, to independently assess the magnitude of intervention deployment, risks as a function of their scale of deployment, and to advise on intervention risk management. I want to spend a bit of time on the design elements that are built into our process, because they're a critical part of what gives us our rigour, our scientific rigour, and our underpins the advice that we offer. So firstly, the process must meet end user needs, the board, the Reef Authority and other regulators, and the public at large. Ultimately, the process needs to address the objectives and values that are important for reef management and conservation. That is, an objectives-based risk assessment following an evidence-based approach. It needs to be agile and iterative. Data availability is likely to be variable, so the evaluation process needs to use quantitative approaches where the data allow and qualitative approaches where the data are more limited. And as more data becomes available or as intervention proposals are updated, the assessments can be refined. The combined process needs to be strong and defensible. The methods should be logically robust and tied to standard approaches. The evaluations should be based on evidence and properly account for uncertainty. The methods for the evaluation should be transparent and internally consistent. We need to demonstrate our independence from RAP while working together with them in order to provide oversight and review. Fourthly, the assessment and review process needs to be comprehensive, covering all types of intervention outcomes and all categories of risk. The evaluation and review process needs to be flexible to fit the needs of specific individual interventions while also maintaining a level of consistency that allows comparison across interventions. The outputs of the process need to inform balanced decisions, allowing regulators to weigh the benefits of interventions against their risks, against the backdrop of the impact of climate change on the reef. The process needs to have clear and accessible outputs that are easily understood by both technical and non-technical audiences. And lastly, it needs to be achievable, both in the required timeframe and within the available resources. In a moment, I'll show you a visual representation of our process. It looks a bit scary. It has a lot of detail in it, and I'm not going to dwell on the detail, but it is illustrative of the above joint process. But firstly, just a bit more about our guiding principles and some colourful fish. These are the guiding principles that drive our work and which hopefully give confidence that we're genuinely committed to delivering on our mandate. At the highest level, and intrinsically this goes right through our work, is a commitment to quality assurance and independence. So quality assurance is that part of quality management that seeks to provide confidence that quality requirements will be met. In the early stages of assessment, the group focuses on the methods that RAP plans to use for risk and outcome identification, analysis and evaluation, thus helping to move quality management into the earliest stages of the process. At later stages, the group provides review and assurance that the risk and outcome assessment methods have been carried out as intended. As a result, we hope to offer to regulators and other decision makers, as well as the public, assurance that the assessments of interventions have been carried out well, that the risks have been properly characterised and described, that the regulators have the information they need to make informed decisions regarding proceeding with the interventions. Importantly, the group seeks to maintain its independence so that it can provide quality assurance that's unfettered by even the perception of motivational bias. Through the many points of interaction between IRRG and RAP, there is a risk that members of the group will become invested in the interventions designed by RAP. But we seek to avoid this through clear articulation of our standards, scrupulous detachment from any sense of intellectual ownership in the interventions, and maintenance of a sceptical and constructive working relationship with RAP. And so we adopt a number of other best practice approaches through our work, particularly around transparent engagement. So early engagement can enhance the development of proposals by identifying potential risk and beneficial modifications. And to facilitate early stage feedback loops, we've established task groups comprising subject matter experts from IRRG to engage with RAP scientists to strengthen the efficacy of intervention proposals by reviewing intervention rationale and design. Contributions from IRRG members in such discussions do not constitute endorsement, and written reports are provided back to group members to ensure transparency. Task group discussions also strengthen our knowledge of and confidence in the cross-cutting thematic work being undertaken by RAP. For example, the Modelling and Decision Support Program undertakes work that's critical to demonstrating the expected benefits of interventions at scale. Many of the benefits can only be modelled as they are dependent on projections about future climate change impacts and how coral reef ecosystems are expected to respond to novel interventions or combinations of them.
IRRG members with expertise in modelling and decision support systems are examining the systems employed by RAP to determine the extent to which we can place confidence in the methods, models and their outputs. Risk assessment relies heavily on expert judgment by individuals and groups to identify the hazards and to imagine, unpack and evaluate the risks. Under the guidance of one of our own experts, we're adopting a best practice expert elicitation approach that minimises the risk of groupthink. Members complete individual expert assessments of risk before sharing and considering these as a group and then cross-checking back to our individual assessments as a quality assured step. Clarity and consistent use of terminology throughout our work also is intended to minimise the scope for misinterpretation or confusion in risk assessment and outcome evaluation. Risk is just one aspect of effective management, just one piece of the puzzle. But with uncertainty, a fundamental part of understanding and projecting climate change impacts on natural systems, embracing both risk and uncertainty as fundamental tools is key to resilient reef management and conservation more generally. So, as threatened, here's that scary diagram which shows the whole of the intervention risk review process, or at least the part of it that we've explored so far. I think we're adding more and more loops as we go on. But it illustrates, importantly, the relationship between IRRG and RAP. Just a few features. I'm not going to guide you through it or ask you to read it. But so the upper horizontal line in orange shows in summary form the processes and products used and produced by RAP. IRRG's trajectory is shown in green along the lower horizontal line, and interactions between these are indicated by the three main touch points. Early engagement at the start of the process helped us build an understanding of the Great Barrier Reef context and the reef interventions that are under development by RAP, and informed the development of the overall review process. So the IRRG process provides quality assurance over the RAP program of interventions, and the touch points identify sort of in sort of schematic form where we allow us to review the RAP's methods as well as the outputs in a stepwise progression through the assessment. So the process is intended to address the authenticity of the interventions on the continuum from field trial right through to full-scale deployment, and RAP's processes for managing intervention risks. While there's a steady progression through the process, there are also feedback loops, some of which are depicted in the diagram. These include feedback on knowledge gaps and on suggestions to improve intervention proposals. As we have developed and are refining the process, the early focus is on the set of RAP pilot interventions. These are about developing the supply chain to deploy interventions using entry-level intervention methods, and the longer-term intent is to provide managers with additional tools that they and others can use to actively protect and conserve corals while maintaining a risk-based approach throughout the process. So, this is my last slide. Understanding risk and uncertainty are powerful tools for decision making. The IPCC's use of uncertainty estimates is a transparent part of its scientific rigour, intended to convey the appropriate level of confidence in their findings and to inform decisions and actions regarding climate change mitigation and adaptation. Sadly, too often, uncertainty is used as a reason for inaction by detractors who consider that without perfect information, no decision should be taken. This was parodied brilliantly in the movie Don't Look Up, which was rather sad, but unfortunately too close to the truth. In summary, IRRG, working jointly with the RAP program but acting independently, aims to ensure that the risk assessment process is rigorous and quality assured. Our goal is to confidently inform critical decisions by reef managers and regulators regarding deployment of interventions aimed at restoring and increasing resilience and adaptation on the reef, in light of the challenges and impacts it's facing from our heating climate. As noted earlier, the biggest risk to the reef is not making those critical decisions and not acting. The impacts of bleaching extend well beyond the coral reefs themselves, right across the whole of the Earth system ultimately. The reefs support some of the most biodiverse ecosystems on the planet and impact widely on people's livelihoods, food security and safety, but it goes beyond that. Our hope is that the establishment of IRRG, its way of working and the critical advice it offers, provides a model that is relevant for coral reefs and risk-informed coral reef management globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue. Please don't go. So we've got a few minutes for questions, both from online, from the moderator, and within the room. Can I perhaps start with the online moderator and see if any questions came in via the Slido? Well, just sounds like they didn't. So how about some questions from within the room, please?
Thank you. Phil Laycock from the Reef, Cairns Port Douglas Reef Hub. Just on your last slide, in introducing that, you talked about the risk, if I can say that, of these risks being used to, you know, as a tool to find reasons why not to do things. So I guess with that in mind, and it was thinking through your presentation there, how is the group and the process that you're using going to support, I guess, the end users to use those risks in a way that, you know, establish a culture of how can we get these things to happen rather than why are the reasons it shouldn't happen. You know, we heard a little bit about that in our legal discussion around permit processes and that today. So just interested to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I think that's really important. It's a really important that what we deliver is actually usable to, you know, to make positive decisions and to actually achieve the benefits that can come out of those decisions rather than just that sort of negative perception. I think the key elements really are the scope of the group in terms of you know, as well as looking at ecological risk and looking at, you know, what's happening under the water, we're very much engaging with on the community side in terms of the social perception, the understanding, what is important in the decision-making process at a community level as well, so that we can make sure that when we are assessing the interventions and also importantly looking at how we express our outcomes, the advice that we deliver, making sure that it is targeted at the right audiences. This is a bit of an ongoing process. You know, we haven't, you know, this is very much an ongoing, you know, we're developing the process still while we're actually, you know, we're paddling away under the water madly. And at our workshop, in fact, next week here in Cairns, we're going to be spending quite a bit of time thinking about the outputs that we will be delivering and how they need to be pitched and what they need to address so that we do convey, you know, yeah, risks, there are risks, but there are also things that can be done about it and they have been considered through the process. So you can have confidence in making decisions. That's the hope.
So, we have another question. Thank you.
Good morning, Chelsea from Fletcher Group Consulting. I notice in the review approach diagram, in the first box, but the bottom box, you mentioned perform metrics, but I don't see much in the way of synthesizing or sort of review of the metrics to make those informed decisions for intervention-specific methods or program level program decisions or actual creation of new programs for that particular metric.
I guess I didn't go into that level of detail in the presentation, but that's certainly, you know, we are in our process very much looking at how we quantify what we're doing, the decisions that are being taken. And again, as part of this evolving process, one of the things that we're going to be focused on in the coming week is actually how we trace and track the decisions that we're making so that that can be built into the advice that we deliver. So it is an ongoing process, but I can certainly go into it a bit more with you,
from
offline.
the metric data that is created.
Yeah.
So there's time for one more question. Over there, yes, please.
Hello, thank you very much. Maybe I missed it, but in this expert panel to assess the risk of certain intervention or action, do you include also traditional owners in that expert panel? Because, yes, okay, yeah.
Very much. In fact, Uncle Phil, who you heard from this morning, is a member. There he is. He's a proud member of our group and a very active contributor. And I think one of the important things to us is the fact that we can actually learn from each other about, how to work together to get the best outcomes.
I think it's great. And I think, for example, in Europe, I'm from Spain, this message is always like expert panels are, only people that have gone through high studies, right? Yeah. High degrees, and maybe these messages can be delivered to other regions, to make these expert panels more strong and more robust, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, look, hopefully the whole model of RAP, in terms of the engagement process that we've heard a lot about, I think does provide a model that can be used more widely. So, we certainly hope that is taken up more broadly.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sue, and thank you for those who asked questions. We're now going to move on to Ken Anthony from AIMS, and he's going to talk about modelling. And Ken's going to talk about modelling and decision support for coral reefs in the Anthropocene. Thanks very much, Ken.
Thanks, Helene, and thanks for having me. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners and the custodians of the lands where we work, meet, and live. I extend my respects to the elders past, present, and emerging. Now, the world is about to cross 1.5 degree warming, probably soon. And with that, the highest aspiration of the Paris Agreement could soon be out of scope. The latest emission gaps report by UN is predicting that with our current commitments to mitigation around the world, we could end up with warming around 2.5 to 2.9 degrees. That has consequences for us as scientists, as decision makers, policy makers, and how we operate, and for the outlook for what we can potentially achieve. Now, so we are effectively entering with this an uncharted territory. New things that we have to consider in terms of uncertainties, things that have been around before, but a lot of uncertainties that we are not used to managing, things that might change, that we would like to inform about but don't really know how. It's a tough gig for a decision maker to enter that landscape. I don't know if you can see the decision maker down the bottom. Let's focus in a bit. So I'd like to argue that in order to do this in an uncharted territory with new things coming at us, we really need a fellowship. So I'd like to introduce you to such a fellowship. I think we already have a fellowship, but let's give them some names. They're an energetic bunch that we'll call the Fully Informed Five. They're led by Tanya in front. There's Roger, there's Leanne, there's Jim, and there's Mary. And they are a bunch of high energetic, ambitious decision makers that are trying to tackle this challenge as we go forward. And they all know that in order to tackle these challenges now and in the future, they need to make some choices. And in order to have clear choices, They need some very clear objectives of, what do we want? What can we have? What can we achieve? And then within that, they need to achieve a clear choice frame. The reason we're talking about this is that, this is a big gig, and they're lucky to already have these objectives laid out. They have a choice frame, and there's a document that they're working to, and that's been really instrumental up till now. But again, uncharted territory, how do we go forward? The mission, the vision of that document, the long-term sustainability plan for the Reef 2050, is to sustain the GBR as a living, natural and cultural wonder. So it's ecological values, social, ecological, and potentially also economic and social. Right. Now, a big burden to do that by yourself, so they have to think about how do we share this burden. That's what fellowships do. So as decision makers, the one person with the broadest decision frame, the biggest decision sort of aggregated challenge might be Tanya up front, and her challenge is to support Australia's environment for people and the economy going forward. But right behind her is Leanne. She is focused on that too, but with a more narrow focus on the reef and its people. They're supported by Roger, dashing Roger. Roger's right behind both of them, and he says, we must support the reef as best we can. We already are, but, we are going into uncharted territory, so we're willing to, look at other things, additional things. And for that, Jim is working with Roger, supporting Roger, because he knows that the corals, supporting good decisions for the corals, is going to make the difference, for decisions about supporting the trees in the underwater rainforest, excuse the cliche. Now, Mary is also all about corals, but she's also about killing the COTS that eat the corals. So a very important mission here, some very wicked decisions around that in order to support Jim, to support Roger, and up the chain all the way up to Tanya. When you look at this and you look at that shared burden, it's a bunch of decisions in a hierarchy that all link together and make sense. So each of them can make their decisions with confidence, knowing that it serves the full fellowship. Against they're sharing the load. Now, there's a lot of options in their backpacks, stuff that they know already are working, but again, uncharted territory, things are looming at the horizon. They can do spatial planning, water quality management, but there are new things evolving that they want to explore, but there are still things we need to understand in terms of their effectiveness. There's more work to be done. Restoration, adaptation, lots of promise. How can we make that work? Stack up, support the Reef 2050 plan. Cooling and shading, things on the table, rubble stabilization. But for every one of these existing and new interventions, it's important to think about where do we best do things, for whom, where, how, when. That's part of the new wicked challenge of actually stacking these things up. It's part of that decision hierarchy. And as we know, for any fellowship, you don't just go it alone. You have an alliance of friends to support you so that you can get the mission done. And this is where the co-presenters of this talk are coming in. This is the modelling and decision support team working under RRAP. It's led by Myron in the room and Jeremy from Adapters. Takuya Iwanaga at AIMS is leading decision support, developing some tactical decision support tools to help about where do we do things best, where and when. Pete Mumby, Eve Marie, Anna working on Reef Mod, part of the RRAP team, but also part of the COTS control team. Deeper down into the site scale modeling is Juan with his team looking at, how do we maximize the benefits at fine scale. We work with Scott, who both does corals, fish, and COTS, working together with the other modelers about integrating this modeling system. We work with the economist, Gabby and Sean, in terms of what does it all mean for the economy. Oceanography is resolved as multiple scales through Barbara. And we have an information team, because this is the big wicked machine. We have an information team that is integrating that information, and that's led by Jonathan and Peter. And they work to the principles of robust decision-making. That's not a new thing. We've got Mike Runge in the room, sort of been doing this for decades, and we're lucky to have Mike with us, helping us through the IRRG. And the principles of robust decision-making is that first you need to figure out, what are the objectives and how can we best deliver outcomes that consistently seem to be doing better than others in this noise of scenarios. So we go down that chain and we look at simulating many different options so that we can explore. We don't make decisions, but we want to understand where are the winners in this noise of outcomes. We explore, analyze these consequences. What does it mean for people? What does it mean for reef? Different values. And then we analyze how we might be able to inform the fully informed 5 about where you might want to prioritize should you have to do that across these different things. So let's have a look a little bit about, at this machine. And this is a diagram that sort of lays out how these things are linked. So down the bottom, the climate models come in, we can simulate that. We go through the different interventions that we might do that be affected by climate change, how that leads through the hydrodynamic processes, etc., through e-reefs and up through the ecological models into the economic models and up into a situation where we can say, let's have a look at that and see what options are best delivering to, say, the different values that we might ask as the questions. And do we want to really, first of all, address what does it mean for values for people, right? That's a big one. And down the bottom, what does it mean for coral? So we can turn things on and off in this system, almost like a flight simulator, where we can say safely, we want to try flying this flight without passengers to see how we can safely get to destination without crashing anything. So highly valuable with that. Let's just look at one example of how this might work. So I'm going to turn on some lights in this capability, starting with the input from the climate models. This is going to be a result that you've already seen from Yves-Marie, who's using the Reef mod to ask questions about the counterfactual. The counterfactual is the projected scenarios if we don't intervene. So we're not turning on interventions, but we're taking it through the models and we're looking at what it means for the corals, and these are the results. So what you're looking at is mean coral cover on the y-axis for about 200 simulations for each of these 4 climate change scenarios, the SSPs. And what you can see is that as you go from 1.5 degrees at the bottom up to about probably the current worst case scenario, SSP3, the counterfactual gets worse and worse. The one that I've highlighted here is the 2.5. That's the one that emission gaps reports say we're following, given commitments. And with that, and hold your breath, with that, the projected loss of coral on the GBR is about 1 to 2 billion square meters of live coral by 2050. So that's if we do nothing. That is if we just let that play out. That's an important piece of information for us as the baseline. So that's the brown arrow to the left that highlights that gap between the objective of sustaining coral under the 2050 plan versus the counterfactual that will take that away from us. Now, this set of results are very important for the fully informed 5 because it gives them an idea of what the baseline is and what we potentially could gain if we moved from that projected scenario to one that keeps warming below 2 degrees. You simply look across on those two and you look at the size of the arrows at 2050 and 2090 and you can see that that difference in the length of these arrows equate to 500 million square meters of live coral by 2050 and more than 1 billion square meters of coral by 2090. So why is that important in the context of the fully informed 5? Well, it's out of their scope, but it's an important baseline to understand. And the best they can do is to support Tanya and Leanne to take that message upstairs and say, if we are to save the reef and all these billions of square meters of corals, you know, that's what we need. We can do a lot of other stuff on the ground, and while it's out of scope for them, they can inform that this is what they stand to potentially gain. I want to close with an example where we can also use this for final scale studies. This is an example of Moore Reef, where we use this capability to look at the most favorable options across a whole suite of interventions, including COTS control and coral restoration. And what's important here is there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of noise in this graph. The highlighted curves are the ones that perform best. That's the result of robust decision making, but all that noise means uncertainty. This is where the science community comes in to help resolve this uncertainty. If we ask a question at the top about the values we want to protect, we want to be able to navigate through that system and say, maintain critical values, what's required for ecosystem functions, what's required for corals and fish, what's required for how we manage drivers. I want to close very much here by saying that I asked ChatGPT yesterday about what it would look like, what it would look like for science and management saving the reef in 2050, and this is what came up. I disagree. I disagree with this. I think it's probably going to be less about, you know, high volumes of hardware tech and maybe more about fully informed decisions with things we've got and yes, things we can do, but it's probably more about intelligence than it is about brute force of high tech. It's very attractive, but, you know. So I think we need to do the best of that in terms of how we as a community best can support the Fabulous Five. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ken. I think we've got time for one question. Is there one online from the Slido? If not, we've got a person here poised to ask a question, so please do.
Good morning, Chelsea from Fletcher Group Consulting. I noticed that most of the modelling and the famous five, I believe, might need a sixth person, and it very often speaks about the key objective or a specific point that will be the best outcome. But really, I'm wondering, is there modelling and opportunity for the longevity and sustainable process to get the best long-term outcome rather than the best outcome for a specific that will not necessarily be maintainable for a long time?
I think that's a very good question. Yeah, sustaining that, because we're looking at a counterfactual that keeps going down. So I think we have to keep reinventing ourselves. And yes, maybe the fully informed five should be replaced by the super six, or whatever you want to think about in terms of maybe the fellowship needs to be expanded, or we just simply have a support network that can start thinking about, right, okay, what happens when we get to 2050, 2060, 2070? If we're sort of going downhill, yeah, we really need to think about. Sustain is a big word in a very ambitious word in a world that's changing. Yeah, so I agree with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ken. I'm now going to call on Henry Bartelet from JCU, who's going to talk about a social licence to operate theory for existing and novel reef interventions for the Great Barrier Reef. Thanks very much, Henry.
All right, thanks everyone. I think the size is a bit good here. So yeah, Henry from Cairns Institute, James Cook University. So we'll be speaking about social license for existing and novel reef interventions. Most of it will be about COTS control, and in the end I hope I have a little bit of time to speak about RF interventions on which we're also working. First, acknowledgement of country. So we extend our deepest respect and recognition to all traditional owners of the Great Barrier Reef and its catchments as First Nations people holding the hopes, dreams, ambitions and cultures of the reef. So I want to start with the contributors of the work that I will be presenting today. So this is the top is the people from Cairns Institute. Gillian here in the crowd, special thanks to you for a lot of the work that I will be presenting today. And we're also working together with people at UQ and REP who doing the surveys on which we will be drawing today. So just as an introduction, so on this, during this symposium we have heard a lot about COTS management. So just a little bit of an introduction. So although COTS are endemic to the GBR and reefs, other reefs across the Indo-Pacific, their predation on coral causes widespread ecosystem degradation, especially during these episodic surges. For this reason, they have been actively culled on the GBR for more than 10 years and in increasingly larger numbers. So we saw a lot of that yesterday in the presentations. The legal control of COTS to date has not evoked widespread expressions of concern for debate in the public sphere. Ongoing approval, however, cannot be taken for granted. So that's something I'll be discussing today. So one of the reasons that we started with this research, which was funded under CSIP, was that there hasn't been any social science studies on COTS control, looking at how people actually perceive this management option in the reef that has been around for so many years. So how have we been studying this? So we've been doing a mixed study. So we're drawing on both quantitative and qualitative data. Both are, this data is collected as part of REP. So on the surveys, we're drawing on a little over 1,000 surveys with people in the Australian public. So that's both people in GBR communities, but also the general public. And we've been collecting data over 2 years, so in 2018 and 2022. And basically the data that I'm drawing on here is that we kind of ask people whether they support the large-scale deployment of the management of COTS, so the manual control of COTS on the GBR. And we're kind of looking at different predictors, so what makes some people more supportive of the management of COTS than others. So we look at 4 tiers of support. So we look at demographic factors, we look at values and threats, trust in management, and the perceived risks. And then we also draw on qualitative data. So that's a lot of the work from Gillian here in the audience. So she's done interviews with 140 people in 117 interviews. So most of the interviews were focused on REP, but there was also a lot of discussion on COTS. So that's what we'll be drawing on in this presentation. So for the survey data, just to go quickly through the results. So basically here, this is a graph that shows kind of on a scale from 1 to 7, going from like strong disagreement to strong agreement, how much people are supportive of the manual control of COTS. And in the other graph, you see kind of the different theories of support that we test to kind of see what are the major predictors of support. So I'll just go through the key findings. So we found that public support for the large-scale deployment of COTS control is widespread, right? So there's not a lot of disagreement with COTS control. However, it seems to be kind of tentative. So there's almost half of the people provide like either neutral or kind of slight agreement. So it's not like that everybody says that it's strong agreement with this intervention. And then we found that demographic variables are not the most important. We actually found that things like whether people, whether the GBR is important to people personally, that's really important. Whether people perceive COTS as a threat, that's really important. And also things like the trust in science and the perception of the risk of culling and the responsibility of culling. So I'll get back to that later. And then what's also interesting is that the perceived threat of climate change didn't really have an effect on support for COTS control. So for the qualitative results, so here we kind of drew on the interviews to draw to find kind of what are the major themes or the major domains, what we call it, of social license for COTS control. So the first thing we did here, because we had also about 10 interviews with traditional owners, with multiple traditional owners across the GBR. So the first thing that's really important to highlight is that the traditional owner rights and responsibilities, that's not part of social license. It comes before that, right? So that's right holders, in a sense, it's different from stakeholders. So in our interviews, we really came across 4 domains. So this is consent, of course, what we heard, project involvement, but also really important, incorporation of cultural knowledge, and also early involvement, early engagement. right? So not just at the end of the process. In terms of the domains for the social license, so that's the bottom part of this diagram. So we found like 4 main domains. So the one is the ethical responsibility, the knowledge and rationale, the management effectiveness, and the socio-economic benefits. So this kind of shows that social license is not like a binary, a tick-off box. It actually, people are struggling with different elements of an intervention on the reef. So it's not like you can, it's just, yes, I support it. No, actually, there's some positives, there's some negatives, and people are weighing that. And so, yeah, there's kind of similar to the service, there's a level of ambivalence. You know, it's not like a really clear yes or a really clear no. And these domains can really help reef managers to strengthen the social license for COTS culling. So in that sense, it's kind of a helpful tool. So we'll discuss shortly the implications for management, which might be what some of you are interested in here. So what's really interesting in the findings is that we find that if people perceive COTS as a threat, that's really a major predictor of support for COTS control, while other things like whether people are perceive climate change as a threat or whether they think culling has a long-term benefit for the reef, that doesn't really affect support for COTS control. So that's, in a way, that's kind of interesting because it shows that some of the communication about COTS control has been more focused on showing how it might benefit to complex issues like climate change. But our results may indicate that it might be better to instead highlight more how COTS are having a negative impact on the reef, and showing that might be a more powerful motivator for people to support COTS control. Also, we found that really strong relationship between trust in scientific solutions and also the trust in the underlying knowledge about COTS. That's really a strong driver for support for COTS control. So this kind of highlights that there could be more communication around the science behind COTS, and also one of the major issues one of the major things that was discussed in the interviews was that there's really some unclarity about what's actually causing these COTS outbreaks, right? So there's stuff about water pollution, which is a major driver, but then there's also some counter evidence that COTS might be happening in regions where there's no agriculture. So especially in GBR communities, there's some information, and so it would be good to have like a strong scientific statement that people can better understand how this complex thing of COTS actually works. And then also what we found in the ethical considerations in the social license domain. So people are really struggling with, on the one hand, COTS is an endemic species, so what gives us as people the right to take it out of the reef? But on the other hand, we also care about the reef. We also feel as people we have a responsibility to protect the reef from this species that is eating it en masse. So it's kind of that kind of struggle. It's more like, it's almost like an ambiguous thing. It's not so easy to decide, okay, should we care more about this animal that has a right to be there, or should we care about the coral that we're trying to protect, and how much are we as humans actually causing that COTS to proliferate over time, right? So what's our right position in that? That you come into a moral, ethical dilemma. So it's really hard to kind of address that by writing a scientific paper. It's something more that needs to be discussed between people in the table, and the public needs to be involved of that. So that's really the importance of that ethical dimension. So just to highlight, so just ending with some of the ongoing research we're doing. So within CSIRO, we're also we're doing kind of a study currently focused on more the novel control methods, so like the semiochemicals, the use of that method. So we're also trying to do a survey on seeing how people perceive that new methodology. And then we're also looking at the social license for REP interventions. So that's everything from protecting reefs. So a lot of the stuff that Kennedy was talking about before, from adaptive interventions, restorative interventions, and protective interventions. So kind of also drawing on that knowledge that we gained through studying COTS control. So I'll just end with a slide with the main partners' acknowledgement, and I'm happy to take any questions.
So thank you. We have plenty of time for 2 or 3 questions.
I'm Shelley, Minister Leonard's advisor. I am wondering, I remember from one of the previous talks there's a correlation between a lack of COTS outbreaks and green zones. So it kind of looks at, in places where there's green zones, it's less likely to be a COTS outbreak. And I also recall one of the traditional owners mentioning that we could have an increased focus on looking at the predators of COTS, which I know is a research topic, but just thinking about the relationship between these two concepts, and that it could be to do with ecological composition and trophic cascades, and how that feeds into the work that we're doing for COTS management. Yeah.
So what's your question to me?
My question is, how does the management in terms of green zones and actually looking at ecological composition feed into how we're managing COTS and how we're controlling COTS?
Yeah, so I'm not a cost manager or cost scientist, so we're just looking at how the people, how the community, GBR communities and the general public, how they are, what's their perception on how COTS is managed and the reasons for it. So, but a lot of the things you're discussing, that's also kind of what we put in that domain of knowledge and rationale. So there it's really like, yes, people in the GBR communities especially, they also know all the stuff. So fishing has an impact, agriculture has an impact, climate change might have an impact on COTS. So there's all these different drivers. So it's people are struggling with understanding actually how can we make this simple. What's the simple answers if there are any? So it's always hard with information, because even if you saw the presentations yesterday from, especially the keynote from Kabrumpa, they're like highlighting papers, one paper from 2004 in this journal and another paper from 2013 in another journal. You really need to have a good skills to be able to find the right papers to answer the right questions, because there's a lot of papers out there that are not relevant anymore, or they might not have the right knowledge. So how can we kind of translate that knowledge and make it accessible for the public to be well informed rather than maybe get their knowledge from the wrong sources?
Sure, thank you.
Are there any online questions in the Slido? Any further questions from the audience? If not, I'd like us to thank Henry very much.
Thank you.
Now our next speaker is also about COTS, and it's Tim Moltmann, and he's going to talk about governing the COTS control program as a partnership, lessons from the last 5 years. Thanks, Tim. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Okay, so just before I commence, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. And I will say that traditional owner engagement with this program is something that we need to work on. So I'm speaking to you today as the independent chair of the COTS Control Partnership Group, or the CPG as it's become known, and I'm presenting on behalf of the members of that committee and others who've contributed to it over time. So I'll just talk briefly about the COTS program under the Reef Trust Partnership era, the partnership group itself as a governing mechanism, and some lessons learned. I think that's, there's a lot of, it's a good time to reflect, and I guess a bit on what next. So just the COTS control program under the RTP, you've heard a lot about it. I guess, of that 444 million that went into that partnership, about 57, 58 million went into the COTS space. And that you can see the 8 components of that. The most of that money though, about 75% of it went into the control program, so about 42 million, and that's what I'll talk about today. The group that I'm talking about was responsible for sort of governing that piece. It's important to understand, and it's been talked about a lot this week, that RTP investment was very much in control, was very heavily influenced by work done in the Nest Tropical Water Quality Hub on bringing integrated pest management into the management of COTS on the reef. And so you can see we went from sort of having 1 boat to 5 boats in this era, so that was very much informed by the IPM work that was done. But you can see that the 42 million doesn't last long in that context, so we were able to ramp up to 5 boats. I think you'll see that we had a bit of a surge to try and get on top of the things in the north with some involvement of the tourism industry, so I think we got up to 7 boats at one point. But you could see that one of the things this group had to contemplate pretty early on was that we didn't have that to sustain out into the future. So fortunately in the, what was it, 2022 budget, part of the extra $1 billion that went into the reef, there was about 167 million committed to the COTS control program on an ongoing basis. And so it's now fantastic that that's sustained out to 2030. That was a very important thing to happen. But I am still talking about the bit in the dark blue on the left. That's kind of what we've been dealing with here. And you can see that the transition of that's just about to happen fully, where Gurrumpa have the money now to manage that program, and the GBRF's role in that process is coming to an end. So just about the group itself as a governing mechanism. So myself as independent chair, obviously the foundation have been at the table, the Reef Rainforest Research Corporation and Gurrumpa in a couple of roles, and then we've had the CSIP director on that group as well. It's really been about sort of managing the implementation of that program, and the work's actually done by 3 operators, Inlock, Blue Planet Marine and Pacific Marine Group. And there's also, as I said, contributions from the tourism industry. You know, in the grey box there around the edges, I'm just showing that there are interactions with the research program, traditional owner training, for example, and other components of the RTP. And I think the CPG has provided a very useful sort of linking mechanism to those other components of the COTS program that I spoke about at the start. How's it worked? Quarterly meetings sort of timed around planning, reporting cycles, pretty standard stuff. I think it's been useful to form working groups on some particular issues that we had to get on top of, like we've worked quite hard to get clear program metrics so we understand, you know, how do we know this program is being successful or not? What are we actually aiming for? And I think we've also sort of been focused as a group on our own performance. We've done sort of self-evaluation and so on. If I could sum it up, I'd really say that it's been about trying to build trust and confidence in a quantitative, integrated, collaborative approach to COTS, which wasn't where we started. Kind of what it does under its terms of reference is probably really 3 things. We endorse the annual work plan for the COTS program, so you can see the group there. I think you've seen that slide before, and one of the things to highlight in that slide is that you know, the Gurrumpa or the Reef Authority managers are there, but there's a lot of scientists there helping them with that. The actual operators are in the room as well, which is really, I think, a fantastic development. I'll come on to that in a minute. We also endorsed the annual progress report for the program, so you can see the dashboard there. And again, I think we'll talk a bit more about that. And then it's really about then trying to provide some strategic oversight of, you know, the relationships, the initiatives and innovation, and a bit of a focus on risk management. I was interested to see Sue's group flying their plane with a single propeller. I'm going to do the risk assessment on that one. So I think one of the things that's been really interesting about this is that what's almost spun up of its own accord is the COTS Action Group. And really, I think that's kind of been the key to the success of this. I'd say the CPC's created an environment, a collaborative partnership environment where that could happen, but it really hasn't kind of controlled that activity in a sense. And I think that's, it's really been where all the people come together, the managers, the researchers, the operators are bringing a huge amount to the table. I think a shout out particularly to Dave Williamson and Rick Abom in the room, who've really led that process. They hand the chair to one another. And they're really on the, on the ground talking about the nitty-gritty stuff around safety, around data, sharing across those all those entities. And I would say that's sort of been a real highlight of what's happened in the last few years. Lessons learned. So I think the key achievements really are around investment in a quantitative COTS control program using IPM, so building on that network, sharing data from all operators and sources. When we started this, there was a view that we shouldn't share data across the various operators, and we worked our way through that. I have a very strong view that publicly funded data should be publicly available, and I think we've really come a long way, and those dashboards that we're now able to see are really built on that foundation of collecting and sharing the data and putting it together and creating a bigger picture than we could have otherwise. I think having clear metrics for the program, trying to, how many reefs we're trying to target, how much coral are we trying to protect, being very clear about all that's been really great to work towards those targets. And as I said, increasingly we've we've gone from very long-winded manual reporting to dashboards that really sum up that information very well. So we've sort of really gone from, those blue boxes are really meant to represent that journey. I think when we started out it was pretty qualitative, pretty siloed, somewhat competitive, quite input-focused and manual, and we've really moved towards a basis that's quantitative, integrated, collaborative, input, impact-focused and automated, and that's really where we need to stay and keep going down that path. I think, it's probably important just to tease out the principles that underline that. So I think, first of all, recognising that COTS, controlling COTS at that scale, and it's a big, I think we heard yesterday 120 divers in the program. That's a big program. It really does require a lot of collaboration and establishing a basis for the partners to work together. So I think being open and transparent has been really important, sharing information, making sure that we can access all the data we need and collective decision making. It kind of be the principles, and they're things that regardless of the funding or delivery model, we need to hang on to those principles and move forward in that way. Defining roles and accountabilities has been really important. So GBRF have played the role of a program manager that's transitioning fully to Gabrumpah now from July. We've had the implementation managers in Reef and Rainforest Corporation and Gabrumpah playing that role, and we've had the operators in Lock, Blue Planet Marine and Pacific Marine Group. And that role clarity will remain really important as we go forward. And I think, as I said, connecting the strategy to the operations has really been key. And I think, formalising and supporting that action group going forward is a really important thing to do. So what next? Basically, all parties support the continuation of that kind of approach, even though the institutional roles might change to some extent. We have been slow, I think, on the traditional owner front for a variety of reasons, but that EOI is now out there and we're looking for a traditional owner member, and we look forward to moving forward on that basis. And that connection between research and operation it's really been crucial to the progress we've made in this program. We really need to keep that going, and we've done some work last year to develop a future roadmap for COTS research and innovation, and it's pretty important that we find a way to implement that. So in summary, you can read that, but you can see that program's grown considerably in that time, and it's now sustained out to 2030, which is great. The partnership group's proved to be, I think, an effective mechanism for creating the environment for that to happen. We understand the principles of success. We've got to hang on to those. All the parties support continuing to work in this way, and that connection between research and operation is key to taking us forward. So that's me with a couple of minutes left. Shine. I'm told I speak too quick. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I love it. Yes, we've got plenty of time for a few questions. Any for Tim? What about, there we are.
Emma Lawrence from CSIRO, and I admit I work in the COTS space. So I came to the COTS space a couple of years ago, but I've worked in the science policy interface for many years. My question is, well, first of all, a statement. It's really quite impressive how far COTS control has come in the last few years, right? And that scientists working with managers, working with industry to implement something in the field is quite an impressive feat. So my question is, how do we get the message out? And, it's almost, there's warts, but it's a poster child, right, for how all those groups of people work together to implement something that's really effective. How do we get the message out beyond this group of people to show how effective it's actually been?
Well, I think we built a lot of champions for that through the process, and you'll work in other domains and you'll take that with you. I think we do have to acknowledge that we've had $444 million to do it this way, and so I think it's great that we have built that. I think the test of it all will be how will we go when the money's not so, there's not so much money around. Will we fragment and go back into our institutional pockets? I sincerely hope not, and I kind of, you know, the optimist in me believes that we will steer that course because it's been proven to work very well. And I do think, you know, one of the things that's I've found is not just the managers and the scientists, but having the operators in the room has been so powerful. They bring so much to the table, and they all say they've really enjoyed that experience because they're often, you know, they're asked to do things for research they don't really know why, and having them involved has been, I think, a real key to it. So that's another part of that, I think. Not shying away from, you know, we've got to respect commercial requirements, right? But that's not a reason to keep people at arm's length. I think bringing them into the room has been proven to be really powerful. Don't know what to say other than that, but well done.
Thanks, Tim. Anyone else? What about the online? I think you've slayed them.
I doubt that's like,
so thanks, Tim, and everyone join me.
Thank you.
Now this is something completely different, and I'm going to hear from Jon Day about the 2003 zoning plan, a global benchmark for helping us to maintain the resilience of the reef. And I note that earlier this month there was a party to celebrate 20 years of implementation of the zoning plan. Jon played a very central role in developing it. So over to you, Jon.
Thanks, Helene. And I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land upon which we meet today, but also the traditional custodians throughout the entire Great Barrier Reef. We've heard a lot of people talk about the zoning plan during the workshop, the symposium. People like Roger and Dave Williamson have talked about the value of it and the ongoing significance. That's great. Today I want to talk about sort of how we got to where we are now with the zoning plan. I want to also then move on to talking about it is doing its design. It's doing what was intended. I don't think it was me. But effective management of the reef requires a lot more than just the zoning plan. So I want to talk about some of the suggestions of things that we have in our toolkit now that we could be using, I think, more effectively. But then I want to come back at the end to talking about what a future rezoning might look like. And I think there's a need for doing that in the light of what we've been talking about with climate change. So for those in the room who aren't aware, that's the current zoning plan, and we've heard a lot about it. But you're probably not aware, some of you, that it took us 5 years to get there from the previous zoning network. And that zoning network itself only came about from a huge amount of work. So we started zoning way back in the 1980s. It took us 13 years to get to the entire Great Barrier Reef to be zoned. That zoning network stayed in place till 2004. And then we spent 5 years, as I said, going through a zoning process to bring in the new zoning plan. So we've got a very effective foundation for management, and the zoning plan is a key part of that. To get there, as I said, we had to take the previous zoning to turn it into a single zoning plan for the entire reef. We had to change the zone names. There was a lot of confusion about the previous zone names that existed. We had to move towards a new way of defining the zones. So the coordinate-based zoning, which is in place today, didn't always exist. We had to convince our Queensland colleagues to come on board. So we have a single coastal marine park adjacent to the Great Barrier Reef zoning plan. So today we've got far greater protection of biodiversity. We went from less than 5% no-take to 1/3, 33%. But I want to stress it's not just about the green zones when we're talking biodiversity. The dark blue zones do a lot, the habitat protection zones, the yellow zones, the full suite of zones give us the protection for the Great Barrier Reef. Today we've got lots more research behind the benefits, so we know things like the connectivity benefits, some amazing work done by our colleagues at JCU. And the new zoning brought in new approaches, and we've heard a lot about the TUMRAs and the new regulatory approaches. So we've got a pretty strong foundation. To get to that, there are a number of success factors, and I want to quickly take you through what I think are the four most significant. We had a very sound scientific basis for what we did with our zoning. We were again very lucky, able to draw on decades of experience from a whole range of scientists, some of whom are with us today. So things like bioregions and the planning principles gave us a really strong scientific underpinning. We had very effective leadership, and again we've heard this word a couple of times today, leadership. I use the term lattice of leadership. It wasn't a single leader or a couple of leaders, it was an entire group of leaders working together in a complementary way. We also had an enormous amount of public engagement. Some of you were around in those days. We had 31,000 written public submissions over the 2 phases of the zoning. So that public engagement and the way we worked with the communities was a really important part of the success. And the fourth one is the level of political support and commitment. Again, we couldn't have done it without that. And I'll come back to this because I think this is a really not well understood aspect. They're the 4 significant factors, but I do want to recognise that there were other factors. So things like institutional support, the passion of the people who are involved, the commitment, they also led to the success. But it really was those top 4 that were the real reasons for the success of the zoning. I want to stress that these weren't in isolation. They're interrelated factors. But also some are more significant than others. And the way I'd like to show you that, if we produce a matrix and put the 4 factors along the top and the level of influence of each of them upon the others down the side, and just use this colour coding, you can see here from the orange colour that if we talk about science, there wasn't a huge amount of the science didn't really consider the leadership or the public engagement and things like that. However, if we go to the other end of the spectrum, the politics really considered the science. The minister said, I had to be assured we had a sound scientific underpinning. The minister and the whole political process really listened to what the public had to say. And a lot of that came about through effective leadership. So what I'm really trying to stress here is that politics was really the critical thing, but it was so important to rely on the other aspects. We could have had perfect science and not achieved the outcome of the zoning. Without the politics, we wouldn't have got it. While we're talking about a governance framework, and the zoning is a really important part, I also want to stress we've got a very strong act. And we've heard a number of people at this meeting talk about things like the vision of the reef and the principles and things. I want to remind you we have a very strong act with a very strong prioritised objective. If you haven't seen it, the main object, and this is written in law, is to protect the biodiversity, long-term protection of the biodiversity, environment and conservation values of the Great Barrier Reef region. But then it goes on, and this is where I think people miss the prioritisation. It does say, so far as consistent with that main object, allow for sustainable use. So we've got a very clear hierarchy in our object of the Act. I think sometimes our decision makers aren't taking their eye off this and are allowing the sustainable use to become the primary object and then do it in terms of protection. So I want to really stress that is in law, and I think it's an important driver of where we need to go. While I've just got the slide, I want to point out one of those other objectives is about international responsibilities, and that includes World Heritage. So that's not just a label, that's a responsibility again in law. The Act is also powerful because it allows us to do more than just the water column. We're talking about above the land and down into the seabed. The Act also has the ability to allow us to bring in regulations. And again, this is a really important part, which I don't believe we're doing as much as we could or should with the wording that's given to us in the Act. So the Act says, allow for us to regulate activities or prohibit activities, whether in the marine park or not. They're going to have a pollute water in the marine park. So as I said, we've got a very strong zoning plan, which is subordinate legislation. And the other amazing thing, which isn't really copied elsewhere around Australia, let alone elsewhere in the world, is that we've got this complementary management between the federal and state zoning. If we didn't have that, we'd have to work out where that low water mark was. As we've heard from a number of speakers, that moves with accretion and erosion. So complementary management is one of the essential things that allows us to get on with managing the Great Barrier Reef, with our joint zoning maps, very clearly with both the logos of both governments, and the ability to bring in joint permits. So the zoning plan's been very widely acclaimed. All sorts of people in the decade after it came into effect wrote lovely things about it. It won all sorts of amazing awards. So it was great, and it is great, and it will continue to be great. But, and this is, I think, where we really need to focus, zoning doesn't address all the pressures facing us on the reef. It certainly doesn't address climate change. It can help build resilience, but it's not going to stop the issues that we've heard about at this symposium. Zoning doesn't really work on water quality when most of those impacts are coming from outside the marine park. Zoning does a little bit in terms of fishing impacts. It tells the fishermen where they can fish, where they can't. It has some things like, number of hooks or dories unattached, etc. But we could probably use zoning a lot more for fisheries management, and perhaps we'll come back to that one. Zoning does very little for coastal development. The ports are outside the marine park, therefore they're not impacted by the zoning. Shipping, another major issue in the reef. It's managed by AMSA, but zoning only tells the ships where they can go. It's not going to stop the issues of things like groundings or ballast water discharge. Increasing recreational use. Again, zoning doesn't really, a static zoning doesn't talk about the changing population growth. And zoning also doesn't, the main issue, the cumulative impacts. So while we've got an amazing zoning plan, when you think about it, it doesn't actually address the three big problems that we know we are facing today. Zoning doesn't address climate change, it doesn't address water quality, and it doesn't address unsustainable coastal development. In fact, if you look at the Outlook report, which again is a fantastic document, which came about as a result of a political promise after the zoning, the 2019 Outlook report, only 6 of the 45 threats listed in the Outlook report are actually addressed by no-take zones. A further 6 partly addressed. So really, and this is a quote straight from the Outlook report, we do need additional local, national and international efforts to achieve protection of the long-term protection of the reef. I want to stress that the zoning is not the only tool in our toolkit, and many of you are aware of this. There are many other legal tools, and these ones I've shown on the screen here, these are all legal layers that sit on top of the zoning that provide additional management. But none of these tools are addressing the things like we talked about, climate change. So the zoning plan has been effective. It stood the test of time. It still remains in place today. It's been maintained through 10 successive ministers of different political persuasions. So governments on both sides have chosen not to change it. And the reasons for that unknown, whether they think it's too hard or whether they think it doesn't need to be changed. But I would say that given what is facing us, and we've heard this at the symposium, with climate change and the issues of water quality, we do need to think about a rezoning. But we shouldn't just go straight to that. We should be using the tools that exist in our toolkit now more effectively. And some of those tools are things like, coming back to what I mentioned before, I don't honestly believe that we are using as decision makers the object of the Act the way we should, where we need greater recognition and greater application of that prioritised objective. We need to use special management areas more. This is in the Act. We could use these to close areas to take off the pressures that are leading to the overall problems of resilience. We need to use regulations more, and I talked before about the ones like prohibiting acts, whether in the marine park or not. There's another ability to regulate, and this is a really strong one that I don't think we've used, the protection and preservation of the marine park. That's an ability in the Act that allows us to bring in regulations. So what's the future hold for the reef? Basically, none of the tools there are really, as I said, addressing climate change. And given what we're facing, this is probably the biggest thing we need to think about. It's beyond the scope of the available management tools. Some of you are aware of the work by Scott Heron and people. We've heard similar things here. Ken just talked about it in his approach. The problems of where we're heading with climate change, and the zoning plan doesn't do the job. So we've got an urgent need to tackle climate change better and at a scale that's appropriate. So this is my last slide. So zoning will always be a fundamental tool for management. But if we're going to have a new rezoning, it's going to be very different. The legislative requirements now are different from what we faced in the 2000s. The knowledge of the reef is different and the challenge facing us are different. The technology's changed. Dealing with the public's going to be very different. Sorry, last slide now. Now's the time to start thinking about zoning, and when we do that, we've got to start thinking about what we do know about resilient reefs, building that into our new zoning plan. We've got to start thinking about no overall reduction in the level of protection, but greater flexibility on how that's applied. I want to advocate for more pink zones, the no-go zones. These are really important for biodiversity. They're also really important as a scientific baseline for the future, monitoring climate change. Higher levels of public support than we've even got now. But I want to come back. Unless we have good leadership, political will and strong political courage, we won't achieve it. Thank you.
Thanks, John. I think you've raised many really important issues. I think we're going to have to wait for you to talk about them individually with audience members at over lunch. Thank you. Now I'd like to ask Kirsten Maclean to come and talk about research to support Indigenous-led decision-making for reef restoration and adaptation for the Great Barrier Reef. Thanks very much, Kirsten. Thank you.
Everyone online's going, gee, Kirsten's looking a bit different these days. So I'm just going to assist Kirsten. This is a joint project that we've been doing. So we sort of had a quick meeting last week and we said, guess what, there should really be two of us up here today. So I was the ring-in. That's why Uncle Bob's sitting over there smiling, because he didn't have to come up here. But he had the big job on Monday, so you win, Uncle. So as the slide says, this research is about Indigenous-led decision-making for reef restoration and adaptation in the Great Barrier Reef. It's a joint project between our team at AIMS, IP team, and social scientists from CSIRO, Kirsten and team, and the next slide will show us a picture of the team. And a bit like Uncle Bob, I'll read this, otherwise I'll get it wrong. We want to acknowledge the central role of the Reef Restoration and Adaptation Science and Crown of Thorns Starfish Technical Working Group, who provide oversight, guidance and input. Essentially, if those fellas didn't give us some money, we wouldn't be able to do these workshops. Hey, shut up. Okay, so there's some pictures of our team members. A couple of them are away, but probably two or three of us you'll see in the room today. But essentially, most of these works, and what we're hearing all through the week, is if you don't have great teamwork, then you can't achieve anything. And you've all heard that saying, there's no I in team. Well, that's how our team works. So we all step up and we all assist each other. Next slide. It's really around what we're looking at is, okay, what are we going to do here? So what this project is about is looking at future deployments through the lens of a traditional owner. So we've heard a lot of great projects about RRAP projects, and when RRAP was sort of first developed, all these great minds came together and said, okay, how can we save the reef? But we didn't have a lot of consultation with traditional owners in that process. And probably one of the things we thought about was, well, how do we get traditional owners involved in this space? So the whole idea of this project is looking at not just biophysical characteristics of the reef, but the biocultural risk and opportunities. So, as Gav said today, we are part of land and sea country, so it's about recognising that, and that's what this framework's looking at developing. I hope you can all read that, especially you fellas down the back. So this is a little slide around how do we get this to happen. It's really about partnerships, and as we've heard all week, partnerships drive success. So for our work, it was about developing partnerships with the CSIRO crew, and then fellas getting to know how we do our work, and then talking to community. The main way that we're looking at doing this sort of stuff is through developing workshops with traditional owners, which I think is the next slide. There we go. Okay, so we essentially ran 3 workshops in the southern Great Barrier Reef, the central Great Barrier Reef, and the northern Great Barrier Reef. This workshop here is on Uncle Bob's country, down at KULBUL-BARRA, Konami Island, and I think that was that the 3rd workshop, Uncle? Yeah, 3rd workshop. So the first one was up north here, and I think the second one we had in the central area. The whole idea of those workshops is to enable knowledge exchange, and really that's what it's about. We're trying to find out from traditional owners what they think about RRAP, what they think about these interventions, and we had some great conversations. We talked about FPIC. We developed a few reports. I don't know whether or not they're public yet, but a bit like Dave, don't show anything till next week. No, only joking. We had 2 summary reports as well, but the main thing with these workshops was we got to hear from 15 traditional owner groups around their experiences. Some of the key things that came out of the workshops was supports for traditional owners in leadership. So we spoke a little bit about leadership this morning. What we want this framework to do is give traditional owners the steering wheel, the driver's seat, to be able to say to institutions, hey, we want to have a say in this stuff. It's about acknowledging Indigenous cultural intellectual property. So sometimes in conversations you have with traditional owners, they might give you knowledge. It's about, well, who owns that knowledge? If I take something down in a notepad under the intellectual property, I own that, but I'm not going to go sharing that unless I've got Uncle's permission. So it's around developing ICIP in decision making. We wanted clear information for traditional owners on the proposed technologies. As Uncle has said, Uncle Philip and Uncle Bob, the earlier you talk to traditional owners in any project, not just RRAP stuff, but the better. So it's about giving them clear information on what's happening. And the other thing it's around is providing future opportunities for traditional owners. Quite often when you go and talk to community, us older fellas will say, well, it's about that next generation. What opportunities is there for the youngsters out there? So that's what we're hoping will come out of the framework. Now I'll get Kirsten to share a little bit about the framework. You did have permission to clip me on the back of the head if I talk too long. I forgot to tell you that.
Thank you.
Great. Hi, everybody. I'm Kirsten Maclean. I'm a social scientist, human geographer from CSIRO, and I just want to say it's such a great privilege to work in this project team, and a real honour to be involved in this research, and particularly through the workshops working with different traditional owners across the Great Barrier Reef. I have to say the importance of the work that we're doing was really crystallised during that 3rd workshop on Konami, where I had we all had personal and upfront experiences with Wappa-Barra Sea Country, and I'm thinking in particular when we all had to hop off the ferry into waist-deep water to walk ashore onto Konami, and there was a lot of laughs and it was a lot of fun, but I could really feel the salt water and on my skin, and taste and smell the sea air, and then as I crunched up the beach, I kind of looked around and really struck by the passion and the commitment of everybody to come and spend their weekend to discuss the issues and challenges and opportunities and interests they have around RRAP. And then Uncle Bob welcomed us to his country and on behalf of all Woppa-Barra traditional owners, and then asked us to stand, like literally stand in the footprints of the elders. So that was really moving for me. Later, we then heard stories through the workshop about people's connection to country, to place, the aspirations they have for the current generations and future generations, the importance of cultural revitalisation. We also heard discerning discussions about, potential opportunities for RAP technology, future potential deployment on sea country. And so, again, I kind of was really struck by the importance of this kind of work, how we're working hard to build trust, to build relationships, and we've heard a lot about this today and yesterday as well. And importantly, working across different knowledge systems and different knowledge traditions to co-produce new knowledge to support Indigenous decision-making in this space. So I now want to, on behalf of the team, provide a quick overview of what we're currently calling the Draft Bicultural Framework. This name could change. We've developed this framework through all the information and knowledge that's been shared through those 3 workshops, through rigorous debate and discussion and critique within our project team, and through guidance and input from the technical working group. I'd just like to say that because this framework is still in development, please no photographs at this point. So the ultimate intention of the bicultural framework is to put a cultural lens over the Great Barrier Reef, and that's what we heard very strongly from all traditional owners at workshops. You can see on this slide that, again, as everyone was talking at the workshops and so on, and was in our team, that law is at the heart of all decision-making, and that decision-making is about linking customary heritage, connections, knowledge, obligations, caring for country, diverse values, and so on, and that decision-making has to operate within existing sea country governance systems, and acknowledging that there's a suite of tools that have already been developed out there, led by traditional owners, and the bicultural framework needs to fit within that context. You can see some of the examples are the Strong People, Strong Country framework, existing sea country plans, Reef 2050 TO implementation plan. So this diagram shows the concepts and the themes in this draft framework, and following the lead of the workshop participants, and certainly resonates in the academic literature as well, the framework takes a strength-based approach to consider the kinds of opportunities that may be enabled via potential future deployment of RAP technologies on sea country. And again, at the heart of this framework is a focus on law as fundamental to everything, and protocols and agreements to care for the reef together. So there's 6 themes that kind of surround that, and this is focusing on, working together in partnerships, getting people on country via diverse opportunities, developing transition capabilities so people can actually grasp those opportunities. Importantly, of course, protection of Indigenous cultural and intellectual property and processes for prior and informed consent. Technology and innovation, of course, RAP, and also importantly, as we heard Sue mention earlier, about the provision of adequate information for decision making. So the idea is that the framework can be used as a decision making tool by traditional owners, and it's organised around the central concept with these 6 themes. Each of these themes has got a discussion topic. And then it has a matched set of probing questions to aid in discussion, and then a set of existing or potential resources, tools or activities that might aid in decision-making or even be the result of deliberation through the process. So you can see it's quite comprehensive. So I just want to take one theme quickly and work through that with you, just as an example of how this might be used. So the theme of working together. As you can see, it has a set of 3 discussion topics. They're currently posed as questions, but maybe we'll change that. And if we take the second topic as an example. You know, is this a good opportunity to build relationships with partners? So the idea is that a group will get together and maybe they've been approached by RAP to consider a certain technology on their sea country. That's one example of how this might be used. They can get together and kind of deliberate and discuss amongst themselves what might be the way forward. So in relation to, is this a good opportunity to build relationships with partners? The specific questions that might aid that discussion are, you know, who are the potential partners? Do we know them and do we trust them? And does their work, past or present, align with our interests? Okay, so there's the potential list of potential tools and resources that may aid that discussion. So that might include, for example, a list of project partners or staff, discussions of past experiences with other TOs about the reputation and practices of those potential partners, the need perhaps for those partners to have cultural competency training. And so an outcome of those deliberations could, for example, be a guide for how we want those potential partners to work with us in this context. So I think, yep, right, we're getting up to our time, but I think the key message, I think, is that we're quite proud of what we've done and how we've worked together to develop this tool. It's very much an ongoing process, so it still needs to be tested through some case studies and refined. So the next step for us is to do these place-based assessments of technologies with traditional owners, and in fact we're quite excited because we're meeting with Lama Lama at 1 o'clock today to start doing that. Our work is already having impact in the Great Barrier Reef, so we're using it to inform the risk identification process in the Independent Risk Review Group. A possible future uses that we're hoping will happen as well is using it to assess capacity building opportunities for pilot deployments and guiding traditional owner advice giving in the pilot deployment planning. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank both our speakers, and again, I think this is something you're going to have to pick up at lunchtime. Plenty of food for thought and questions then, but thank you both. Now, our next speaker is Jasmine Pearson from QUT, and she's going to talk about the social benefits of stakeholder engagement, participant experiences in the RAP program's Engagement Advisory Group. Over to you, Jasmine.
Thank you. So I'd like to start off by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet today, and pay my respects to the elders, past, present, and emerging. So, I'd like to say that I'm speaking on behalf of my research team here today from RAP, including Professor Karen Vella, who you'll also be hearing from later today. Okay, how do I get to the next slide? There we go. So I just wanted to start off with some context to this RAP Engagement Advisory Group and why it was established. So the whole point of the advisory group was really to improve stakeholder capacities and also foster benefits amongst the reef community. And so I'm going to show you a very short video in the next slide, which you'll hear from some of the advisory group members, and they're going to talk a little bit about their experience. So hopefully this works. Okay, and it looks like it's not working. I'm just going to try and press play, but if it doesn't work, it's okay. I'll just talk for a little bit longer. Nope, that's okay. Sorry about that. So this is an overview of the study site. So we've got a map here. So two of the researchers on this team, including myself, we conducted a series of semi-structured interviews with the advisory group members. So we went from along the Queensland coast all the way from Cooktown up in far north Queensland down to Redland Bay in southeast Queensland. So we conducted a total of 12 interviews with these advisory group members. So we recorded the interviews, we got participant consent, we transcribed the interviews using AmberScript software. We then analysed these interviews using thematic content analysis in NVivo 14 software. And we also relied on some results that we got from an initial literature review, and we used that to help organise the coding structure during analysis. So, a little bit about the participants in the advisory group. So there was an equal gender representation between women and men. People came from a diverse range of different industry backgrounds, including coral aquaculture, tourism, reef management and policy, and more. There was also a bridging of both Indigenous and non-Indigenous perspectives within the advisory group, which included traditional owners in the process. People also came from a range of different levels of experience in environmental governance. So there were some members that had a lot more experience in being a part of advisory groups and committees and other processes for 20 to 30 years, whereas there were some members that were relatively new to this process. People also came with a range of different motivations. As you can see from the figure here, we organised those into altruistic motivations, such as caring for the reef. People came with a lot of passion for reef restoration. They wanted to make a difference. We also had learning motivations, so people were very interested in learning about RAP, what they're doing, reef science, technologies, and climate change. And finally, there were self-development motivations. And so these were kind of regarding people wanting to establish collaborations with other people from different industry backgrounds. So, on to the results. So there were numerous social benefits that people got out of the advisory group program. So the first one we can see there is social relationships and networking. So people really appreciated the opportunity to establish new connections with other people in the advisory group from different industries, and also got some friendships out of it along the way. Another one was shared understanding. So people really mentioned the opportunity to come together to meet people with different diverse knowledges and perspectives, learning from one another to reach a common goal and to reach a collective understanding together. And the key benefit here was really helping, some people describe this as a really eye-opening experience to understand those different perspectives and create a more holistic understanding of all of the stakeholders involved in reef restoration. Another key benefit was new knowledge. So we organised this in two types of knowledge. So one of them was related to knowledge on reef science and technologies, but also another knowledge category was also traditional knowledge, and so the cultural understanding and Indigenous science aspect as well. So another key benefit was confidence as well. So people gained confidence from the advisory group to join other committees and also environmental governance processes in reef restoration. People also got some new skills out of it, so skills in how to participate in advisory groups, how to navigate the group work processes together, and how to collaborate with different people. And finally, regional exposure was another benefit that people mentioned. So being able to include people from regional areas and also communicate findings from RAP to other regional areas and local community groups within those areas. So, in addition to finding out these social benefits, we were also interested in looking at the drivers behind these benefits. So, what were the specific aspects or elements of the advisory group processes which really fostered these benefits? I won't go through all of them today, I'll just go through a few. So for example, with social relationships and networking, people mentioned that the inclusion of social activities outside of the actual meetings was really important for establishing these new relationships, networking, but also strengthening existing relationships as well. And I remember one quote from an interviewee was, "That's where the real work gets done, outside of the meetings and in these over sharing food together, sharing dinner together." Face-to-face meetings was also really important. So there were a combination of in-person meetings, but also webinars in these advisory group meetings. And so meeting face-to-face was really helpful for establishing these connections. In terms of knowledge, of course, learning about traditional knowledge wouldn't be possible without the inclusion of traditional owners in the group. And when it came to reef science and technologies, people said that the scientific presentations from RAP and also the visits to reef centres were really valuable for increasing people's knowledge. So this is one of the quotes from the interviewees. So I'll just let you have a second to read that. But essentially this is to provide some context into what people were saying. And this one in particular is linked to social relationships and networking, but also talking about how doing these field trips together also contributed to the effectiveness of the advisory group process and reaching the overall outcomes. Okay, so just to wrap that up, the advisory group members got a range of different benefits out of the advisory group, namely professional networks and also a shared understanding. This was linked to things like the diversity. Having a really diverse group was one of the core strengths of the advisory group which interviewees mentioned. Also the face-to-face meetings and social activities. And finally, this links back to the overall goal of the RAP Engagement Advisory Group, which was that stakeholder engagement can really build capacity amongst the reef community and foster benefits. And in return, this can lead to better outcomes, more equitable and sustainable outcomes for reef restoration overall. So, thank you very much for listening. Sorry about the technical difficulties. I'm happy to answer any questions if we have time, if not, over lunch.
So thanks, Jasmine. We've got time for a couple of questions.
Great.
What about online? Anyone?
All right, all good? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I knew this would happen. I was a bit worried about it, but yeah, that's all right. I tried my best. Okay, well, if that's all, thank you very much.
Thank you. So our last talk is a video from Rose Foster at UQ, and it's on governance challenges and recommendations for marine cloud brightening. And I'm hoping that someone is going to start that. You ready? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me along virtually today. I'm going to present on the governance challenges and recommendations for marine cloud brightening today. And this work comes out of some work that was done by the regulatory sub-program as part of RAP. And we were lucky enough to have Dan Harrison along from Gilligan Shading as well, which really helped with some of the science side of things here. So before we get started, I wanted to just acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land from which I'm coming to you today and on which this work was done, which are the Yirrganydji and Turrbal people here in the Edge, and I'd like to extend my respect to their elders, past and present. A bit of background to start. Why did we decide to look into the governance of marine cloud brightening? Well, it's one of these emerging technologies being considered and investigated globally for its potential conservation purposes. Now, as an emerging technology, it presents novel risks and uncertainties, so the decision-making context has a lack of information, which can be really challenging. And given that it's emerging, there aren't really specifically designed frameworks already in place to manage the risks and uncertainties. We did our review through a systematic approach, looking to identify challenges and recommendations for MCB governance. We did broaden our search to solar radiation management, which is a broader set of technologies under which marine cloud brightening is often characterised. That's because there was very limited literature out there already on marine cloud brightening. So we reviewed 27 publications, and from that we identified a set of challenges and recommendations. So, as I said, three broad challenges were identified from the literature. The first set of those challenges related to the technical aspects of governance. So unsurprisingly, one of the major issues here relates to the uncertainty of these technologies in relation to the impacts that they might have, but also their potential benefits. There's a lot of uncertainty around that, which is very difficult to deal with in governance frameworks. The second of those challenges related to technological lock-in. So there's concern that if we did research or develop technologies, then we might be locked into using them, that there would be, I guess, an incentive to use them as opposed to other solutions or opportunities that might come up. The third of those challenges relates to termination shock. So the concern that if deployment was to cease, there could be quite significant and sudden negative impacts, and how to deal with that through governance was another challenge. The second set of challenges there relates to the legitimacy of governance. So a lot of these concerns are about the democratic processes that are used to deal with these technologies. And transboundary effects was a real challenge here, one of the key challenges identified, I should say, because there is a concern that if one jurisdiction sanctioned and indeed deployed these technologies, that there could be impacts in a neighbouring jurisdiction who might not have been involved in that decision-making process. So that was a challenge identified. Perhaps not surprisingly again, public acceptability is a concern in this space. There's no secret, I guess, that these technologies can be very controversial, I suppose. And so that's a concern in terms of how to develop effective approaches to manage these technologies. The concern about weaponisation by state or non-state actors was also raised in the literature. And finally, there was concern about the narrow range of perspectives that might be consulted in decision-making and that marginalised voices might get a say. That leads very nicely into the ethical challenges, and I really want to draw your attention to the first of those, which relates to the moral hazard challenge, which is this idea that if we fund processes to research these technologies, then they might be privileged rather than emissions reduction technologies and climate mitigation strategies. That sort of colours as well the other ethical challenges. So there was a lot of discussion about the extent to which private funding is appropriate in this area and whether it is appropriate. Concerns about the use of this technology exacerbating existing inequalities. And that particularly fed into that next challenge, which related to intergenerational equity, recognising that our current generation will make decisions about whether to use or whether not to use this technology. And the people that are most affected by those decisions are future generations who obviously don't get properly represented in decision making. The final of those challenges was human hubris associated with the idea of using these technologies. again, we had 3 broad categories that we identified from the literature of recommendations this time. So the first of those related to potential governance approaches that might be best suited to addressing the particular challenges of a novel technology like marine cloud brightening. So there is a real range of these. I actually won't go through them in detail, just in the interests of time. But I want to draw your attention to this first one, international cooperation. This was a really popular recommendation. The majority of papers in our review that talked about international cooperation talked about it quite favourably. However, there was also a lot of scepticism about the extent to which it was actually feasible or achievable, I guess, particularly given the fact that it took a really long time to get that international consensus and convention making around climate change. So a concern that it would be really challenging to achieve any kind of agreement in this area. I think I'll leave the other approaches. Suffice to say, each of them sort of had different positives and negatives in terms of trying to address some of the uncertainty and some of those democratic challenges that we're dealing with according to the literature. That second set of recommendations we termed engagement, so it related to the extent to which broader members of society are engaged in the development of governance and through the governance processes themselves, and how messaging about these technologies and indeed the engagement themselves is communicated more broadly to society. So again, there it's responding to those challenges of sort of public acceptability and the moral hazard challenge. So that's what the framing really goes to, recognising that if such technologies were to be researched or even deployed, they needed to be, I guess, positioned as something that happens in tandem with climate mitigation strategies and emissions reduction. Otherwise, in engagement, there was a real emphasis on the importance of frequent and meaningful stakeholder engagement, and I believe there have probably been a number of presentations in relation to this issue more generally about RAP over the last few days. So I won't go into it too deeply, but again, transparency was recognised as really important to any process there to try to build any kind of public confidence and ensure that there is that sort of accountability for these technologies, given that we're dealing with potential novel risks and uncertainties. There was some discussion about the extent to which non-state actors can play a role in governance. They might have to if there isn't any governance already established. And finally, that last category of recommendations related to explicitly addressing the risks, and they varied quite considerably. I'll particularly draw your attention to that recommendation for tiered risk assessment because that was very favourably discussed in the literature. The key takeaways from that broad overview of the current literature in this space were that there is real concern about the moral implications of these technologies and the extent to which that can be addressed through governance. And indeed, that question of whether governance could effectively address the challenges was very much still contentious from the literature we reviewed. From that literature review then, we identified 2 key knowledge gaps at this stage. The first relates to specific guidance for marine cloud brightening, which was quite limited in the literature. And the second relates to the details of how recommendations could be practically implemented on the ground. The first of those knowledge gaps that we identified relates to the scale and rationale behind the particular technologies being governed and the extent to which that actually affects what type of governance is needed. So as I mentioned earlier, we extended our literature review to include solar radiation management technologies because there was very limited guidance in relation to marine cloud brightening. And that group of technologies includes a real range in terms of scales, as you can see on the figure on screen. So we're dealing with both smaller scale technologies like marine cloud brightening, but also those global scale approaches you can see on screen. And you can imagine that those might have quite significant implications for the severity of the challenges we're dealing with and what types of measures might be appropriate. But that wasn't really addressed in the literature. So digging into that a little bit more deeply, transboundary effects is one clear challenge that might be less challenging if we're dealing with very small scale approaches, like marine cloud brightening has the potential to be in some cases. And so that's something that would need to be taken into account in developing governance. That would have flow-on effects for the extent to which international cooperation might be needed, given that there might not be that cross-jurisdictional issue. But again, this is something that needs to be considered in more depth and just wasn't in the literature. I'll leave the moral hazard one to one side today, just in the interest of time. I'm swiftly running out of time, but I just wanted to briefly touch on that second knowledge gap in the literature we reviewed, and that related to that on-ground implementation of any of those recommendations for governance. There was a real dearth of information about that, and particularly in relation to that stakeholder engagement recommendation, sort of the who, what, how of that, there was very limited information on that. And I'll just direct you to hopefully a paper in future out of this work that will go into a bit more detail about this particular gap. So to sort of wrap everything up, through this review that we did, we identified a really complex set of challenges and recommendations that should be considered when we're thinking about designing potentially ethical and effective governance for marine cloud brightening. So it's certainly a useful guide, but those knowledge gaps we identified suggest that there probably needs to be more context-specific evaluation of this governance challenge that we have. Looking forward, we might gain some more guidance, I guess, from the emerging technologies literature about how to make decisions in circumstances of great uncertainty. So thank you so much for listening. That's it from me. I'm happy to take any questions, especially given I skipped over a few of the details here and there in the interest of time. So thanks so much.
So Rose, are you in a, is Rose still online or what's the scene? No, okay, Rose is not online, so you saw her email there, and if people would like to converse with her, I suggest you do by email. Now listen, before you go, we're going to have I've been advised there'll be a short lunch and reconvene at 1:15 rather than 1 o'clock, so we'll see you there then. Thank you very much.
Okay, folks, we're going to kick off the afternoon session shortly. We're, as you know, running behind time, so I'll be asking the speakers to stick to their time. Before I ask Karen up for the first talk, I do want to acknowledge the traditional owners upon the land on which we're meeting. I want to pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging. So we are going to get straight into it. We'll try and have enough time for Q&A. So so our first speaker is Karen Vella, and here comes Karen now. Thanks, Karen.
Thanks, John, and hi everybody. Very thrilled to be here. I'd like to acknowledge the... Oh, hang on, let me just see, what do I press here? Great. I'd like to acknowledge the Gimoy, the KULBUL-BARRA, the Yirrganydji and the Yirrganydji people, and all of the traditional owners of sea and land country in the Great Barrier Reef, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. In the spirit of the conference, I'll just say a little bit about me to start with. I was born about 6 blocks away from here in the Cairns Base Hospital, and my first reef experience would have been in early primary. I can't remember how old I was, when we had the experience to camp at Girringun Beach and walk out onto King Reef. And that was an amazing experience as a young person. What I'd like to talk about today is some insights from a monitoring, evaluation and learning set of activities that we undertook within the stakeholder engagement and traditional owner sub-program in the Reef Restoration and Adaptation program. There's been a few presentations over the course of the last couple of days from members of our sub-program, which has been fantastic. What I wanted to do is just give us a little bit of context to how those activities fit together, because it kind of does fit together into a broader suite of activities. So our sub-program, along with a number of other sub-programs in RAP, is one of the cross-cutting programs supporting restoration science and development to protect the reef in the face of climate change. The focus of the sub-program over the last 4 to 5 years has been social science to inform research and development. Our focus has been to support the development of interventions that are socially and culturally responsible and legitimate and acceptable to traditional owners, stakeholders, managers and the public. And I'd like to acknowledge my co-leads, Bruce Taylor, Dr. Bruce Taylor, who's at the back of the room, Professor Stuart Lockie, who is very disappointed not to be here this week. Our sub-program has a number of goals. Firstly, and this is a suite of activities that Professor Lockie has led, is around identifying social, economic, cultural risks and opportunities of interventions. There's a suite of activities led by Dr. Bruce Taylor and his colleagues at CSIRO around designing, piloting and evaluating novel engagement and partnering strategies in the GBR for reef restoration. And a third suite of activities, which is a suite that my team has been quite heavily involved in, is around adaptive learning for governance and kind of integration into decision making within reef restoration. We've been working across different scales, trying to understand those perspectives from global or national to local, working in lots of different ways, different methods, engaging with different types of stakeholders and traditional owners in different regions along the GBR and in other places across Australia. It's important for us to acknowledge, recognise and find ways to work within rights and interest groups. And ultimately, we want to support better decision making, drawing on the knowledge from the social science work that we're doing, and using that to support better decision making about how we move forward with restoration at scale. This particular suite of activities that I'm presenting on now is about our monitoring, evaluation and learning that we've been working through over the last few years within the sub-program. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about why we're doing that, what we've done, and what are some of the insights that we've learnt from that process. To take a step back, most of you would acknowledge And there's been so many presentations and discussions about this over the last couple of days, that large-scale assisted ecosystem adaptation presents lots of different challenges. You know, engaging in an R&D program, engaging stakeholders and traditional owners in a complex R&D program is challenging. Some of the challenges are that the science is really uncertain. There's technical uncertainties, there's environmental uncertainties that Ken presented on really well today. We don't really know what's happening. We're modelling, we're trying to predict what's happening with environmental change, but we don't really know. There's also so much we don't know about our people and how people feel about the reef, what people are doing in different parts of the GBR. So the human dimensions are still not as well known as we'd like, although I acknowledge there's been lots of steps forward over the last 5 or 6 years. From a social perspective, we're trying to engage people in things that we really don't know what the benefits and risk perceptions are. And you heard from Sue today about the strategies that RAP is putting in place to try and understand what those risks are and how to manage them. But the reality is that, they're uncertain risks, and that's challenging when you're engaging. We have unclear governance structures. We don't really know how to make some of these things happen in practice. We don't have fit-for-purpose regulatory and governance regimes. There are different knowledges in the reef, different ways of thinking about and valuing knowledge and understanding what's happening and where the solutions might come from. And of course, there's different ethics and perceptions around the risks of intervening. People think about ontological, should we do it, the ethics of doing something versus doing nothing in different ways, because we live in a pluralistic society, one of the joyful things about life. When we were designing the stakeholder and traditional owner sub-program, one of the models that we were thinking about is adapted from approaches to managing risk and deliberation in sort of large-scale technology interventions. And that model is based on the premise that you need good deliberative processes that allow different types of knowledge to come together and weigh up the risks and, importantly, the benefits of making decisions in the context of all of those uncertainties and all of those challenges. So we founded our sub-program on this, one of our foundations is this concept of deliberation. And Sue mentioned it before, creating the opportunity for people to come together, to share, to deliberate, and to decide what to do in the face of uncertainties. So why deliberation? Well, ideally, it's about including the diverse range of interests from traditional owners to the range of reef communities in decision-making processes. Ideally, it's about empowering communities and traditional owners to engage and participate in RAP and receive benefits from their participation and empowerment. It's an approach to ensure that social risks and cultural risks and benefits of RAP interventions are managed and distributed equitably, about achieving deliberative governance, which requires underpinning capabilities actually to allow that process of effective deliberation to occur. And reflection and learning is the key to all of that. In the monitoring, evaluation, learning strategy in the sub-program, it was a collective learning exercise within our stakeholder and engagement traditional owner sub-program, but actually drew on insights and reflections from others outside of our sub-program, but within RAP generally. Our scope was to understand how effective our engagement activities have been at the sub-program level, and it was based on the objectives and outcomes around appropriateness based on a program logic that we developed, and I'll talk a little bit about that. So fundamentally, it's about reflecting on what we're doing. Are we doing it well? Do we need to make changes? At the end of this R&D phase, thinking ahead, what might we need to do differently to fill gaps or achieve better outcomes for traditional owners and communities through this restoration program of work. So how we did it in practice, we developed a theory of change that we refined as collectively as a sub-program. We used that theory of change and program logic to identify what it was that we really wanted to hone in on our evaluation and learning and that was around our effectiveness, our impact, and then some broader reflections from us going forwards. We thought about the data that we were going to use for that, and because there's so much data collection happening, particularly social data collection, there was a balance between drawing on what we had access to from the research that we were doing and supplementing that with key strategic interviews and discussions. And then that was used to underpin a series of internal, within sub-program and broader reflections for RAP going forwards. Just to summarise, we drew on the findings of over 20 internal reports and about technical science material derived from the sub-program, 10 interviews and focus groups, and over 15 kind of follow-up discussions. So in terms of some of the lessons, in terms of effectiveness of the engagement sub-program, what we were looking at there is the extent to which our activities achieved our intended objectives. And in our analysis, we were looking for evidence of things like that our approach to engagement research enabled us to shift our focus as our understanding of what the whole program was doing and where communities were, as our understanding of that improved. And we saw that. We saw that the engagement research activities were flexible, they're adaptable, they provided lots of opportunities, and we heard about some of those earlier today, for networking, for deliberation, and for mutual learning between participants that we engaged with, between participants and us, and between us and our broader colleagues across RAP. We found evidence that through the approach that we took, we were effectively engaging expectation management. And I mean that from the perspective that, it's a challenging space when you're engaging people outside in something like RAP because, it's a slow-moving and at the same time fast-moving set of activities, and it's not clear when decisions will be made, who they'll be made, what the decisions will be. And so we're having to manage expectations. And we found evidence that we were doing that in quite an effective way for both participants and for RAP itself. And there were consistent messages about RAP that we provided to stakeholders that were consistent across a range of stakeholder groups and with what was happening, the dialogue within RAP itself. Some of the findings are that, it's not surprising, I'm sure, that there's high public support when people understand the science behind the interventions. The potential distribution of risks and benefits is still not very clear, but there's huge appetite in understanding that more. That we have generated new insights into engagement and recognising that we've had to adapt that to different time frames, values, attitudes and experiences, and we can now scale that up or scale that out or adapt those engagement experiences to meet the new emerging needs of RAP. And co-learning is mutually beneficial. This quote here illustrates it, which I can't read on the screen because of the colour and the size. But I think it's about giving people direct exposure to RAP and the benefits that they acknowledge by being involved. Some of the challenges is in around public understanding of reef restoration, and deliberation takes time to build and requires multiple conversations to allow that understanding to build. There are also some challenges around, and we heard a bit about this over the last couple of days, having the resources and the time to be flexible and adaptable and be able to respond to where communities' needs are or traditional owner needs are, be able to support them to be involved in deliberation. In terms of the impact of the sub-program, we were looking for evidence that the approaches to engagement research, strive to give people a voice, and we found that they absolutely did. We saw evidence that capacity building did occur through the activities of the sub-program. People's capacity to be involved was built by their participation in our activities. We saw evidence that stakeholder decision-making in the project influenced project decisions sort of at that level. Like, for example, the community panel made decisions that were instrumental in the sites of monitoring activities at Moore Reef. The stakeholder advisory group put together a range of recommendations that were presented to RAP, and stakeholders led that, so that was good. Traditional owner and stakeholder voices have been absolutely valued at the project level, and there's definitely potential to scale up some of these frameworks, like the biocultural framework that Kirsten and Carl presented on earlier this morning. Some of the findings there are that the R&D program created opportunities for networking, deliberation and learning. The flexible approach to engagement was really positively acknowledged by both the broader program and, importantly, the stakeholders themselves. The impact to decision making, of course, is ongoing work. There hasn't been a lot of time involved, from when RAP got started. We're starting to see the evidence of that engagement influencing decision making, but the test of that will be over the next few years as we're really thinking about kind of what are the next steps for RAP. And so then, of course, there are questions about what comes next, how to scale and how to build on the momentum that's been generated over the last couple of years. Some of the challenges are that supporting engagement for reef restoration is challenging. It's a really big program and it's really complex, and there's lots of moving parts, and we don't always have visibility over those things, and that can create challenges for engaging people in a conversation about reef restoration at scale. Sometimes misaligned timeframes can create barriers to engagement as well. Synthetically, this process has allowed us or supported us to put together some key recommendations for ourselves as a sub-program and for the broader reef restoration program. It's identified that we need a better engagement strategy. We need to build and strengthen our partnerships with stakeholders and traditional owners. There's been some excellent work done. There's more work that we need to do, particularly around deepening our engagement with traditional owners beyond FPIC towards and beyond towards empowerment of traditional owner science in reef restoration. There's opportunities for us to strengthen how we connect social science knowledge into RAP's decision making, and recommendations for us about how we can more actively engage communities and respond to concerns, how we can continue our innovative approaches and adapt them, and opportunities for the incorporation of reef restoration activities into reef governance structures, which is something that we need to start thinking about for the future. The process also, through the process is recommendations that we might want to scale this beyond the stakeholder engagement sub-program to think about the opportunity to reflect and learn as a broader program. And I think this is really beneficial because there's so many elements to it. There's the technical elements, there's pilot deployments. How we deliberate across all of those different knowledges and all of those different elements is just a really important thing for us to do so that we can be adaptively managing and adapting our program for the future. Of course, I'd like to acknowledge all of the people who've been involved in this work to date. Our team there on the left of the slide, but importantly, the broader range of folks from across CSIRO, James Cook Uni, QUT, UQ, social scientists, our sub-program colleagues, the Indigenous partnerships team, Trotwater, and everybody who's been involved in helping us to reflect on what we've done to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you for saving us some time. So plenty of time for questions. Questions for Karen, please. Come here. I'm not sure who's running the Slido thing. Have we got any slide questions from the online? No questions? Okay, thanks.
Too comprehensive. Perfect.
Thank you, Karen. Morgan Pratchett, I'd like to call Morgan to the stage. Morgan's going to talk to us about research priorities and management reforms to meet CITES obligations. Thanks. Thanks very much.
Thanks, everybody. So just in the spirit of sharing, I just want to reiterate that some of what I said yesterday, I've been working on the Great Barrier Reef, and my main research priority is to understand threats to the Great Barrier Reef and particularly the coral habitats. And I've been doing this for sort of 30 years, so I am a JCU graduate, very much focused on the area in our immediate vicinity. And if we think about the holistic threats to the Great Barrier Reef, one of the ones which probably doesn't get a lot of attention, but we need to consider, is the fact that there is actually a coral harvest fishery operating within the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park and World Heritage Area, as occurs across all the coral reef jurisdictions in Australia, including the Coral Sea Marine Park. So to give you a flavour of the scale and extent of this, we've been harvesting corals, the industry's been harvesting corals from the Great Barrier Reef since very early on in the 1950s. A large part of that was initially for curios, and this is an ongoing part of the current collection, but it's a very minor part. The key thing now is to provide corals for aquariums, and this is largely an export industry. So the value proposition that goes with this fishery is very much contingent upon having that export approval to allow for the export of corals, which are on CITES Appendix 2, so that has to comply with a lot of additional regulations. In terms of the scale of the fishery, the latest estimates suggest that there's around 55 million organisms harvested and largely traded internationally on an annual basis, and the estimated value of this industry globally is around 2.5 billion. More closer to home, the last estimate that was undertaken for the Queensland coral fishery was around $37 million per year. So the total allowable catch for the commercial coral harvest in Queensland, just focusing in on the Great Barrier Reef, is 200 tonnes. Now, that's that blue line you can see at the very top of that graph, and the blue dots indicate the actual proportion of that quota that are taken on an annual basis. And so you can see we're very far from ever harvesting anything like that amount, but it has in some years exceeded 100 tonnes. It's important to point out that that is split into specialty coral. There's a lot of sort of history associated with why we have these two categories, but there was the specialty coral, which is all the generally large polyp things, and then the other coral, which are the faster growing sort of Acropora and Poecilopora. So the harvest is still well below the legislated harvest limits, but the important thing that we need to acknowledge is that there has been a massive escalation in the amount of harvesting, and that's not really apparent from this because one of the issues we have in this industry is inconsistent reporting based on size or weight of the pieces of coral. And so you can see it much more clearly if we look at the actual number of pieces that are taken from the Great Barrier Reef. So critically, there was a real upswing in the level of harvesting in around 2016, 2017, and most of you will be well aware that that coincided with the massive mass bleaching and corresponding coral mortality on the Great Barrier Reef. And so you can imagine this really raised some alarms among international CITES partners who are wondering how you could really reconcile that massive increase in harvest at the same time. There's widespread reports that the Great Barrier Reef is being subject to, significant pressure from climate change. And so that was the crux of the issue, and I need to talk through some of the sort of governance issues for really explaining why some of the industry members weren't really privy to the pressures that the whole industry was under early enough in this discussion process. So just to give a little bit more context, some of the corals that are being harvested by the Queensland coral fishery are incredibly unique. They don't generally they feature in much of the large-scale monitoring because a lot of this stuff is harvested from deep water or interreefal habitats. Some of these things are incredibly unique in the sense that the coral there on your right, Homophilia australis, it's probably not that species and it's probably not that genus. It's probably an unknown coral. It's undescribed at this point. Probably only grows in one small area off Mackay. Doesn't grow anywhere else in the world. It's an Australian endemic, and we're literally taking, you can see the numbers there, around 40,000 of them off the reef on an annual basis. So, you know, there's a real imperative to look at the conservation of these corals. So just to give you a sense of the sort of the governance and talk about what the existing instruments are in terms of managing this. And that number there is pretty critical, the 269% increase in the harvest of Trachyphilia, because up until the recent management reforms, Queensland Fisheries had a legislative instrument in place which said if you increased your harvest by 30% in any given year, there had to be a suspension on take and a thorough review of what was going on. And that wasn't happening. And even for the Homophilia australis, we saw relatively unconstrained and unregulated growth over a period of several decades. So the problem is, you know, inherent in a lot of this management is that the governance is incredibly complicated. So from the industry perspective, they're largely constrained in their activities by the Queensland Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, who are on one part responsible for issuing the licences and also for managing the quota requirements. So those quota requirements are supposed to be reviewed annually, but, you know, in terms of that structure I just presented in terms of the 200 tonnes, it's been unchanged since 2005. Now, in addition to that, and this is going to be a very simplistic view of the governance that, you know, is imposed upon the licence holders, they also, because it's a part of the harvest fishery, they also have to independently get a permit to operate from the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority. And so they have to directly interact with the Marine Park Authority in that way. The other thing is, because this is a CITES, they're targeting something that's on CITES, there's also a lot of oversight from the Commonwealth agency through DQ, and in particular the department that's responsible for operating as Australia's CITES Scientific Authority. Now, there's a lot of exchange between QDAF and DQ in terms of what happens on a sort of a 3-year cycle associated with what we call the World Trade Operations Authority. That's when a lot of the action happens, and you can see for, you know, this is really timely because the WTO, the current WTO in place, expires in October of this year. And so there's going to be a lot of back and forth. Interestingly, that exchange is all through QDAF and DQ. The industry are not privy to, largely not privy to this whole exchange of information. Now, what happens in the lead up to this is DQ often seeks independent expert advice, and this is where I came in. I actually have been providing the necessary analysis of all the data to support the last range of WTOs, the last one which came into place for the Coral Sea earlier this year. And then the further complication is that Australia's CITES Authority are constantly having to receive inquiries and respond to the inquiries from the international CITES authorities. And we like to think of this as sort of, you know, a really strong structured process, but really every single country that signs into CITES interacts with the other countries individually. So Australia is receiving requests for information simultaneously from all the receiving countries of our exports and have to respond to those. And the industry, let alone, you know, the independent experts, are not privy to any of those requests. So we sort of, you know, have this really strange filter through which we see the information, where we're asked to provide input and information without really knowing the genesis or the real reason for those concerns. And not surprisingly, therefore, in recent history, some of this has really sort of blown up and created a real constraint on the social licence to operate. So one of the things that has really changed recently, that there was a push to put in place prescribed harvest limits. Okay, now this is part of the WTO process. It was imposed by DQ, but it had to be done in accordance with the Queensland Department of Agriculture and Fisheries harvest strategy. So we're working with two completely separate requirements to try and come together and create what we thought were going to be appropriate harvest limits. And I was tasked with doing this job, so it was a really, you know, interesting process in the sense that I was thought the minute that this was contracted, I would be able to just go and get the information from DAF. It actually took over a year even to get the harvest data out of DAF before we could even start that process. So just the key bits about the harvest process. The idea was to set harvest limits based on a reference period. There's a lot of issues around that reference period. It's very contemporary, really. And also there was a tiered approach. So just to show you how this works for this coral I showed you previously, we have a 3-year reference period. It was averaged by that. And then you have this multiplier based on the tier. And this particular coral at the time was considered tier 2, so they could harvest 1.5 times the mean harvest for the reference period. So obviously that allows for a 50% increase in the harvest levels over and above the elevated reference levels, which are already elevated above what really the history of harvesting for this coral really was. So there was obviously a bit of an issue there. And the key thing about this harvest strategy was it really was doing very little to constrain the growth of the harvest. So the fundamental concern here that was being put upon us by the international CITES or partners was that there was evidence of uncontrolled, unregulated growth in this sector, which we had to address. So we went through and considered all the different corals and tried to come up with prescribed harvest limits for all those different corals. And considered everything above where there was more than 600 kilos harvested per year, and then looked at the catch trends. It's a lot involved in this, but those documents are now publicly available, so you just need to type in, go to the sort of CITES authority, and you can see the expert assessments for all the different Australian jurisdictions' coral fisheries. So this was the ultimate take-home from all of this. I'm pleased to say that this was our recommendations ended up being fully endorsed by the Minister at the time, Susan Lee. And, for various people, you'll be interested in the different limits. I guess the one that's relevant in terms of the context of a lot of the discussions this week in terms of restoring populations, where a lot of the focus of restoration is on Acropora, is the fact that the industry is permitted to take in the order of 100,000 pieces of Acropora with a total weight of around 1,900 kilos. Just try and put that in the perspective of what you guys are trying to produce and put back out there on the reef. So in terms of setting these limits, we were compelled to deviate from the Queensland harvest strategy. We thought it was it was very difficult to justify that further 50% increase, so we constrained our upper limit to 100% or a multiplier of 1 relevant to the reference levels. So for all the corals of concern, even those ones which come out as relatively low concern, it's a maximum of 100% of that reference level. These prescribed harvest limits ended up being endorsed unanimously and were put in place. And in order to enact that, they became part of the WTO conditions. They aren't sitting in legislation within the QDAF management of the quota. As far as QDAF are concerned, the quota for the fishery is still that 200 tonnes split between specialty and other coral, but then they have to honour this additional complication which comes over the top. Now, when this was first put in place, there was an unfortunate race to fish where everyone was told, this is your harvest limit. As soon as we hit that harvest limit, you can't take it anymore. So a lot of the licence holders went out and tried to game the system and said, OK, we think the Trachophilia are going to go first, and they just targeted that. Others went for the Homophilia and just targeted that. As you could imagine, we went way over the quotas. I'm happy to advise now that even these quotas are now subject to an individual tradable quota. So each licence holder within their quota allocation is being given a proportionate level to harvest each of these different coral species. The key thing is this is the first species-specific harvest limits imposed for corals within this fishery. So we're trying to rein in the amount that can be taken on any given coral. Up until this was put in place, up to depending on which quota, which coral you were looking at, up to 140 tonnes could be taken of a single species in a single year. But the key thing to emphasise is these limits are based on catch history. They are not necessarily sustainable. Okay, so in terms of understanding the CITES oversight on this, this is a structure that we've actually developed in order to talk to the current levels of data availability and the way we need to set harvest limits. This is brand new because there has never been a consistent framework for really establishing what you need to set a harvest limit within CITES. Now, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I just want to point out that as far as we're concerned, this is where the Queensland coral fishery is sitting, where there is comprehensive spatial temporal catch effort data. There's a little bit of knowledge around the species, but there's a lot of information they need before we can even consider setting sustainable harvest limits. So these should be very, very precautionary harvest limits. The data needed to take that further is dependent on the volume of the trade and the intrinsic and extrinsic threats. So there's a requirement now under CITES that if you've got high levels of trade, you need to go to the next level. So based on what we know about the fishery, we really need to be down here now. So you can understand that there's probably a big gap there. And not surprisingly, the EU has imposed bans on the import of Australian corals. This is just one of a number of bans that Australia is currently subject to. So this plays out where they get their scientific reference group to then come to opinion, and they made a negative opinion about these corals. All right, so what do we have to do? Given the heavily reliance on fisheries and data, we need open and transparent and readily accessible data. It's unbelievable in this day and age that a lot of this catch data is almost inaccessible. We need detailed information on the catch composition. So for Acropora, you report it at the genus level. We have no idea of the catch composition, what proportion is from different species. We need information on the distribution, abundance, and especially biomass. This is a weight-based quota. It's actually hard to take all the information we know about how much coral is out there and actually turn it into a biomass. So that's where we've invested our last 2 years, is just working that out. We need to compare sampling. We need to undertake the sampling in fished and unfished areas. You can understand immediately the ramifications of that. And we need ongoing sampling to understand the stock status in the face of constant environmental change. So the take-home messages: it's difficult to justify the substantial increases in the harvest level given the additional pressures to which the reef's been subject. The prescribed harvest limits were intended to address unconstrained and unregulated growth, but they are not necessarily sustainable harvest limits, and a lot of work's needed. And the thing is establishing those sustainable harvest limits requires a massive investment, and it doesn't seem we're going to get there. So, you know, we've got to be open to what's the other avenue for this fishery. And I think the key take-home is that the Australian Maclean aquarium industry needs to reduce reliance on wild stocks. If they're going to maintain exports of Australian high-value and unique corals, it's got to be done through aquaculture. And I implore anyone within the RRAP aquaculture team to think about some of these Australian endemic corals. They are extremely valuable, and we need to start thinking about the aquaculture of these species. Thanks very much.
No, well, you're out of time, but that was such a great talk. I'm sure there'll be one or two questions, so... You want to come up?
You've got to go to the microphone.
Got to go to the mic.
What do you feel the industry is worth? People online. What would you estimate the industry to be worth a year?
Well, there was that estimate, but that comes just from the total revenue acquired, which was $37 million. But, you know, even that is probably a gross underestimate. But I think, you know, it's beholden on an industry like that to reinvest in its own future. And so there's probably a need for sort of, you know, some proportion of that to go back into the research required to prop this industry up.
Anything from the Slido or the late? Where are we looking? Line up for questions or?
Morgan, are any of these species of great concern listed by IUCN on their red list? I know they're not listed under Australian legislation because I chaired the Threatened Species Scientific Committee for 12 years and we've never heard of it, but I'm just wondering about IUCN.
Yeah, absolutely. So some of they vary enormously under which they're listed, but some of them are considered vulnerable, and there's a whole range that are at least concern. My concern with that assessment is that it's often assumes that a lot of these species have a global distribution. So for that Homophilia australis, it was originally considered it was a part of a broader species complex that spread across large parts of the coral triangle. But if you recognise it as a unique species that's only found off Mackay, you've got to do a whole new assessment. So we need to revisit all those assessments.
Okay, maybe you and I need to have a conversation about how that might be done. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Morgan. Fascinating, and I'm sure there's lots more questions. Now, I'm going to ask Frida to come up. Frida Nicholson will be talking about the resistance of restored reefs to cyclone impacts in the northern GBR.
Hi everyone. So I'm going to be speaking about some impacts to restored reefs from the recent cyclone season, from Cyclone Jasper that happened in December 2023. But before I start, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the sea country on which this work took place. So that's the Yirrganydji, the Gungandji and the Yirrganydji people. I'd like to pay my respect to elders past and present and also acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded. So you've probably heard about quite a few intervention methods over the last few days. The one I'm going to be talking about today is the Mars-assisted reef restoration system. So it does use a structure that you can see here called a reef star, but the system as a whole involves a comprehensive process of training, site selection, preparation, installation, and also ongoing monitoring and maintenance. So if this is all undertaken correctly, it's designed to not only stabilise rubble, but also undertake a number of other ecosystem services, provide a number of other ecosystem services, including accelerated carbonate production, coastal protection, and also provision of new substrate for both attached and natural recruitment of corals. So the science and practice of reef restoration has come a long way since the days of dumping refuse into the ocean to be used as artificial reefs or fish aggregating devices. But unfortunately, we're still seeing some ongoing impacts as a result of some of the past efforts. One of these is issues with instability, structural instability. And these news articles are all from the past year, 2023, 2024. Unfortunately, these all refer to efforts that occurred in decades past that were all done with great intentions, but they're still having these instability issues and getting washed up on beaches all around the world. So this issue, it's acknowledged both in the scientific community and the broader community, and it does affect the social licence that we have for reef restoration in a lot of areas. And as restoration practitioners, it is one of the biggest questions we get asked. A lot of people, when they hear about a project being planned, one of the questions they ask is, how do we know it's not just going to end up washed up on the beach in the next cyclone or the next big storm event? So these concerns, they're not to be dismissed. The power of wave action can be really huge, as you can see from some of the enormous Porites bommies that were washed up on beaches at Hook Island in the Whitsundays after Cyclone Debbie. So what are some of the characteristics of restoration that might affect or potentially impact their ability to withstand these huge wave events, these huge cyclones? So other than characteristics of the disturbance event itself, we might want to look at the actual size of the restoration, the footprint. We might also want to look at the depth that it's installed at, and also potentially even the age of the installation, how long it's been given to establish itself. So Cyclone Jasper, it tracked up the Great Barrier Reef over December 11th and 12th in 2023, and then it turned west and crossed the Great Barrier Reef somewhere near Cooktown or just south of Cooktown on the evening of December 13th. So reefs in this region, they did suffer a lot of impacts, not only from the physical disturbance, but also, as everyone in here I'm sure knows, from the freshwater inundation associated with the flooding events that happened in the days afterwards. But these impacts, they were really patchy, and that's often the case with cyclone events. And it does mean that these impacts, because they were severe in some places and almost non-existent in other places, it is really hard to extrapolate impacts that you might see on one reef and sort of extrapolate that to a reef system up as a whole. So if we zoom in on that stretch on the map from the previous slide, if we zoom in on that stretch between Cooktown and Cairns, which suffered from the longest period of high wave action, the yellow and orange zone there, we do actually have 5 MARS sites within that region, so we do have 5 sites that we can actually extrapolate some information from. And so the results here are going to be just a little bit of a run through each of those sites using a range of different data. Each of those sites are slightly different ages, different sizes, so there's a few different things we can look at and see if we can find some trends. So just a quick overview of some of the data we collected. At a couple of the sites, we did actually have some monitoring data that we collected pre and post cyclone, so that's photoquadrats. And then at some of the other sites, well, at every site, we had divers doing both a visual assessment and a tactile assessment to test the stability of the site. And then we also had some observations from skippers that were out on the reef in the days leading up to the cyclone to get an idea of actually how strong those waves were, how high those waves were in the days leading up, and how long they occurred for. So the first site I'll show you, it's from Opal Reef. It's in Opal Reef, and that's the site that's actually closest to where the cyclone ended up crossing the reef. Just the chart here is to show you that there was up to 16 hours of cyclonic winds in that region. It's from Agincourt Reef weather station, so just to show you that there were quite strong winds in that region during a period of time. Now this particular site, it's really small as reef SAR installations go, it's only 10 reef SARs. And the actual purpose of this site was, instead of a restoration site, it was an experiment for coral attachment. So it does mean that by the time the cyclone came through, there were actually very few fragments left on that site. So it's not exactly a normal reef SAR site, however, it was still installed with all the usual stability measures, the anchoring and everything that we normally do. So what ended up happening at Opal Reef? There were some quite severe impacts to the reef area around at Opal Reef. Quite a few corals were upturned, lots of different growth forms, table corals and massive corals, and quite a lot of breakage of branching corals as well. There was also some minor movement and damage to some coral nursery structures that were out there on site. Just a side note to note, they're not rubble stabilisation devices, but just so you're aware that there was quite severe, obviously, wave action to that particular site. Now, if we look at the actual reef SARs, you've got the before and the after. There was little to no evidence of any impact from the cyclone itself. No impact to stability. Unfortunately, because there's no fragments on that, or very few fragments on those reef SARs, we can't actually say whether there was any breakage of fragments or not. So the next site I'm going to show you is at Hastings Reef. So it is a little bit further south from where that cyclone crossed the coast. However, it is on the outer Barrier Reef, so it's alongside where the cyclone sort of tracked north for that period of days. Now this site is a fairly young build, it's only 6 months old, and it's 100 reef SARs installed in around 7 metres of depth of water. So diver observations indicated that in the reef area around there was quite widespread dislodgement of large corals and coral rocks as well, and hundreds of smaller fragments were spread out all over the reef. So quite a bit of impact to this site, to this reef. Now on the reef SARs, there was a small number of fragments dislodged, but what we actually found there was that many of the natural corals that were dislodged, they actually entered the reef SAR build itself and sort of became lodged into that reef SAR matrix, into the structure. and they started to accumulate in there along with some pieces of rubble and almost became stuck in there. Once they got in there, they sort of couldn't come out. So that was a really interesting observation that we noted. There was one location on this build, and you can see it in the photo there with the orange circle, that it's about 1 metre across, where there was some rubble that was gouged out from the side of one of the reef SARs, but this actually didn't have any impact to the suitability of the reef SAR or to the structure as a whole. So that was a fairly deep site, about 7 metres. There's also a reef SAR site also at Hastings Reef, just a few hundred metres away, which is quite a bit shallower. It's in only about 1 or 2 metres of water. It's also 100 reef SARs, and it's about the same age as the previous one. So the natural reef here saw very similar impacts, similar number of corals that were dislodged and quite a few fragments all around the reef. And also the reef SAR site did see similar results as well. We did see quite a lot of corals lodged inside that reef SAR matrix and starting to sort of become stuck in there. And a little bit of accumulation of rubble, which was effectively almost raising the level of the rubble within that matrix of reef SARs. No impact to the stability of this structure as well, other than that accumulation. So what happens when you look at a little bit more of an established site? So this site is at Green Island. It was installed in November 2020, so it's about 3 years old by the time the cyclone came through. 3 years old. It's 165 reef SARs, and it's sitting in about 3 or 4 metres of water. So at Green Island, there was some dislodgement of corals. We did have some data collected at this site. We had the pre and post monitoring. No significant change to any substrate cover was seen at the control site, so on the natural reef. Over onto the reef SAR site, there was again some dislodgement of corals, a few fragments broken here and there, and also a little bit of accumulation of that rubble inside the structure, mainly on the deeper edge. But the data didn't indicate any impact at all to either the control sites or the reef SAR site. So there was a little bit of damage seen at this site, but it seems like being an inshore reef, potentially, the data didn't indicate any significant changes to either the natural reef or the reef SAR site. So that site overall went pretty well through the cyclone. So that was a smallish site. How about if we look at a little bit more of a larger site of reef SARs? So this one here at Moore Reef that I'm going to go into, it's 439 reef SARs that were installed over a period starting from June 2020. So it's quite large and it's quite established. The natural reef here did see some fairly widespread dislodgement of corals. It also saw some large areas of soft corals that actually got ripped out from the substrate. And what we saw with those is it seemed as if the soft corals were being ripped out and exposing the rubble, but not only that, it appeared as if the rubble itself was also being thrown around, because you ended up with these kind of concave gouges where soft coral used to be. So yeah, quite a bit of damage to the natural area there. On the restoration site, there was some dislodgement of fragments, but what we saw was actually similar to what we saw at Hastings Reef. So those fragments appeared to mainly settle within, underneath and within, and also alongside the reef SAR matrix. And actually, by the time we got out there, it was about a month or 5 or 6 weeks after the cyclone. We'd actually noticed that some of these fragments had really started to settle in their new place and even started to overgrow their new home. So in a way, we were almost noticing a sort of a spreading of the footprint of the site as the corals settled on the outside of that restoration footprint. Interestingly, there was also an area of soft coral that is surrounded by reef SARs that didn't appear to be affected by the cyclone. So I'm not sure what happened there. Potentially, the reef SARs protected it from a little bit of the harsher waves. So we do also have some data from this site as well. What we found in the data was that there was no evidence of any negative impact on coral cover across any of the sites. So that's the restoration site and also the control sites. But we do know anecdotally that there was up to 30-35% loss in coral cover at some spots on Moore Reef. So it's not to say that there was no damage whatsoever on Moore Reef, but it really does point to that patchiness of impacts that you do see in cyclone events. Having said that, there was some variability in the way that sites responded to this disturbance event. What we saw was that in the degraded control site, that's the empty rubble bed that was never restored, there was some shifting of abiotic categories from the between the pre and post-cyclone data. So the relative proportions of the categories of rubble, dead coral and coral rock did shift a little bit. And we hypothesised that this shifting of these categories, it's probably as a result of rubble movement, rubble pooling in one area and sort of being moved around from other areas and exposing these different substrates that were underneath it. Now, we didn't see this same pattern in the healthy control site. The pre and post-cyclone data showed pretty consistent or stable categories, and we also didn't see it in the restoration site as well. So the hypothesis here is that if the reef is already in a degraded state, that there is some rubble movement when these physical disturbance events happen, but that if the reef is in a healthy state or a restored state, then there's less likely to be rubble movement happening. So the other interesting thing about this site is that it was a multi-stage restoration. So this means that the reef sites were installed over 5 different time points, 6 months apart. And what we saw was that there was some variability in the way each of these sections responded to the disturbance event. So the older, just to summarise the trends, the older and more established sections showed less change in substrate cover, and they showed more accumulation of rubble within the structure. And whereas the newer sections were more likely to mirror what happened in the degraded control site. And the other trend we saw was that deeper sections were a little bit less impact than shallow sections, and that's kind of to be expected. So to summarise the trends that we saw, we found that all sites remained stable under these strong wave conditions, and that there was no negative impact to coral cover at any restoration site. However, we saw that several sites did show accumulation of rubble within that restoration matrix, rubble and other loose fragments as well. And we did see that there was some variability in the way that sites responded to the disturbance of it, especially partially due to age and depth as well of the restoration. And all of these results correspond with observations we've seen at other reef sites around the world. So the implications for restoration science and restoration practice, well, we've seen that increased evidence of stability of this particular method, it may shift social licence a little bit on reef restoration. The ongoing use of well-designed interventions, if implemented correctly, could further demonstrate the ability of restoration to resist local impacts caused by global disturbances. And by maintaining the health of reefs at a local scale, by whatever means we have, we can boost the resilience of reef systems to withstand those global impacts. Questions?
Time for one question for Frida. No? Thank you. So our last presentation for this afternoon is going to be a joint one. So we're going to have Sheriden Morris and Helene Marsh do a tag team. This is called the Jon Brodie Memorial Lecture, and Sheridan's going to come up and introduce it, and then Helene will finish. The title of the talk is Driving Change to Deliver Improved Outcomes to the Reef. Thanks, Sheridan.
Thank you. Thanks, Jon. So thank you. This is a bit of a change of pace to what we've been hearing all along. There's been a formal acknowledgement to country, but I will say to the GBR mob, things are getting better, recognition is improving, and I look forward to a much greater presence for the mob in the future. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Sheriden Morris. I'm the Managing Director at RRC, which runs the National Environmental Science Program and has done in its various iterations for the last 17 years. Now, it used to be mostly focused on the Great Barrier Reef, but now it's sort of spread across the whole of Northern Australia. Prior to that, I was at CSIRO, and then before that, 10 years at the Marine Park Authority. So I'm old and I've been around a bit. Okay. Today I have the honour of joining with Professor Helene Marsh to recognise Jon Brodie's scientific leadership in the protection of the Great Barrier Reef. Can I say this is a bit of a tough presentation for me, because I was, like some of you here, we're all colleagues of Jon. So can you cut me a little bit of slack if I get pathetic? Okay, Jon, where do I press this? Right. Jon shared the rarefied position with others such as Virginia Chadwick, and who was the chair and CEO of the Marine Park Authority in the early 20s, and together whose pivotal contributions have fundamentally underpinned the future of the reef. But sadly, we recognise these contributions posthumously. For those who actually attended Jon Day's presentation this morning, you may be aware that we came so close to not succeeding in rezoning the reef. It was a bit touch and go there quite a few times, and mate, that was 20 years ago. Oh, bugger. In truth, even with all the science available at the time and all the goodwill in the world, it was the absolute drive and unfettered determination by Virginia Chadwick and the Gurrumpa team at the time that pushed the rezoning forward against all opposition and all resistance. There was no hesitation, there was no self-preservation in leadership that led to this world-renowned reef protection. This approach was also, oops, I missed that one, didn't I? This approach was also true for Jon Brodie. So it's an honour to be able to highlight his essential qualities that delivered success in driving science into policy and enshrining water quality as an issue that required both attention and significant funding. He courageously sparred with ministers, both state and federal, and departmental staff very frequently. And this is a pretty dangerous act when they control your funding. He had no restraint when speaking truth to power, none at all. And when he encouraged them way too much, they simply did their best to exclude him. He became a target, he became a target for the sugar industry and grazing industry as he pushed for practice change. When his challenges he presented were not achieved, he just tenaciously fought harder. It's a special type of self-belief not to be coerced into the safety of scientific groupthink, and also to be prepared to take your views out in the general public. It's very different from sitting in a room like this, to be out there. Jon and I couldn't have been more different. Yet he brought me into the fold to help me drive the agenda for land use practice change to improve water quality. We delivered the first water quality protection plan in 2003. That was 21 years ago. And since then, there has been 3 more. Jon liked to be unpredictable, even contrary. He had no interest in conforming to a pre-packaged version of what research manager should be. When he finished being a manager, he moved back to his research world and carried on his influence from there. In 2020, sadly, Jon passed from melanoma. Through the last years of his illness, Jon held absolute disdain for self-pity. He had been to hell and back, and yet somehow never lost his energy or his optimism or his zest for life. So cancer didn't scare him. And he maintained that spirit to the very end, too stubborn to sit still, always opinionated, fiercely opinionated, and fiercely devoted to his cause in protecting the reef. And to Jane Waterhouse, who stood by Jon through everything, absolutely everything, you have my pure admiration. Jon never hesitated to leave, and when it was unpopular, even though it was unpopular often, and impacted his career. And importantly, he showed a largest of spirit, mentoring and paving the way for the next generation. Some here today and many young researchers have benefited from his absolute commitment and wisdom for navigating the science to policy path. For all Jon and my's differences, for all the times we sparred, I never hid or tried to hide the long-standing respect I had for him. For Jon had concluded that the only way to really make his mark on the world was to commit to something way bigger than himself and way outside his own self-interest. And that's why when he spoke of the value of knowledge and the importance of evidence-based policy making, it didn't ring hollow. They weren't just words to him, it was the truth he led by and the values he brought to leadership. I cast around to some fellow travellers who were close to Jon to capture the qualities of him as a change maker. Most of the time they talked about his frank and fearless advice, how he didn't care if he was unpopular and out of step, but he always put evidence first and information up behind his opinions. When the conservation movement used to seek Jon out as their go-to scientist, and he often gave them uncomfortable advice also. And one thing that I kept hearing over and over again was that his uncompromising views and his clarity of expression are needed more today. I will say, in truth, for all us oldies, and there's a couple of them around the room that I can actually look at, and I'm not just looking at you, Jon Day, there is a classic nostalgia for management culture of the time. Can I say this is understandable? Because most of the significant basis for the current reef management was achieved during this time. The rezoning of the marine park, the development of the first water quality protection plan, the dugong protection zones, the first trawl and reef line fishery management plans, and all of it had to be within a challenging level of public consultation. The privilege of the safe academic environment was not afforded to these initiatives. It was a time when nearly everyone at the marine park was exposed to the harsh realities of pushing forward a new agenda. By my second year of working with Jon, I'd given over 220 public presentations, mostly to hostile crowds in farming communities, and with me trying my best to convince them to change how they farm to be able to protect the reef better. Fortunately for me, I was only punched in the face once, and over time developed some pretty lively self-protection techniques. You deal with farmers, you get good at this after a while. Driving change was not for the faint-hearted. Most here today have engaged in the challenge of finding solutions to protect the reef in the face of climate change. So taking a bit of time out to seek approaches that have been successful in the past is a really worthwhile exercise. Personally, I know this from initiating the concept of integrated pest management for COTS control through the National Environmental Science Program, but I found that the experience that I had previously in introducing new approaches made this challenging, but not nearly as painful. So the more practice you get at doing this, the better you get at it, is all I can say. I will say, and to the researchers in the room, it's a privilege to be left alone to actually research your special topic. And it's very easy to have an opinion about what should be done. It is a completely different kettle of fish when you have to create the agenda, convince your peers, convince the department, convince the Minister's office, hunt down some funds, convince Cabinet and Treasury, then find the best research partners, co-develop the program with industry, First Nations and community, develop the appropriate trust frameworks, use the research outputs to influence policy and industry action, and then work with practitioners to develop successful outcomes. Remember, that's what a manager has to do. So cut them a bit of slack, because it is a hard game. It really is. And of course, at the end of all that, be prepared to find out that success has many fathers and failure is a bastard. And you'll know that well and truly. This whole process takes its toll. So perhaps the best way to honour Jon's achievement is by recognising that some things are better than ambition or money or comfort. And these commitments are worth risking a whole lot for. These are the principles of leadership that are eternal and abiding. At his best, Jon Brodie showed us what that actually means, and for that we are deeply in his debt. And with that, I'd like to invite Helene up to follow on. Thanks, Helene.
Thanks, Sheriden. That might be a hard act to follow. So I've approached this slightly differently. I didn't work as closely as, with Jon as Sheriden, but I've tried to step back and think about some take-home messages for things that we can learn from Jon's career and his effectiveness. So I've got about 5 what I see as take-home messages, and the first one is that I think a scientist interested in policy change can make more of a difference if they understand how government works. Now, I think the reason that Sheriden asked me to speak today is that I've been around even longer than she has or Jon, and which just makes me very old. And I've worked very closely with government over a long time, but I realise increasingly that I've never worked for government. And so I've never been really close to the nitty-gritty, pointy end of the policy process. Now, Jon was very different because he oscillated in his career between universities, both overseas and JCU in Australia, and worked for government for about Goomba for about 10 years, and where he really worked for research and monitoring, and also in the water quality coastal development space. And then he came back to JCU with insider knowledge. And he applied that knowledge very effectively, particularly in the water quality area and the water quality protection plans, etc., that Sheriden spoke about. I think that as a university, we ignored effectively his insider knowledge, and we didn't really use that to educate the next generation really effectively. You mean I've only got 5 minutes? Oh, well, Sheridan's cheated here. Hey, I thought I had... All right, I'm going to have to be very quick in that case. I can't... So my next thing about Jon was, I think his motto was, don't say no, give it a go. And he completed many projects in his time, and they were usually done with a shoestring budget and much faster than anyone could have reasonably expected. Somehow he brought his magic to inspire his team to do it. He was a can-do person, and I think that people make a difference, who make a difference, a can-do. He also, and Sheriden mentioned about this, communicated clearly and had an instinct for doing it at the right time. That really frustrated a lot of workshop facilitators because he would come in and capture it from the get-go, but everyone got the message. He even, and I'm not going to dwell on this because you can read it, he did this very effectively in the title of some of his papers. Who can resist reading titles like that? He also realised that building trust takes time. I think we are, and this meeting brings this up, much more attuned to the needs of end users and including rights holders and traditional owners, and the partnerships process is increasingly well developed. But Jon was way ahead of his time on that, because he actually worked, for example, with traditional owners in Torres Strait about their concerns with regard to the Octedi mine and water quality and what it was doing to the safety of the meat of dugong and turtle for 30 years. He went back and back. His first report was in the early 1990s. His last report on this was published after his death in 2021. No wonder people trusted him, because he had this amazing network of trust that he built over time. I want to also say that a scientific legacy should be more than an H index. We all like simple numbers, particularly promotions committees. I want to say that sophisticated evaluations of science, such as conducted by the Royal Society or the Australian Academy of Science, actually ban the use of H indices, and I know that from an insider perspective with regard to the Academy, because they see that the scientific legacy is much more than that. And, you know, Jon published a lot and he had a pretty good H index, which is rising, but he also built these networks of teams over a long time, as you will see from comparing the computer, looking at the photograph on the right, and also, if you are clever, you will see that there is a person who may be here, and the photograph on the right who's also in the photograph on the left. They have been there for he built these teams, he built these networks, and he left a legacy of people who could slip into his very large shoes and continue his legacy. And Jane Waterhouse is, of course, building, developing and in charge of the next water quality consensus statement. So I think that we need to think about Jon's incredible qualities, his tenacity, his can-do, his capacity to make a difference fast, build teams, build a legacy. When we think about the big questions that are facing us today, and I'll just put a few of these up, and that we're going to have to answer. I developed these with Jane Waterhouse in the water quality space, but, you know, how does the quest to improve water quality need to change given the impact of extreme events? What should be the KPIs for quality improvement? Are the targets appropriate? Can they ever be achieved in time? Can the dollars currently being expended on water quality, could they be better spent by combining water quality initiatives with other things? And are our current management approaches the best we can do? Jon raised these questions today, and I think these are all big questions that, as a scientific community and in the collaboration with stakeholders and rights holders, we have to answer. And I hope that we can bring Jon's qualities to the conversation. So I'd like to thank Jon for his clarity, wisdom, insights and dedication to the not-so-great Barrier Reef, as he called it. And I'd like to finally end with this quote, and this is: the future of the Great Barrier Reef depends on what we do today for the next generation of scientists, working fast to be fearless and speak truth to power. And if you all do that, Jon's legacy will live on. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriden. Thank you, Helene. we were meant to finish at 2:30, but I'm sure we've got time for a question because the other groups I think haven't come in yet. So any questions for either Helene or Sheriden? Or Jon?
Hi, I'm Julie from Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. I didn't know Jon, but I just wanted to say that hearing what you all had to say about him today was really inspiring, so thank you for sharing his story.
Are there any other comments or questions? Well, we do have a few minutes, as I said, now that I realise the other groups haven't come in. Correct me if I'm wrong, is there anyone from the organising who've... We're good? Okay, so we've heard 4 fascinating talks this afternoon. From Karen's kicking off, Karen Vella, Morgan, Frida, and then the last one. I cut off a few of the questions earlier that probably people want to ask. In fact, there was one for Morgan's talk. I'd invite that person up to ask their question again, or any questions for the speakers, for those 4 speakers. Question for Morgan.
Sorry for the callback. I was going to ask, how does Australia compare to other countries in their management and that data collection element for wild take coral?
Yeah, it's a really good question to put the Australian management of coral fisheries into the global context. It's hugely varied, and I'll say, you know, we do better than some and worse than others. The real travesty, I think, is that Australia for a long time was the global leader in managing these fisheries, and we probably took our eye off the game and took a lot for granted, and now we really do have to catch up. And the obvious thing is, if we don't invest in this and really work out what the sustainable harvest limits are and be on the real front foot in doing this properly, then the obvious alternative is just to shut it down.
Out of curiosity, what's the date when we were last best practice?
Yeah, well, it's an ever changing sort of situation. I think, you know, a real shift in the whole process happened, unfortunately, just as we're entering into the COVID era. So it actually took a long time for the scientific reference group in the EU to actually pass down their recommendations. But Australia has been really in the limelight since around 2018. And we didn't really make the necessary changes in the underlying management policies to keep up since that time. So there's a lot to do.
There was one other question. Thank you. Any other questions for our 3 other speakers? Karen, Frida, or Sheriden? No? Well, again, I want to thank the 4 speakers. Join me, please, or the 5 speakers. Please join me in thanking them for their contribution. And my understanding is that we're about to break and then we're moving into a plenary in this room with talking about RAP past, present and future. So thank you for your interest and be ready for the next session shortly.
again, everyone. Welcome back. I learned something interesting last night, and that's Basil is the person you want to call on to make a noise to get people's attention. But it seems to be working. I just need to mention your name, Basil, and silence ensues. So, welcome. This is our final plenary session for the symposium, not our final session. We'll have another panel discussion after afternoon tea. But it's my great pleasure to introduce two eminent speakers to the podium. David Mead, Strategic Director from Australian Institute of Marine Science, and Lena Bay from the Reef Restoration and Adaptation Program to talk about RRAP, past, present and future. Thank you.
Thank you to the organisers of the symposium for the invitation to talk to you today around RRAP, past, present and future. And just as a way of introductions, I'm really fundamentally motivated by curiosity and a passion for the beauty in art and nature. And growing up in Denmark, I mostly got to appreciate art and architecture, and it wasn't until I travelled widely and came to Australia, I really appreciated how beautiful this country is, the landscapes, the seascapes, and the cultural scapes as well. So I started thinking about thermal adaptation as a PhD student at James Cook University, and I got to continue that research at AIMS as a postdoc and then as a research scientist. I'm now a senior principal research scientist and a research program director at AIMS. And my program is a home to about 50 scientists and 20 high degree research students, mostly working on reef restoration and adaptation questions. Despite this, I think my biggest achievement is raising two boys. They are now men, and I'm the grandmother of little Avery. And it's really my hope that the work that we do here today, collectively over the coming years, will enable me to go snorkeling on the Great Barrier Reef with Avery when she's a teenager and she can swim. She is training already, actually, and say it looked really dire for a while, but look how wonderful it is now. So we would like to start by extending our deepest respect and recognition to all traditional owners of the Great Barrier Reef and the First Nations people. We acknowledge the traditional owners as the first scientists of the land and sea country where we work, live and play, and we acknowledge their continual connection to land and sea country. And I think it's a real achievement of the program, of the Reef Restoration and Adaptation program, and certainly a personal delight to have been engaged and continue to be engaged in a meaningful dialogue with the first Australians around the threats and concerns for the reef, and to come out with our shared aspirations, hopes and solutions. The different way forward that Uncle Bob talked about on the first day of the conference. Now, RRAP is the largest single coordinated attempt to help a natural ecosystem cope with the effects of climate change. And it is indeed a huge group effort. We have over 300 people working in the program, spread over 7 partners and 20 contributing partners, and you can see the logos up there. And we're organised into 11 sub-programs working under the direction of sub-program leads, and we're really training quite a lot of HDR students as well, with over 90 students involved in the program to date. And so it's really with the greatest humility that David and I stand here today to present a bit of a status of the program, where we're at after the first 4 years. And we will give you a bit of a whirlwind tour of the program, really not getting into anything in any detail at all, and we will not cover everything. We hope that you've seen lots of wonderful talks at this conference to this effect. So David, what's the history of RRAP, and is there still a need for this work?
No, we can all go home. Right, I'll answer that, but very loud. I will just quickly talk motivation and how I got to be here as well, though. I think my first interaction with a coral reef might have been as it was doing a kind of a cheese grater effect across me as I got washed across by a wave surfing somewhere. And quite frankly, I ended up in Ames through some pretty random circumstances. But that was, I took a contract at Ames a long time ago thinking I'd stay 3 to 5 years. I'm still there. And I'm still there because of the amazing people that work there. I've stayed even longer because of the amazing people that we brought into the Reef Restoration and Adaptation program. And, you know, even before I got to Ames, I think what was transforming in my life, and I hadn't even heard of this term at that point in time, was the whole healthy country, healthy people principle. And it was a huge value in my life at that point in time. And it's just amazing to work with a bunch of people that have that philosophy. The other thing yesterday, it might have been this morning actually, we were talking about hope. We should be the most hopeful people on the planet when thinking about this, because we're working on something about what is a pretty bad problem. And Lena, yes, this is a trace. A lot of you will have seen this. This is just a trace line of the average sea surface temperature across the globe. If you follow the years, it's since 81, progressively gets warmer. Last year you saw a pretty big jump that lined up with the bleaching in the Northern Hemisphere. Kept going, and it's lined up with the bleaching in Australia. But if you actually unpack that data, the last 4 mass bleaching events, you can see the same trend actually. It's been slowly hovering around, and there was a reasonable jump, and then it sits at that level, and then another reasonable jump. That's not going away at the moment. How does this work? The green one. And of course, we don't want the whole thing to look like this. I'll slip through this. Globally, this is a recognised challenge, and we know that. And it's too small for me to read down there, so I'm going to have to turn around a little bit. And goals have been set. Things like restore 30% by 2030. There was a discussion in here earlier today about that. It means different things. Nevertheless, it's a hugely ambitious goal. There's lots of ways people have tried to add up what that might cost. There's a number thrown up on the screen there. The reality is, though, even if that money was available, we wouldn't actually have the methods to do this. We couldn't spend it. We couldn't, even if we tried. It'd make a difference, don't get me wrong, but we wouldn't be able to restore at that level because we simply can't work at those sort of scales. And within a bunch of the talks here today, we've seen a few results of things. And I'm just quickly going to talk about those 2 panels there. The top panel is 2 degrees effectively, and the bottom panel is SSP 4.5, which is the most likely outcome, which has a sort of a temperature range of 2 to 2.7 through time. And if you imagine these as kind of 200 future Earths, so this is a statistical summary of 200 scenarios or 200 runs through the model. And what it's saying is that in the top panel, more often than not, the reef might survive, and in the bottom panel it's saying more often than not it doesn't survive. That doesn't mean to say that it's okay in the top panel, because there's model runs in there, which is why those bars run down to the bottom where it's not okay. And it also doesn't mean that it's doomed if we get to 3 degrees, because there's still scenarios there where it's okay. It's just saying that statistically you're more likely to have a declining GBR as temperature rise increases. And 2 things stand out to me for that. One is it's obvious climate reduction and reduction of CO2 into the atmosphere has to be the number 1 driver. It is the biggest impact, bar none. These types of models provide a very good demonstration of that, and this is the sort of stuff that Yves and Pete Mumby and that have been working on. But it also points out that we do need new tools, and active interventions are necessary, and that was kind of what formed the Reef Restoration Adaptation program a number of years ago. We just set ourselves to looking at things that might create step change, and across a range of types of things. So could we prevent loss of corals? Could we help systems to adapt? Could we restore degraded systems? What tools could we put on the table to try and change some of those future trajectories? And they needed to. We deliberately focused on things that might have impact at scale. That's absolutely not to say that other things don't have the right place. We need lots of different things. Community efforts, medium-scale efforts, large-scale efforts, right? Not one type of thing, lots of things. We just picked a corner of that box, I guess, and we're going to start at that corner. And these things, we're only ever going to do these things if they have a sort of a positive benefit-risk equation, but also if they're trusted. And I'm going to talk a bit more about that as we go through this talk. But, people would have seen we're working on cooling and shading methods from small site scale to whole of GBR. There's quite a bit of work going on in terms of conservation aquaculture and larval slicks, which can be used for restoration, but also stabilising rubble. And if you start adding in some of the assisted adaptation methods to those two delivery tools of conservation aquaculture and larval slicks, then you're starting to look at, can we help the system adapt as well? And the final sort of intro slide or background slide was we set the program up in this way that we would have a sort of an R&D program that ran, and as things got to the point of being ready to pilot, you would have the option to pilot them. Different ideas take different times to get to that level, to get to that point in time. And I put a few sort of indicative sort of timeframes on there, something like marine cloud brightening. Because it's such an expensive thing to do at the end, you need a pretty solid evidence base to say it's going to work before you did it, whereas other things you can start smaller, and so you've got less cost at risk and you can pilot them earlier and run them through. And there's a fair bit of this program, you will have heard a lot of these sessions about creating shared understanding and trust and ultimate agreement, right? It's no point scientists just working on these things in the background and not bringing everybody else along on the journey, because unless there's an agreement to use it, we've kind of wasted our time as well. And that we need to trust them, community needs to trust them, traditional owner needs to trust them. So, Lena, where are we at?
Thank you, David. We are indeed really getting somewhere, and thanks for the question. In this fourth year of the program, the outputs are really starting to flow, and the knowledge is really being gathered. And so if we think about the traditional science performance metrics like papers and presentations, we're really starting to push them out. We've given over 180 presentations, not including this symposium, around the work that we've done. We also write SOPs and reports around the work, the results that we find. We've advised many people, community groups, committees, and so on, including the independent expert panel, and I see Helene here today. So, but what are these research outputs? These more traditional research outputs? What are they all about? So here's actually a word cloud of the abstracts of all of those papers, and what you can see is that really not much stands out except coral. And we all think about corals, but I think it's important to note that corals mean very different things to people. Someone like me, corals very important. To other people, it means habitat for fish. And what I'll tell you later is that for other people, again, it might mean cultural access to their country. But I think when you look at the word cloud, it's also quite accurate in the sense that we do cover a lot of ground. And indeed, a lot of the cross-cutting work that we're doing is really the backbone of our program. So one of these cross-cutting functions is the Indigenous partnerships that have developed within the RRAP Indigenous Engagement Plan, within the engagement framework, and we've heard a fair bit about that at this conference. It's really enabled representation and advice across a number of different groups. It's also involved engagement with over 30 traditional owner groups on the GBR. And Bob showed this image from a paper that we co-authored last year. But what that shows is really the process of engagement and free, prior and informed consent, starting across 6 sort of different activities, starting with on-country meetings and truth-telling, then leading, if that's appropriate, to free, prior and informed consent, site selection, permitting, research monitoring, data analysis and knowledge sharing. And we haven't necessarily been able to undertake all those stages in one row yet, but we're really getting there. We're building relationships and we're being able to carry this through. And one example of a co-designed project is the biocultural assessment framework developed in the program. And lastly, with the addition of the funding through RTP, we're also implementing, or others, this is a very royal we, I hope you understand, implementing a traditional owner training and capacity building program to develop an Indigenous workforce and support existing ranger groups to help with interventions and monitoring. Another cross-cutting program is the Stakeholder and Traditional Owner Engagement Sub-Program, and this has really significantly advanced our understanding of public perceptions of RRAP interventions and opportunities to deliver place-based engagement and stakeholder co-benefits. This work has led to the establishment of advisory structures and collaborative monitoring. It's also undertaken a very significant work to assess the public opinions about reef restoration and adaptation, and to understand social license and perceptions of risk. And we saw this result presented yesterday. It gives me a lot of hope that after surveys of over 8,000 Australians, we can now see that they're concerned about the health of the reef. They believe that climate change is real. Who would have thought? They support novel interventions of the sorts that we are proposing, and they trust the science to deliver these solutions. Another major activity that we've undertaken is to develop the tools and methods to propagate corals at scale, and this has occurred using two methods that David mentioned, the first being conservation aquaculture. So conservation aquaculture propagates organisms for the use in conservation efforts, typically through the release into a wild ecosystem, as opposed to the production of food or ornamental trades. And our work in this space over the first 4 years has really focused on expanding the number of species that we can propagate, optimizing the culture conditions for increased survival and health of those produced corals, and also the development and testing of novel systems, technologies and methods for upscale production and a reduction of cost. And we've heard several excellent talks about that during the conference. And so we've developed this method designed for automation and high throughput. It's now semi-automated, and it's at this point in time on track to be able to deliver tens or hundreds of millions of corals per year, measured as survival after 1 year. This is on track given assumptions about future funding, obviously. In contrast to the propagation in facilities, our larval capture and movement program has focused on capturing wild spawn slick across the GBR, mostly from Lizard Island and Heron, but also locations in between. And there's been significant improvements in many areas of this process. For one, the collection of very diverse spawning slicks result in hundreds of millions of embryos through larval cultivation methods that have been optimized, and the seeding of tens of millions of larvae onto the reef per spawning event. This is really quite an achievement. This method obviously has the advantage that it collects from the wild population, so they're very diverse slicks from lots of coral families, and this routine rearing of tens of millions of larvae can then be settled either directly on the reef or via devices. And the group has also developed innovative methods for actually tracking these little guys on the reef. So at the moment, these methods are used to work on hectares of reef, but there's certainly strategies to further expand that and to be able to deliver large numbers of corals to the reef. We've also developed a two-part system for coral settlement and deployment, where corals are settled on sheets that are designed for space and transport, and then added into a device that is designed with certain features and treatments. These inert devices have to date been optimised for survival, and through iterative process, we are now able to see survival in about 50 to 90% of these devices after 1 year. And so these devices have a gravity that means that they sink to the bottom, and that means that they can be deployed from both the surface or by divers. And they can be used both with the conservation aquaculture or with the larval slick corals. So again, a really important innovation in the program. So David, I'm really pumped about how these devices can overcome a natural bottleneck in the biology of these corals. As an engineer, what are the technical advances that you're excited about?
All of them. So I'm going to talk about cloud brightening first, very quickly. Those two nozzles on the back of that deck are producing just about 1 quadrillion little aerosols a second. Now, if Dan, who runs that team, was given $1 for every aerosol per second, in 1 second he would have just a bit more wealth than the total planetary wealth. So if you add up all currency, including cryptocurrency, I had to look this up, it adds up to about $1 quadrillion in the system at any one time. Yep. And so we've needed to take that to a point where you had a capability to test it. That's what they've done. Now they're out testing. But across the board, look, there's technology everywhere. We don't have time. We're going to have to speed up a bit. But technology is everywhere. I put PVA glue up there. We haven't invented PVA glue, but there's some really cool stuff going on with natural adhesives that get used in a number of locations. Lots of work in material science. Some of the presentations have talked a bit about the need that when you're doing this stuff, you've actually got to guide the deployments and monitor the deployments. And so within this program, within the COTS Control Innovation Program, within what some of the other partners are doing, the technology to help enable that is also being developed. And I'm handing over to you. Sorry.
I think you were supposed to ask me what I think about coral adaptation, but we don't need to waste time on that. So it's really clear that temperatures are increasing, and we know that corals don't like it hot. And so we've been focused on trying to understand coral heat tolerance. And what we have found is that GBR-wide tests of variation in heat tolerance have found that this is indeed extensive. And if you're in Andrew Baker's talk this morning, he talked about 4-degree variation in Florida. We're finding between 3 and 6 degrees measured by the instant heat stress assay. And so we've also developed a model to try and understand where these corals exist on the reef, and we've found that the model predicts that they should be more abundant on naturally warmer reefs in the northern GBR, reefs that have a higher mean monthly maximum, a disturbance history that involves mild bleaching events and temperature variation. And so we're still working on further developing these tools to identify these naturally heat-tolerant corals. We've also been working on methods to breed these corals, and what we've found is that we can interbreed corals, and in many instances the offspring behave in the way that we predict, and that more heat-tolerant parents have more heat-tolerant offspring, although there's still some variation in that. And we're really at a stage now where we're field testing some of these experiments or these breeding methods across seasons and indeed across the bleaching event that we're now seeing. We know that for corals, temperature tolerance is also very much about the symbiont, and I hope you had the pleasure of seeing Madeleine Van Oppen's talk just a few hours ago. Her group has been working extensively on developing heat-evolved symbionts to increase the thermal tolerance of corals. Their experiments are showing that these symbionts, when offered back to the corals, indeed elevate the heat tolerance of the coral without compromised growth, which is really important. Those new relationships or symbioses have been stable for several years, so they seem to be sticking. And they're now also at a stage where they're field testing the fitness and the thermal tolerance of these corals in natural environments, looking at the stability of the symbioses and how they might spread in the natural environment. We also heard today about cryopreservation approaches, very much a supporting technology, but that's really advanced. John Daly talked about that earlier. It's advanced from pure biobanking to really be able to support assisted evolution methods. And this opens up opportunities for us into the future. We can save materials, we can cross individuals that may or may not spawn at the same time, and it can really support genetic management options. And so most recently, John explained to us, this work has shifted to also involve the development of new techniques for cryopreserving coral larvae, tissues and symbionts, and that is undertaken in collaboration with Taronga Conservation Society.
So we've got a system where we're uncertain about the future. We don't know what the trajectory will actually be. We don't quite know what the translation of CO2 to temperatures will be. Don't quite know what the organism responses will be in the system, how it will adapt. Yet we need to make decisions. Right? In that context, you have to use models. They have to be part of making those decisions. And so RAP has been building a whole portfolio of models. I probably shouldn't say it, but I will. I'm quoted for saying all models are wrong, some are useful. It can't be more apt in this circumstance, right? The system's incredibly complex, it's not a single modelling task. So we're building a range of models that are fit for purpose for the question that you're asking them. And, you know, I've just put a few model outcomes up there. There's been a lot of presentations on those since we've been here. They need to be trusted for the purpose though. So that's I guess the current task. We've been using a lot of these, we've been developing them, we've been testing them internally. It's hard to test them until you're starting to try and use them in a real circumstance, and you can start walking through with people what you've done, how that works. And so that will evolve, I guess, over the next sort of year or two or three. And finally, you know, people make decisions, not models. And so these are tools. And so there's a lot that needs to go around these, but we're seeing some incredible breakthroughs going through. Yeah. I need to speed up. One thing, fundamental knowledge. It's been talked about a lot here. We knew that at the start. Roger's talk yesterday really highlighted all of the things that are going on in the reef. There's lots of different stressors. They all impact at different things. The biology is complex. Yes, RAP is focused on corals, but it's focused on corals as key sensitive benthic organisms that support all those other things. And, you know, that's a lesson that we're learning. At the start, we thought we needed to learn a lot. We now know more, and we now know we need to know a lot more if we're going to do these things in a way that's beneficial and efficient. And I'm just going to skip this slide because we're running out of time. I need to go quick.
Yeah. So when we think about adaptation, it's really obvious that it's critically important, coral adaptation in particular. And some people have put it very bluntly, you know, either corals need to move, they need to adapt, or they will die. And so the point that we're really at now is realising that we need to understand adaptation on the reef, and that this work will take multiple coral generations. So let me see what I've got. And so these designs that we're thinking about now will potentially require us to work collaboratively in a different way to what we've done to date. But these designs will be able to not only help us understand how corals adapt in natural environments, but also to identify and breed those corals that we can then feed into the conservation aquaculture methods, or capture the right corals via the slick captures. And it's really just through the development of those fundamental and underpinning methods in some of the other programs that we're at a stage where we can actually start undertaking these experiments. And so I'm really excited about going into the future where we're starting to do much longer term experiments on the reef to really uncover the fundamental knowledge and the methods that we know that we will need. And it's really critical now more than ever that we all point our feet in the same directions as we were told on the first morning. And that means coming to a common understanding of both scope, value and need for restoration and adaptation. Libby told me a few days ago that some feedback from a Strong People, Strong Countries survey done as part of another project found really enhanced values from that work. But one of the really general sentiments that was fed back to her was a statement saying, "You fellas have no idea about this project. You think it's all about the corals." And so I thought that was really important to think about, because these values that people attribute to the reef can be very different, but together we need to find a way of encompassing all those different viewpoints. I don't have time to talk much about the other partnerships that we've done. We need to also, build partnerships and collaborations. I won't have time to talk much about them except to say that we're working with international scientists, we're working with process engineers from racing car teams, we're working with international experts in various areas to better understand risk. And then lastly, I would say that what we need to do moving into the future is continue to build this workforce and scientific leadership in this space. And I'm very excited about the work that Jordan Ivey is doing, linking micro-credentials to training, new skills, and even university degrees.
Right, so we're very briefly going to finish up. Quickly into the future. Look, the future for RAP is that we are starting some pilot deployments. We need to keep the R&D going, and I'm just going to jump to the pilot deployments have been explained a bit already. We're looking at 3 sort of general locations up and down the GBR with 2 methods. We'll run an experimental program that's kind of outlaid there where there's a sort of overlap of those 2 methods because they have some synergy, so each by themselves and jointly together. Just going to jump to the next slide. And of course, it is the conservation aquaculture and the larval slick stuff. We're targeting sort of 3 to 5 million one-year-old corals over that pilot deployment program. What's a little less obvious is that they kind of start in restoration mode, and through time, as we're running other experiments in parallel and we're getting to the point where there's the evidence base for them to be utilised, we'll try and bring in some of the assisted adaptation methods. How far we get through that list will depend a bit on the success of experiments that are running in parallel. But I just wanted to point out there's a whole ecosystem that goes along with these things, and the reason for these deployments is not just to put corals in the water, but it's about decision methods and surveys and partnerships with TOs and tourism and method transfer and technology, all of those other things that are listed down there. And so it's a really exciting phase in a program like this because there's certain things you can't do until you're actually trying to have a crack at it for real. And so this is a scale that's big enough that really tests where we've got to and will allow us to test these sorts of things and refine them and work out how we do it better in the future. One last slide. We're taking the R&D forward. We need to gain investment for that. Where we've already started will be where that program starts from. We'll be reassessing it, of course, the things we've got going. We continuously do that. So we're still focused on protect, restore, adapt, reef builders. Partnerships are going to be incredibly important. They have been to date. We really need to keep building them, from forming some quite significant global collaborations, in my opinion, to get through some of the things that are just even with the capacity in Australia, we can't tackle ourselves, through to co-design and delivery, and a lot more work on being smart and efficient. So we're starting to get some of these methods developed, but unless we're clever about how we're going to deploy them, unless we can reduce some of the costs in the pilot deployments, probably the cost of surveying and monitoring will be almost as much as doing the pilot deployments themselves. So we need to start working on some of those other things as well. So I can kind of see, assuming we get funding, that the program will broaden out a little bit, right? and with a focus also then of thinking a bit more into the future about how this integrates into the broader planning that occurs on the Great Barrier Reef and all of the other things that are going on at the same time. So thank you, and questions.
So, literally. Before we finish off, I would really like to acknowledge everyone in RRAP. We'd like to acknowledge the leadership under Cedric, the board, the steering committee, Jim, Mia, the managing entity, I see many of you here, and the fundraising by the GBRF. And I would really like everyone who's been associated with RRAP to stand for a moment, if you could, please. The scientists, the managers, the rangers, the students. Quite a lot of us. Being part of RRAP has not always been easy. It's been tough at times, it has been confronting, but we're in this together. Collaboration, as David said, is a really strong part of what we do, and your collegiality and friendship is precious. And so I think together we can make a difference. And I would like to have a round of applause for everyone in this room for the work that you've done.
Thanks, microphone team. Thanks so much, Lena and David. And thank you to everyone. We do have time for, I'll say, 2 quick questions. If we can sprint from the back to the front to, well, not safely move at speed to ask questions. Juan Carlos, you look like you have a question. No. Where's my friend Carl? There he is. No. Shall we save questions for afternoon tea time? Okay, all right. Well, join me again in a round of applause for Lena and David. Let's break for afternoon tea. afternoon, colleagues, friends, delegates. Hope you're all feeling somewhat refreshed after afternoon tea. Welcome back for our final panel discussion. Could I have the slides, please? Still have a few people filing in through the door. Anyone feeling somewhat fatigued at the end of day 3 or still feeling energised? Oh, okay. Kevin, clearly still feeling energised. Thank you, Kevin. All right, so, sorry, there was the other one. Yeah. Just getting our slides up. I wanted to make a quick call out for, this is our last discussion session for us as a delegation here in the Symposium. But following on, we do have a public forum this afternoon with the theme of supporting reef resilience in a changing climate. So I know some of our delegates might be heading to the airport, that's okay. But if you are staying in Cairns and joining the field trip tomorrow, then please do hang around for the public forum. This is a forum where members from the general public come in to learn something about the work that we're doing. So we have 4 amazing speakers lined up for that. Looking forward to that. It'll be starting at 5:30 in this room with some mingling and networking outside before the talks. So a brief advert for our public forum. And now moving on to our final panel discussion of the symposium. I'd like to invite Professor Cedric Rubio from the Reef Restoration and Adaptation Program. I know my French accent is not very good, but welcome, Cedric. And our panel members, so Dr. Roger Beeden from the Reef Authority, Dr. Carly Kenkel from overseas. Sorry, Carly. I have drawing a mental blank of you, but you will introduce yourselves shortly. Karen Valla, one of our engagement team from RAP. And last but not least, Gav Singleton from Yirrganydji Land and Sea Rangers. So thank you, panel, and I'll hand over to Cedric to introduce the panel discussion topic.
Thank you. So, yeah, we're going to change that. So don't worry too much about the title, but we'll focus on technologies. We'll take this panel towards the enabling conditions, I guess, for technologies to be adopted. But before we do that, because we had the Jon Brodie Lecture, I couldn't help but remember my first meeting with Jon, where I was at the time the fresh Reefs project director. Reefs, this modeling platform for the reef. And I heard from someone that I needed to speak to Jon, so I went to JCU, sat in his office, and he said, Reefs is utter bullshit. It doesn't work, I don't want to borrow it, get away. So that was Jon for me, but the interesting thing is that I asked him, okay, well, let's unpack that a little bit, and after an hour of this, I got Jon to tell me what he thought would be the right conditions for a model or the right data that we would need to see out of a model to convince someone like him that it was a useful model. Over a couple of years, we did that. We produced the data, we did the work, we engaged with him, and he became himself an advocate for reefs, and he used it in the water quality targets, and he was very, very good at explaining why these models are actually useful for the work he was trying to do. And the point I'm trying to make here, it's okay to be frank, it's also okay to be skeptical, but the important thing is that we need to be able to embrace change. There's a natural tendency in humans to fear change, maybe not in this community, but generally, and I think the ability of some scientists to be critical, but then look at the data and be convinced and embrace innovation is super important. So what I'd like to talk about today with the panel is how we go from all the amazing stuff we've seen in this symposium. I mean, the innovations are in research and modeling and monitoring and interventions, data processing and visualization, engagement, so many disciplines. It's absolutely fantastic. But how do we take these innovations and turn that into applied interventions in the field? And the panelists we have today all have a different perspective or a different probably space they're operating in, and I'd like to bring this kind of topic to them. So I'm just going to go around and start maybe from the end user point of view, Roger, and ask you as an end user within the Reef Authority as a manager, what are really the conditions that you want to see or what you want to see happening for these interventions to be ready for you to employ those within the park?
Thanks, Cedric. I think there's a sort of multiple answers to that question, obviously. I think one of the things that really struck me today, apart from Ken Anthony making me look a lot better than I normally do, was that actually the decision support space is crucial. And I'm meaning that from the point of view of an end user, whereby we're charged with making what are very difficult decisions, and a lot of the time, particularly with incomplete information. And that's happening more and more and more. I made the comment the other day about, we've got to change paradigm for management now, because you can no longer just rely upon the trends of the past to predict what's going to happen to the future. But we really need those projections of the future, and for them to be credible, in order for decision makers who are accountable to the legislation and to the public to actually be able to confidently put forward what the best possible future decision making is. In order to do that, you need examples. And hence I would say the second part of that, my response would be, I think the Crown of Thorns Starfish Control Programme, having sort of seen pretty much most of this outbreak, been around for its inception, the fraught realities of what we were doing at that point in time about decisions, only focusing upon tourism sites, which was reasonable, all the way through to where we've now got regional scale coral outcomes. One, it's phenomenal. It shows that if you stay around a long time, you can actually see those kind of outcomes. But they couldn't have happened without being able to prove that things could happen at a site scale, then through to an individual reef scale, then through to regional scales, and then have that broader outcome in the larger scale. And I think that the restoration space is very much on that journey right now, but many of the principles about how you prioritise with decision support, what the counterfactual will be, what will happen if you don't, because not making a decision is a decision in itself, is actually critical from a management point of view. And we are acutely aware of that as the Marine Park Authority. I really enjoyed your comments on the first day, Cedric, about feeling like you're part of family. It's a really valuable thing, having this community of people and being a part of that, both from an institutional level and as individuals. Because at times of stress, we all need that support so that we all feel realistic hope for what happens into the future.
Thanks, Roger. And it's a perfect segue. I want to hand over to Carly and ask you, when you consider these examples around COTS and how we've been able to adopt some of these technologies, what do you think are the drivers that we need to consider for reef restoration at scale?
Yeah, no, a lot of the points that you brought up, Roger, really resonated with some of the things that I observed today. I was chairing the Adaptation aquaculture section, and I was really struck by all of the different options that are available. When you were presenting, and other members of your team were presenting the example from COTS, it really became clear to me that the decision was mostly where, right? That was the one thing, right? You inject the COTS and it's a matter of like where, but when you look at all of the different tools that are available for reef restoration, right? It's like going to the grocery store and you just have a shelf of all of these different types of things, and I think that can be really overwhelming. Of how to make the choice, and maybe you want this brand or you want that brand or you want this combination, and you can sort of be paralyzed by I don't know what to do. So I also agree that I think how to make that decision is really important, but I'm also optimistic and that there are so many choices and combinations that you can apply, and maybe it's not a one-size-fits-all, right? Maybe it's different choices on different reefs, and some of the points that you brought up this morning, Gavin, about, traditional owners, we're not a monolith, the reef isn't a monolith I think that's actually fantastic. Right now you have this portfolio of options that you can pick and choose and maybe achieve the same outcomes, but with a different combination of tools that can be guided by local choices and local voices. So I'm actually super encouraged about that prospect.
Thanks, Carly. Gavin. Again, perfect segue. You guys have been really good, because I changed all the questions about 3 minutes before the panel, so they're doing all right. Gavin, I wanted to ask you, obviously, we know traditional owner groups not only have the knowledge, but they also have the capacity to get out there and roll out these interventions in the field, in areas where nobody else would dare to go as well sometimes. So the question for you is, what do you think are the enablers that would really help with the translation of technologies? What would help you and your mobs to be able to bring these technologies within the activities that you do day in, day out into the field? Do you see some hurdles or some enablers?
Yeah, I think can't really sort of speak for all traditional owners, but I guess, speaking from, my group and my community, and just using an example, the drone, technology as a drone, how that sort of came about, and, how, traditional owners are able to utilise that tool, that technology, and to, I guess, assess it from our community, our priorities, our way of seeing the world, and we're able to then adopt it and adapt it to our program. And in terms of I would say that capacity building is probably the most important thing first. But once we've got the capacity and capability, then it's a matter of having the right governance in place, having that good leadership within our group to, the strategic direction, but then having that operational arm as well. So, some groups are kind of not ready. They might have the leadership in place and governance, but they probably don't have that operational capacity. So once you have, all those ducks aligned, there's a lot of traditional owner groups who have, a good governance system in place, have rangers, have tumblers in place. And so it's quite easy then to, take these tools and adapt it and apply it, or tweak it in such a way that it makes sense in their local landscape. And, some of the technology that we see out there at the moment, it's waiting to be adapted, and some of them may not be. But yeah, it'll be exciting times to see what we can do with it. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Gavin. So, Karen, to scale up these activities, these interventions, obviously we've heard about, I guess, the technology itself, the governance, and you didn't mention it, but the funding as well. I'm sure that's important once you start rolling these things out. But scaling is also about our ability to replicate and engage more people on the ground and develop the right partnerships. So what do you see, the right enablers and maybe some of the hurdles we have around engaging, gaining public trust and engaging and rolling out these interventions within the communities that actually depend and live on the reef?
Thanks, Cedric. I think Gavin's on the money there when he talks about kind of getting the governance right and building the capacities. And I think one of the strategies for doing that is to keep scaling our engagement up and moving it more into co-design so that we are bringing people on the journey both out in community and importantly across government and governance structures, whether they're for traditional owners or other forms of governance structures in the reef that have actually got the enabling capabilities to allow us to take something like RAP forwards. It's a monumental effort, and I think, reflecting on the Jon Brodie lecture earlier today, what was amazing about Jon was that he was one of those people that did navigate the kind of science policy divide as an individual. And while I know there's lots of people in the room that have done that and do that really, really well, I think if we really genuinely want to scale restoration up, we've got to find ways of building those networks across science and into community and within different types of governance structures so that we are kind of building on where people are, building that capability and using their knowledge to kind of help us collectively kind of push forward with things like RAP.
Thanks, Karen. Okay, so taking maybe a question more specifically to you, Roger. We've talked a lot, over the last 3 days about the risk and the benefit of action, but also the risk of inaction. Are you able to tell us a bit more how you see the balance in terms of that risk space, between inaction and action, and how we can manage that over the next few years?
So I think the thing is it's evolving quite rapidly. I mean, I can see our chair, Ian Poyner, in the audience. I mean, there's active discussions about how we would evolve the management sort of setup that we have, even regulatory tools, etc. Things that have been very successful in the past aren't necessarily going to be successful in the future. We know that, and how can we supplement them? So everybody would be aware of the outlet report. There's another outlet report due in the next few months, and that was really the sort of risk assessment for the reef. Really where we're going is that it's getting the timeframes over which you can respond to risk are shortening. And so that's again why I'd come back to the decision support pieces as being critical, that kind of modelling, etc., of what will happen if you don't act is going to be critically important for us. And the authority is absolutely open to working out how we can evolve both the tools that we already have and bring in new and emerging tools, but doing it in a responsible way. I mean, I feel personally, I've made the comment before, this is similar to what happens in the health sciences. The reality is we have a duty of care to the environments around us, and we have to be sensibly manage those risks going forwards. And I think you can see from what's been done in the Marine Park Authority, what's happened in the space of sort of the interventions policies and the like, that they are really taking a risk-based approach to how we adapt. But the need to be able to respond to these risks is amplifying, and we are well aware that not taking action is a decision.
Right, thank you. In fact, Carly, I'm going to ask you a very similar question, but with your perspective from the US, how you see that balance.
Yeah, no, I mean, pulling straight from, if any of you saw Andrew Baker's talk this morning, at the risk of being a Debbie Downer, I think you have less time than you think. I mean, this summer I watched all of my experimental coral die, all of them. It was a very devastating event, and we didn't expect it, right? We thought we had, we expected to see this sort of, we have another couple decades before we're going to see an event of this magnitude, and now I feel like a lot of decisions are being made without all the pieces in place just because they have to be made at that point. And so I worry a little bit about the need to have like perfect certainty, right? Balancing that perfect certainty at the risk of like inaction, in a sense. And I think you have a lot of personal capital in the people in this room and the people that aren't in this room in the community. There's a lot of intrinsic knowledge, and I think, just like you were saying, the medical analogy, I think if any of us were to say, like, what's our motivation, right, we take a Hippocratic oath for doctors, but I think we'd have the same thing for the reef, right? I think everybody's first priority here is to do no harm and to make it better. And so coming from that position, like, I think the advice that we're giving is all predicated on that, right? All the things we're trying to do is, like, maximize those benefits. And with that in mind, I think you can use the advice of experts to help inform those decisions, even if you can't perfectly resolve the model decisions, right? Like, weird example, right, of priors, like there's a lot of information that we can use in decision making just based on condition, right? I think as scientists, we like to be agnostic, like I just need to see what the data says. But I have a good colleague who's a great statistician, those Bayesian methods of like analysis where you say, okay, right, I'm in Australia, what's the probability that I'm gonna see a lion today? Not good, right? But I give you a different prior, you're now in Kenya, what's the probability you're gonna see a lion today? Right, and we can all like change that balance, like we have a lot of intrinsic knowledge, and you have an incredible wealth of knowledge with traditional owners that extends like for a longer timeline than any of us have been collecting data for, and so I would encourage you to use that.
Thanks, Carly. So I wasn't not going to do that, but I'm going to do it anyway. So I think that question around balancing risk and inaction versus action, I think so. So Gavin, within Yirrganydji, how do you guys approach that perspective on action versus inaction?
Yeah, I think we just playing our part, I guess, and what we can do. As traditional owners, we don't have big resources. We don't have I guess in this patch of country, this is home. So having that long-term, I guess, commitment and obligation to a place, and knowing that across the whole world, we come from here, this particular spot in the world, and we could travel anywhere else, but home is right here. So we can't escape that obligation, and so any action is the best thing that we can do. And as custodians, with that inherent responsibility, it is the most important thing. We always, once you start paying attention to country, it's always talking to us. It's always telling us. The reef is always speaking, and it's really up to us. Are we actually listening? And once we actually listen, it's telling us what we need to do, how we live, how we must care for it. And particular places are screaming, some of our waterways, some of our wetlands. So, every single thing that we do, it's really hard to, spread ourselves out, because there's so many things that we could be acting on, whether it's in water quality, cleaning our beaches, playing our part. But, as a ranger program, we're only limited to what we do, and that's why our partnerships are really crucial. In terms of our group, we don't have a native title determination. That doesn't stop us from, working with our partners who have access to country, who have tenure. So it's about working with everyone in our patch and learning from them. Everyone has their talents, expertise, so let's bring our talents together. And when we're facing issues bigger, as climate change is bigger than one person, so we need to pull together. And it's good to see business moving in that direction where those collaborations are happening. And it's a new form of business, but it's also an old part of business. And I think that collaboration piece and that co-design is really important. That everyone is a part of it from the start, and then finishing it together, and delivering co-delivery at the end, and then there's co-benefits. But every action that we can do is really important, and we understand the risk that is there, and that's why we looked at some projects like our KULBUL project, where we're assessing a reef site, and the question is, do we intervene? Do we try to come in and save the world? Do we really have to? Or is the country resilient enough to look after itself? And that's the question we're always going to ask ourselves, and also, whether we trust ourselves, trust our gut feeling, is the reef able to withstand all these impacts and pressures? That's the million-dollar question. And that's why we need to really look at innovative ways to assess our risk, whether it's through the traditional risk assessment method or whether it's through another decision making tool that we can use. But yeah.
That's great. Thanks, Gavin. Karen, I'm going to ask you the same question, but maybe from the perspective of what you've learned from the stakeholders and the public generally through the surveys that have been conducted, or what is your feeling around how people perceive the risk of inaction? Do people where do people sit on the spectrum of we should really act, or do they understand the risk of inaction in your view?
I think the emerging evidence is that they are starting to understand the risk of inaction, and there is sort of a broad leaning towards wanting to do something. I think one of the things that I've learned through this program of work is that it's actually okay to have conversations with community about complex risks. People understand risk. They make decisions about different types of risk in their daily lives all the time. It might not be about the health of the Great Barrier Reef, but they are weighing up risks all the time. And we shouldn't be afraid to talk to people about risks and uncertainty. I think actually people appreciate the opportunity to be involved in that conversation and kind of understand what is going behind thinking about whether to intervene or how to do it or where to do it. I think also one of the things that I'm noticing is that because we, like as scientists, want to do no harm and do want to do right by reefs and by people, I sometimes feel there's a nervousness to kind of, just stick out that bit further and kind of engage in some conversations that might be a bit difficult or uncomfortable. But that's leadership, and I think while that can be hard, and if you're in those difficult conversations, maybe you don't sleep at night, and maybe times are tough. But I think listening to people like Sheriden, John Day, what Jon Brodie delivered, what Virginia Chadwick achieved for the GBR, it's those moments of kind of really stepping up and taking leadership that generated such benefits. But my personal belief is that it actually is not that risky anyway to kind of open the conversation up, because people are genuinely open, and it's not just all about risk. There's lots of benefits too. Even just thinking about the opportunities for having, traditional owners working in kind of leading, working towards leading restoration projects. That's an amazing benefit that we've been able to achieve, and we need to do more of that, and there are more benefits to come by intervening. So I think, the window of opportunity is there, and we're well poised, I think, to go through it.
Thanks, Karen. So look, I'll close this panel by going through, each one of you and ask you what you thought was apart from the MC work, what was the greatest thing about the symposium? And just maybe one thing you've noted during the symposium that you want to remark on, or if you don't, but just your general observations of the benefits and what you think this symposium has achieved, and you've been to a few. So.
If I may, I'm going to be cheeky and just come back to the topic slightly before. I think I just want to reflect upon its really important commentary about risk and responding to it, and thinking we have enough time. I just wanted to quickly reflect that we spoke to our colleagues from NOAA during the bleaching event in 2023, and one of my colleagues asked them the question, what would you have done differently had you have known this was coming? And they said, well, we would have prepared sooner. And I just then wanted to reflect that this conference is actually funded by the consequences of the 2016 and 17 bleaching event that then led to enhanced investment in reef management, and then we've seen subsequent investment. The point being that we can have some hope. Government is listening and putting in funds because we know that we need to do more. It's unequivocal. Managers make decisions on imperfect information all the time. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't always be thinking about the problem of inaction. To the point about what did I take away from this conference overall, it's great to be part of family, and that actually together we are much better and stronger and more able to provide realistic hope for what comes next. And I think that point about it being realistic is absolutely crucial. We can't, having the scenario where people think there's a silver bullet is nearly as problematic as there being no solutions. But when we put out there's good evidence as to this works, this works, this works, and here's the evidence to support it. Actually, then the funding to implement it follows, and the community support to it follows. And I think we've got good examples expressed through the last 3 days that make that case.
Yeah, for me, I think the biggest gift that this symposium's given me is feeling rejuvenated. Like I said, this summer was really tough, and I was pretty down about why am I doing this work? Where am I going? And so coming here and seeing the diversity of work that's being done, the diversity of the community that's here working on these kinds of problems, that kind of model that's building collaborations and connections and like thinking in a really broad cross-disciplinary space of no stone unturned. I really hope that's something that can spread and extend further to international collaborations as models for other systems that are further down the slippery slope, but maybe still we can bring them back.
Yeah, I guess for me, I'd just like to acknowledge everyone here in the room, and also the organising committee. I think I do sort of good. It's good to see a good line of speakers, and just how the symposium has been structured. I think it's been really good, and also good to hear the message around intervention and restoration, which hasn't been it's good to see that sort of increasing around that interest in that space and enabling that to happen. and on the reef itself, but also the increasing interest around traditional owner partnerships being part of the science and management of the reef. So, yeah, thank you.
And thank you. I echo what the other panellists have said. I agree completely. It's really refreshing to see how far we've come since the last symposium. I think the tone of the symposium was just so beautifully set by the lovely welcome and then also, you know, Bob's keynote, and then that's been followed through with really strong involvement from traditional owners across the last 3 days. And what I've really appreciated is the role modelling that demonstrates, that there's lots of leaders in this room, take all types, it's very diverse, you know, some have wisdom, some are young coming through, and I just think that role modelling is perfect and exactly what we need to keep building on.
Thanks, Karen. So I'm looking to the MC now. I think we've got a little bit of time for questions, right? We were good. So any question on Slido or from the audience?
I have an important question. Is there any risk management plan in place if a 20-degree heating week event were to show, if this is the last cool winter, is this the last time you have before a 20-degree heating week hits? Is there an emergency management plan in place? And what would that take? And would the permitting process prevent you from doing a lot of work?
So I think as a number of people have talked about, I mean, the Marine Park Authority has an Act of Parliament and lots of powers under that Act, and the reality is that the permitting process, we can do things in different locations through what's called Section 5.4. So there are management actions that we can take in response to events, and we already do. I think that the answer is it specifically about a 20-degree heating week event? I'm not sure what that actually looks like because there's so much variability, as we've even seen this year. A 16-degree heat or 14.5-degree heating week event in the southern part of the Great Barrier Reef is significant enough. Nobody is deluding themselves that we're not going down that particular path. What you're going to get from us is that in reality we would be working with the scientific colleagues to think about what the appropriate responses were. We would be working internally to see whether we can amplify the actions that are already in place. And that's what's happening right now. So we've already got the Crown of Thorns Starfish Control Program looking at, well, how would you respond to this bleaching event? And there's lots of really good scientific input about, well, how would you think about targeting to help to ensure that the surviving corals are there as breeding stock for, you know, going through the evolutionary bottleneck they're in. So there's a whole raft of things. That's just one example. So the short answer is there's not a specific plan about that scenario, but certainly we do look at scenarios into the future. If you look at the Outlook report, it's unequivocal about where coral reefs are likely to go, and that's based upon IPCC and the rest of the evidence. And then the reason why we are here is because we do need this great family of people to provide input about how might we navigate these really troubled waters into the future.
And I just would add that, you know, we've been asked that question before this bleaching event. I mean, following the summer in the Northern Hemisphere, we were asked, you know, what can you do? I mean, sure, you're doing a lot of R&D and it's going to be applied, but what can you throw on the table right now? And the answer is not very much at all, because we are doing this work for this exact reason. So the race against time is challenging here. And I think the pilot deployment work we're trying to do within our app and other activities that are happening already by operators in the field are about demonstrating that, yes.
But there is a minority voice here saying that there's more that you could be doing, that you're not doing. There is a minority voice here. Well, anyway, just saying, we want to help you. We don't want you to go, but we went in the free.
Thank you.
Okay, anyway.
Other questions from the floor? Where's my friend Carl? Thanks, Dennis.
In terms of,
In terms of innovation, the sort of engineering design process is an iterative one of sort of design and fabricate and test and review, and design and fabricate and test and review. And the faster that process happens early on in the design stage, the quicker you get to work out what your design pathway is going to be towards success. I understand the balance between risk and inaction. But there's also, I think within the permitting process, maybe scope for balancing the requirements depending on the level of risk. So if you've got a very small, very fast turnover, fast fail fabrication process, design and test in the very early stages of a project, then maybe we need like a small limited permitting zone or something like that. I don't know what it would look like, but something that enables the very early stages of a design idea to be vetted through actual designing and experimenting, as opposed to relying so heavily on models that can be sort of expensive and not catch the unexpected outcomes and benefits that you sometimes find when you build something and then have it fail or succeed in some ways and then refine that again. What's that?
So I think one of the things that's in the blueprint is about us enhancing our own capability, meaning the Marine Park Authority, and noting that we need to adapt what we've had in terms of regulatory frameworks, but under the Marine Park Act. And so there's several instances of policies that have been set, like the reef interventions policy and the like, and they are looking to put in the kind of agility you're talking about. There's not an easy way of doing that as a specific zone if you're referring to the zoning plan because of the way that's set up. But nevertheless, there's experimental work going on in multiple locations. I totally agree with the commentary about the need to iterate rapidly. I think that we need to work with the science community. The science community needs to help us to articulate what would that look like, and then work out how we would navigate that within the regulatory frameworks that we have. And we are doing that with many of the partners that are in the room, including the entire RAP program at the moment. But we hear you.
Yeah, I mean, from the engineering perspective, we were always like the engineering design processes are very well researched and understood thing, and generally they want you to work out what's wrong quickly before you spend too much money. So they really want you to they do this fast fail, and really the other part of it is just to really ask the right question. Don't do something just because you can, but do something because you're working to what the requirements are, working towards that. And that nothing focuses the requirements like actually building it and seeing how it works. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. So, is that you, Katie? Yeah, thanks.
I just wanted to bring up communication. I think it's been an incredibly challenging space in years past around bleaching events, and this year it's been, a much better communication strategy that's been put out there across the board, whether it's from AIMS, the Reef Authority, and others. It's still challenging and nuanced to tell that story. We're within a bit of a bubble, I'd say, here in the room, and everyone that's attending this event, getting the message and communicating where our RAP is at now and lead up to deployment 2030. Just interested in some of the panel's thoughts on how to communicate the specifics around interventions. While there's buy-in, I think there's still portions of the community, of course, that aren't there, as we saw with COVID and vaccinations, and sort of pushback in the same way that the risk and the challenges is something that is sort of pushing the boundaries in terms of the science. I'm just curious about communication strategies around RAP and where we're at going forward.
Thanks, Katie. I'll take the first part of that. It's obviously been a challenge for us to position ourselves as an R&D program and being able to tell a story about what might happen in the future for a couple of reasons. First, we don't know exactly what that might look like, and so we need to be aware of that, as well as the fact that it's not for us to explain what will happen. There's a Reef Authority, there's a range of stakeholders, there's the government. So it's a challenge for our app as a program because we want to explain what the future might look like to first inform people, but also get support. But we can't do that because we actually don't know that it is what it will look like, because there are a whole lot of players in there. What I can say we've been working on, and Ian is, I can't see, but Ian might still be there. But yes, we've been working with the Reef Authority to talk about how we can have shared messages. And the challenge, I think, might be addressed by focusing on a near-term horizon, the 5 years. What will be our goals collectively within 5 years? And I'm only speaking for ARAP. What do we want to achieve within 5 years in terms of these pilot deployments and what they might look like? And that's where we want to be collectively, because that's something we can agree on, as opposed to talking about 2040 or 50 or what it's going to deliver in the future, which is not something that we've collectively agreed on. We've just said it's a process of engaging with people and involving all these people in the decisions. So I think that's that balance we're trying to find at the moment. There's absolutely no doubt that we need to be clearer, simpler, more direct about the potential, or at least what we are trying to achieve, and be genuine about this in our communication with all ranges of groups on the ground.
I would like to say something. Thanks for the question. I'm not a communications expert, and I'm looking straight at Janie at the back of the room, trying to channel what she might want me to say, and it's late in the day, so I got nothing. Sorry, Janie. But I think what we have learned is, I mean, we know that you have to communicate lots and you have to communicate often, and you've got to keep going back and having the conversation, because it takes time to understand this stuff. It's not that simple. And every time you do, you learn more about, you know, what we don't know about in terms of, you know, what maybe some of the barriers to taking things forwards could be in certain areas. So we have to keep doing that. And I think we've now got an opportunity to start to think maybe more structurally about how we could pull different, engagement strategies together that kind of tie to communication messages or communication strategies that might then link to, you know, who would the Reef Authority engage with or communicate with on certain things versus where might RAP need to do that communication and engagement work. And so I do think we're kind of getting to that point where it is going to be important for us to kind of think more systemically, kind of across that broader reef governance system, about who's got what roles when it comes to communicating about large-scale restoration or small-scale restoration or catchment-scale restoration, and how those things kind of fit together in that broader puzzle or that broader piece of kind of environmental restoration management in the kind of catchment to reef system.
Okay, I'm kind of reluctant to draw the panel to a close, to be honest, because I'm enjoying the discussion so much, but we are out of time. Please join me in thanking our panel for sharing their words. We do have a few moments for some closing remarks, so I might ask the panel to take their seats, if that's okay, rather than having you sitting up there the whole time with us staring at you. Thank you, panel. It's been an amazing couple of days, delegation. Thank you so much to all of you for taking the time to join us here in Cairns. And for those of you joining online, I hope you've enjoyed the sessions. I know the live streaming has been working really well, so great to have an audience in person and an audience online. Mary, Jim and I were going to reflect just a little bit around some of the themes of the symposium. So I've been amazed and really heartened by spectacular examples of First Nations leadership and our traditional owners sharing their voices and their wisdom with us. That was one of the themes of the symposium. There's some amazing examples of that leadership. So from the knowledge that Gudju shared with us during his Welcome to Country on day one. Other examples such as our traditional owners and custodians sharing their care for country and their management at global forums like the UN Ocean Decade. Examples like Gavin's words, where the reef starts from the mountain. So an amazing principle for us to guide our work. And also there in kind of smaller ways, such as our traditional owners and custodians leading the way to the microphone, asking questions during some of our sessions. So thank you so much to all of our traditional owners and custodians who've joined the symposium. We've heard your words, your voices have been strong, they've been well heard, and I think we've felt your words as well. So thank you to all of you, and I'll hand over to Mary. Thanks.
Here we go. Gosh, I feel like everyone's already said a lot of what we need to say about the collaboration and partnership theme of this conference. When planning this event, we wanted to create a space for knowledge exchange and connection because we all hold pieces of the puzzle and need to work in partnership to put them together. Talks across the program, the panel discussions have highlighted the strength of the partnerships and the passion of the people that are assembled here and are joining us online around the world. No doubt there are challenges and that we have ahead of us to face, and I guess my personal reflection is that meeting those challenges requires both head and heart, and I think we have that in spades. So that's what makes me really hopeful. So thank you for sharing a bit about yourselves as well as the work you do. That helps us build that community that the reef needs, and as Gavin was saying, you know, the reef is demanding it of us. So speaking of the reef, if you are going out to connect with her tomorrow on the field trip, Eric wanted me to let you know to meet at the 8:30 a.m. at the Blue Marlin Reef Fleet Terminal. So thank you guys.
I think I just told it. Can I actually get Suzanne and Tony, if they're in the room, to come up forwards, and Amy and Emily? So we might lighten things up a little bit now, because it's been a pretty full-on week. Have we got anyone from Triple RC? So now's when I should be bringing out the bouquets and the bottles of wine and thanking everyone for the amazing work that they've put in, but it was left up to me, so I haven't. I also not a fan of bouquets when a lot of people are actually travelling, and wine, well, I don't know that you should be giving alcohol necessarily at the moment, so, sorry. So I'm actually, the gifts I'm going to give everyone, and also Chiller. So Chiller's actually in the Townsville JCU side. So I've just got some gifts, and it's about everyone doing their little piece. We can all do something every day, and instead of a bouquet, I'm a bloke, so I'm going to provide Bunnings gift vouchers so that you can actually, so you can actually buy your own flowers if you would like. But you can also buy something that may be a longer lasting reminder of this, super successful event. So whether it's something that's going to grow to 30 metres and capture a lot of carbon, or if it's a nice tree that's going to attract some local biodiversity, or something that's going to stop sediment running into the river. It's your choice. So, and it's just a reminder that we can all make a change. It's been a pretty full-on week, and we've spoken about hope a fair bit. And I'd like the definition. Hang on. Justine, where are you? So hope. I just want to, we had a safety moment at the start of the week. It was about making sure you look the right direction and don't get run over on the wet roads and that type of stuff. But I just really want people to listen to the definition. So actively engaged in defying or changing the odds. Everyone in this room is in that space. So you're all soldiers. Some of us may come up with great ideas and be the Oppenheimers that can change the world, but you still need people on the ground to actually implement this work. And I just want everyone to think about leave this room with a bit of hope that we are on the right side of things. We are trying to make that change. We are trying to change the odds. So it's up to all of us, and we can do something every day, whether it's planting something from Bunnings or picking up a bit of plastic. It doesn't have to be a grandiose thing, but if we all make a change, we're going to make a change. So that's great. Now, photos are good with these types of events as well. So later on, I'll get the rest of the Symposium Steering Committee to come up. But if everyone that wants to be in a photo can just stand up. Where's Gavin? Stand up in your positions. Come on, everyone. I said it was a fun event, so all stand up. I'm like a school teacher. Please stand up. And can you put your left hand up? Put your right hand up. Pretend to be your favourite staghorn coral. So on that note, that's it from me, but there's two more things. As you exit that door out there, I hope you've had a good time. Oh, yep, another thing. I'll talk about that later. But as you exit the door, there's 2 sheets of butcher's paper. We want one word, how you feel as you walk out the door, and then a picture. It may take a bit of time. A very small picture of an animal or a critter on the other piece of paper next to it. So just use some texters. Chilla will be impressed that we're using all the texter time. And I also should thank the sponsors for this event. So thanks to RAP and CSIP, funded through the Reef Trust Partnership. Also CSIRO and Gabroompa and AIMS also have made the opportunity for this event to be held. And make sure when you're travelling home that you do think about the hope and you do get home safely. So take the time to decompress. It's been a big week. Don't get to work on Monday and go, oh, I've got another 2 weeks of work to do. So just have a think about what we've achieved over the week, and I think we'll be all in a better place come Monday afternoon. Thanks, everyone.